Chapter 25-31. This blue-haired beauty was unparalleled. She was the heart of the city lord of the wronged, who had been suppressed in the depths of the imperial star by the golden demon subduing column. The city lord of the wronged had been killed by Long Chen 9 times. However, she had tricked Long Chen with her kindness and survived. She claimed that she was from the Spirit of Life clan. However, the last time they met, she had said that she was the city lord of the wronged, just that she wasn't the one killed by Long Chen. Although this woman was beautiful and sexy, she was strange and mysterious. She had created all sorts of lies in front of Long Chen and tricked Long Chen. Now that he had met her shadow, Long Chen didn't know who she was. This was not her real self. It was just a projection formed by the condensation of her spiritual will. However, she was holding the god-slaying sword. A pair of charming eyes looked at Long Chen and she chuckled softly. She was truly seductive. Didn't I tell you that one day, I would make this sword return to me? Do you believe me now? The woman in blue giggled. She could still control the god-slaying sword. Moreover, it was the god-slaying sword that had become a destinable divine weapon. At this time, the god-slaying sword that had transformed into a destinable heroic spirit was also bowing down to her. Who are you? Long Chen had broken through the eye of eternal silence. Although he couldn't move his body, he could already use his mouth to speak and transmit his voice. The woman in blue giggled and said, "You forgot me so quickly. Back then, you saved my life in front of the city lord of the wronged. Oh yes, when I was in the crystal coffin, you seem to have looked at me many times." This woman was quite terrifying. With just a frown or a smile, she could bring Long Chen into a strange spiritual world and confuse him. However, at this time, his spiritual will was strong enough, so he was indifferent to her charm. "You're also a primeval troll." Long Chen narrowed his eyes and voiced out his speculation. Silent Demon coldly snorted, "Ignorant fool. This is my primal demon clan's third strongest, Hell Demon Sakya." "Shio, you really talk too much," the blue-haired woman said calmly. The silent demon was so scared that he used his wings to cover his head and shivered. Then, the blue-haired woman said in a coquettish tone, "Don't listen to his nonsense. My real name is Shui Lan Yen. It's a pretty name, right? Emperor Sakya Hell Fiend, Aqua Blue Mist." Long Chen would rather believe in Silent Demon than her. What's with Emperor Sakya's Hell Demon and the City Lord of the Wrong's heart? He was eager to figure this out. Shui Lanyan asked, "Do you really want to know?" Long Chen said, "That's right." She smiled faintly and said, "Actually, it's very simple. I often lie to you. I'm Emperor Sakya of the Primal Demon Clan, the overlord of millions of years ago. My destinable artifact was lost in the dragon sacrificial realm during a battle, so I've been paying attention to it for the past millions of years. I know how many masters it has had, but none of them could make it a destinable artifact again. You did it. As for the city lord of the wronged, he was its previous master. You think I'm his heart, but in reality, I affected his spiritual will and made him fight to increase the Tao patterns on the god-slaying sword. In the end, he was indeed killed by you." This meant that Emperor Sakya's true body had always been trapped in the depths of the demon star. Every time Long Chen saw Shui Lanyan, it was not real. It was just a condensation of her spiritual will, just like the soul control demon's will avatar. However, Long Chen, who was still in the dragon sacrificial continent, and Long Chen, who was in the chaos galaxy, could not tell the difference between a will avatar and a real person. She had always been monitoring her destinable artifact, waiting for the next master to make the god-slaying sword a destinable artifact again. Its true name is the Emperor Sakya's Hell Sword that came with me. It was once an orbital-grade destinable artifact. Shui Lanyan giggled. This woman was really a depressing liar. She had once told so many lies to Long Chen, but Long Chen really could not understand a single one of them. The main reason was that her original identity was really too heaven-defying. No matter how hard Long Chen thought, he could not think of so many things. She waved the god-slaying sword slightly and said, although I am very grateful to you for helping me retrieve the destinable artifact that belongs to me, you have blocked the path of us, the primordial demon race, returning to the peak. I can give you one last chance to rely on us. If you are willing to follow us and become one of us, we will use the dragon sacrificial world as a springboard to take revenge on the gods and open up a bigger world. Are you willing? Become one of them, and then watch as they devour the people of the entire dragon sacrificial continent. Impossible. Long Chen shook his head resolutely. This was a war, and there was no way he would yield. Shui Lanyan, or rather, the terrifying Emperor Sakya, laughed. She said, "That's right, I knew you were like this. It's just that you think that by imprisoning Imo Shaolang, you can stop us from breaking the Devil's Star's seal. You are too naive. Xiao, he no longer has the Emperor Sakya's hell sword. Send him on his way." The silent demon, who was originally lying on the ground in fear, now nodded hurriedly. He stood up, his two pairs of wings spread open, and the huge blood-red eye in the center revealed a strong murderous intent. Shui Lanyan took one last look at Long Chen and laughed softly again. "You blockhead, if I were young, 10 million years ago, I might have liked you. But now, I can only send you to your death. You will never know what kind of hatred can accumulate in 10 million years. You will also never know what kind of hatred can accumulate in 1,000,000,000,000 lives." Long Chen replied, enunciating each word. From his eyes, Shui Lanyan saw a hatred that was even more turbulent than her own. She did not say much. With the god-slaying sword, she disappeared before Long Chen's eyes. Her phantom did not have any offensive capabilities, but to kill Long Chen, she only needed the silent demon. Now that the god-slaying sword had been lost, the silent demon could completely restrain Long Chen. Although his power was now exhausted, the silent demon was still an ultimate god thousands of years ago. Under the control of the silent demon, the power of the Eye of Eternal Silence suddenly rose, pressing down on Long Chen with a surging force. "Alright, it's been a stalemate for a month. Now, it's time to restore the damage to the Devil Star's seal and send you on your way." The silent demon admired Long Chen very much. It was not easy for a mortal to reach such a level. However, it was impossible for Long Chen to join his side. Therefore, Long Chen had to be killed and exterminated. Now, his elder brothers were all watching his performance. Previously, he could explain why he was unable to do anything to Long Chen because of the Shea Emperor Hell Sword, but now, he could not. Kill. Under the control of the Eye of Eternal Silence, the silent demon controlled everything. In his world, under the power of the ancient demon god, nothing could move. After taking control, he suddenly stretched out his tongue, which turned into an incomparably sharp sword. It looked even more terrifying than the demonic claws of the controlling soul demon. Whoosh! The blood-colored sword pierced towards Long Chen. In Long Chen's world, the danger was getting closer and closer. Once hit, although he would not die in one hit, if he could not move after 2 or 3 hits, he would definitely die. He had prepared for this for a month, just for this moment. In this month, the god-slaying sword had been destroying the Eternal Demon City, and Long Chen had also been resisting the Eye of Eternal Silence. His body and mind had gone through endless training. Just as he had said before, the primeval troll would not understand how terrifying the hatred of 1,000,000,000,000 lives was. This could make Long Chen forget himself, and drown in hatred and anger. The god-slaying sword was gone, Mo Xiaolang's situation was unknown, and Soyan's whereabouts were unknown as well. The lives of the heavens were in danger. Who could stop the footsteps of the primeval troll? Only he, Long Chen. If he were to die here today, everything would be over. He was born a rebel, and hated being controlled and suppressed the most. Although he did not do anything, he had been fighting against the Eye of Eternal Silence for a month. This was the moment he exploded. At this moment, Long Chen's entire body was blood-red, and he let out an earth-shattering roar. The God Spirit Source energy seemed to have exploded, shaking the world. Long Chen had spent a month before he could slowly advance. The control of the God Spirit Source energy, which he had been accumulating for a month, exploded at this moment. Rumble. Something unimaginable to the silent demon happened. His law of immobility was an extremely high-level law, and it was impossible for mortals to break through it. Even a divine spirit at the final realm of the supreme ultimate divine realm might not be able to break through it. However, Long Chen had used his divine spirit origin energy to cause the Eye of Eternal Silence to explode. That earth-shattering sound formed a destructive storm that swept out in all directions, sweeping up black sand and blood rivers that filled the sky. The silent demon was hit by that force to the ground. His tongue was jolted back, almost broken in half. It was clear how terrifying the explosion of Long Chen's power was. The next moment, black and gold light exploded from the sky. Xiao had just gotten up when he was surrounded by a world of gold and black. In the depths of this world, a huge dragon came from it. The silent demon had nowhere to run. Rip. The Sword of Judgment was the Karma King sword. The Sword Realm was won, and the Karma King realm was gathered. The Karma King sword slashed down, and that dazzling sword came at a terrifying speed. Under such circumstances, under the terrifying power of the Karma King's sword, the silent demon could not do anything. Long Chen's sword pierced through his eye, all the way to the back of his head. At that moment, the silent demon screamed and twitched. Wang. The Karma King's sword disappeared. Long Chen quickly retreated, leaving the silent demon rolling on the ground. The power of this sword was too great, and it must have caused great damage to the silent demon. If the attack continued, Long Chen could kill him. Chapter 25-32. It had been a month since he had started resisting. Only now did he unleash his full strength to destroy the Eye of Eternal Silence. During this process, Long Chen had gone through many trials. He had to suppress his anger and wait for the most suitable time. He just did not expect Shui Lanyan to appear at this time and take away the god-slaying sword. However, he was relieved that he had regained control of the situation. The heavens did not disappoint those who tried. The silent demon's eyes were the most important part of his body. Even if he wasn't in such a weakened state, it wouldn't be easy for him to perfectly restore his eyes. Needless to say, he wouldn't be able to use the silent demon eye in front of Long Chen for at least a month. Silent demon was facing a terrifying pain, which completely stimulated his ferocious nature. When Long Chen's earth-shattering god spirit source energy pressed down on his body, no matter how ferocious he was, he couldn't help but feel fear. He knew that in the current situation, Long Chen might not be able to kill him, but that Death Realm Dragon Gate could cause him to suffer the same fate as the Soul Control Demon. He had been imprisoned here for thousands of years. He did not want to go anywhere else to endure the eternal loneliness. Therefore, he stopped screaming and crawled on the ground, on guard against Long Chen's approach. Long Chen had already transformed into his human form and was floating in front of the silent demon. Seeing this, the demons in the distance were stunned. They did not expect Long Chen to be able to break the silent demon's Eye of Eternal Silence. This young man, the Massacre Dragon Emperor. How is he so powerful? Perhaps he really has hope to resolve the crisis. At least for now, he seems to have the upper hand again. That's impossible. Even if he can deal with the silent demon, there are so many primeval trolls sealed in the Devil's Star. The deeper they go, the stronger they are. If he can't deal with them, the primeval troll will definitely have a way. Amidst their discussion, Long Chen had completely suppressed the silent demon. He said in a low voice, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. However, I have to ask you some questions. If you don't answer, you will suffer a lot." The silent demon trembled. "Don't make things difficult for me. There are some things that I have no right to say. If I violate the taboo, even if you don't kill me, my brothers will." His so-called taboo should be the mystery of the dragon sacrifice world's transformation. From being the number one in the myriad of worlds to becoming the weakest in the myriad of worlds, Long Chen was naturally very eager to know about this matter. However, he couldn't even overcome the Devil's Star calamity at the moment, so there was no use in knowing about this. Don't worry, I just want to ask you. Is there a girl named Soi Eon in the hands of the primeval troll, and you used her to threaten Emo Xiaolang? This question caused Silent Demon to pause. He shook his head and said, "You're thinking too much. There's no such person." Long Chen smiled. "Don't try to lie to me. It was the Sakya Emperor Hell Demon who brought Emo Xiaolang and Soi Eon here. Since she appeared, then Soi Eon must be under your control. Mo Xiaolang will not willingly work for you. In fact, you don't need to answer. I already know the answer." The Silent Demon lowered his head and silently healed his eyes. Long Chen's voice was too certain, so he decided to hold it in. Silence means tacit agreement. All right, I know what's going on now. Previously, he was only guessing. However, from the Silent Demon's performance, he was almost certain that Emo Xiaoli had been secretly guiding him. Although it was hidden, Long Chen could feel it. "It's all just your wild guesses. Long Chen, you can spare me, but don't be too happy. Do you think that we can't break the Demon Star's seal just because we have Emo Xiaolang under our control?" Long Chen sneered. "Then I want to see what other methods you have. If you do, why haven't you used them after tens of millions of years?" After saying that, he ignored the Silent Demon and headed somewhere else. He still had important things to do. Now that the soul-controlling demon had disappeared, he was certain of Soyan's whereabouts and what happened. Now was the time to convince Emo Xiaolang. No matter how many other thoughts Emo Xiaolang had, Long Chen had to communicate with him. The Demon Star didn't move. The Silent Demon didn't dare to chase after Long Chen. He was also waiting for his brother's next orders. Long Chen brought Emo Xiaolang to the other side of the Demon Star. He felt a little more at ease here. After reporting to Yang Yu and the others that he was safe, he released Emo Xiaolang from the Divine Nation and used the Flame of Life to help him recover. Emo Xiaolang's combat power was equivalent to a half-step god. He was only one step away from God. However, Long Chen had already reached the level where he could kill God. He could completely suppress him in terms of combat power, so there was no need to worry about him escaping. Under the nourishment of the Flame of Life, Emo Xiaolang's injuries gradually recovered. His mind also gradually became clear. He suddenly opened his blood-red eyes. When he saw Long Chen, he immediately retreated dozens of meters. He stared at Long Chen and said coldly, "What do you want?" As he said this, he was also observing his surroundings. He knew this place. It was on the other side of the Burying God Mountain on the Demon Star. It's been a month since the last time. Long Chen looked at him calmly and said, "A month, and you're still alive. Didn't the second primeval troll appear? That's a silent demon, and you're still alive." Emo Xiaolang was silent for a moment, but he still said in a cold voice. Long Chen didn't answer. He just looked at him quietly, observing the changes in him over the years. Such a calm gaze made Emo Xiaolang a little uncomfortable. He said, "Since you're not going to kill me, I'll leave first." As he said this, he turned around and left. "Go back and continue to destroy the Demon Star seal. Send 1,000,000,000,000 lives into the mouth of the primeval troll?" Long Chen said. Emo Xiaolang stopped in his tracks. He turned back and sneered, "What's the big deal? I should be doing this for the masters. They've been imprisoned for millions of years, and they're just the lives of 1,000,000,000,000 ants. What's there to care about?" Oh. Up until now, Emo Xiaolang was still the same as before. He didn't reveal any flaws. However, perhaps because he was panicking, he didn't have any killing intent or hostility towards Long Chen. Although his words were ruthless, they didn't have any strength. As the other party was about to leave, Long Chen said, "I subdued the silent demon, but I didn't kill him. He's now in a seriously injured state. I've already won the time and opportunity. The blue-haired woman has already appeared. Her name is Shui Lanyan, and she's the third-ranked primeval troll. She was the one who brought you and Soi Yan to the Demon Star. They also clearly told me that Soyan is in your hands. So, you being controlled was just an act from start to finish. He said these words very calmly because he had the confidence to do so. No matter how well Mo Xiaolang pretended, he couldn't hide from the details. One detail would be enough for Long Chen to see through everything. When he heard these words, he stopped in his tracks. He didn't turn back. He stood rooted to the ground, motionless and stiff. Long Chen's last sentence was a lie. The silent demon hadn't admitted it, but this fact didn't need to be admitted. In a flash, Long Chen was standing half a meter behind him. He reached out and pressed on Mo Xiaolang's shoulder. His heart was filled with hot blood as he said in a deep voice, "You and I have roamed together for so many years. I know you better than you know yourself. That's your personality. You want to shoulder everything by yourself and don't want to implicate others. But you've made a mistake this time. I'm not someone else. We've come this far, so what's the difference between us and blood brothers?" Mo Xiaolang didn't turn back, but Long Chen could feel the changes in his body. He was trembling. At this moment, Long Chen roughly knew that all his guesses were close to the mark. Mo Xiaolang really didn't let the primeval troll control him. He really had something he couldn't say. Long Chen never felt that he had done anything wrong. Even if he destroyed the demon star seal, he definitely had his own ideas. So, Long Chen continued, "From the first time you asked me to leave this place, I could feel that you didn't want me to participate. You wanted to settle it alone. You didn't want me to die here. That's right, when I first came in, I really couldn't fight against any primeval troll. Your choice at that time might have been right, but it's different now. I've already created a miracle and defeated 2 primeval troll, right? Now that I've grasped the initiative, the only thing left is for us brothers to work together to save Yen Air and leave this place." He hoped that this time, Mo Xiaolang would listen to him. He hoped that they could fight side by side again, and not that Mo Xiaolang had been avoiding this matter. Mo Xiaolang still hadn't been able to look at himself. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief and made himself less serious. He smiled and said, "Don't blame yourself too much. About destroying the demon star's seal, it's not a big deal. If Lingxi was with them, and I was forced to the extreme, maybe I would have made the same choice. The situation now is different from when I first came in. You don't have the ability to stop me from interfering in these things anymore. I also can't leave the demon star. The only way now is for us to work together. I have the power, and you're familiar with the demon star and the primeval troll. Just like how we dealt with the city lord of the wronged, the primeval troll is strong, but it's not impossible to defeat." These were all his inner thoughts. He hoped that Mo Xiaolang could understand his painstaking efforts. At this point, there was no point in him continuing to persist and escape alone. Moreover, Long Chen already knew about Soyan. It was even more impossible for him to escape the demon star as he wished. He was destined to fight to the end. However, Mo Xiaolang still had a deep knot in his heart. Chapter 25-33. Hearing this, Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. A big stone that had been pressing down on his heart had finally shattered today and disappeared without a trace. After arriving at the Devil's Star, what made Long Chen the most uncomfortable was the change in Mo Xiaolang. He couldn't bear the fact that Mo Xiaolang had changed into another appearance and become an evil demon. That was the greatest sorrow in his heart because it was caused by him. Back then, Mo Xiaolang became a demon because he followed him and was accidentally infected with the martial demon seed. Therefore, he kept fighting and fighting to prove to Mo Xiaolang that he had the ability to fight against the primeval troll. At the same time, he kept telling himself that Mo Xiaolang would never change. What he saw might not be the truth. Even if he did something rebellious, there must be a reason. And this sentence confirmed all of his guesses. At the beginning, no one believed that Mo Xiaolang wasn't controlled, not even Kitten. Only Long Chen himself believed it deeply and persisted until now. Finally, Mo Xiaolang's line of defense collapsed and revealed his original self. Long Chen reached out and pulled Mo Xiaolang to turn around. The teenager's eyes were red and tears were streaming down his face. It was hard to imagine what kind of torture he had suffered on the Devil Star. A kind and pure teenager had become like this. The anger in Long Chen's heart burned again, but it was directed at the primeval troll. Big brother. It took a lot of courage for Mo Xiaolang to say these 2 words. I thought that I was no longer qualified to say these 2 words. He shook his head and wiped away his tears. It seemed that he had never seen him cry. He must have experienced endless struggles in his heart to persist until today under such circumstances. Long Chen patted him on the shoulder and said, "All right, there's no such thing as being ashamed to see me. I have never doubted your trust in me. You're able to recognize me again and are willing to solve this problem with me. That's the important thing. I still have a lot of doubts about all of this. Can you explain it to me?" Mo Xiaolang nodded. He wasn't pretentious. Since they had decided to face it together, he was mentally prepared to adapt to Long Chen's crazy pace of doing things. She took Yen, to the depths of the Devil Star, a place I can't reach. At first, they had 2 soul-controlling devils control me. They tried everything they could, but in the end, they failed. So they used Yen's life to threaten me. At first, I made an agreement with them that after they left the Devil Star, they wouldn't harm the people of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent or the Eternal Life God domain. They agreed, so in order to save Yen, I helped them destroy the Devil Star's seal. Long Chen knew that things would be like this. Mo Xiaolang wouldn't suddenly become a devil. All of his guesses were basically correct. Later, I found out that they needed to devour living beings to recover, so I stopped. But at that time, half of the soul-controlling Devil Tower's body had already come out of the seal. He could control my life and death. Shui Lanyan also used Soyian to threaten me countless times. Every time I didn't want to destroy the Devil Star's seal, she would torture Yen, in front of me, causing me to have a mental breakdown. This situation happened countless times, so I had no choice but to compromise and continue to destroy the Devil Star's seal. Big brother, I already knew what kind of disaster I would cause, but I still did it. I'm so unbearable. Can you really forgive me? Mo Xiaolang's eyes were filled with pain. Previously, he didn't want to face Long Chen. In fact, the biggest reason was that Long Chen couldn't forgive him. He also didn't expect that Long Chen would enter the interior of the Devil Star. Instead of being forgiven, he might as well pretend that he was being controlled. He thought that perhaps that would make Long Chen feel better. He knew that Long Chen was definitely not a match for the primeval troll. He didn't want him to die, so he wanted to force Long Chen away, but he didn't expect it to backfire. So many things had happened until now. Long Chen had defeated 2 primeval troll. This was really beyond his expectations. Under Mo Xiaolang's expectant gaze, Long Chen said affirmatively, "There are times when people can't make a choice. For example, back then, we didn't hesitate to put everyone in the world at risk for Kitten. If it were me, I don't know how I would choose. So this isn't your fault. It's the primeval troll's fault. Why would I blame you?" Hearing Long Chen's words, all the worries in Mo Xiaolang's heart finally disappeared. He said, "In fact, there's one more thing. I'm facing a limit now. I feel that I can be like you, moving in the direction of God or demon, but I don't know how much more flames I need. Every day, I devour the flame components in the Devil Star seal, and I'll get closer to that level. So I'm also gambling that I can reach that level before I completely destroy the Devil Star seal. I think I can solve this problem by myself, so when you came, I was also worried about you and wanted to face it myself, God or demon." Hearing this, Long Chen was still very shocked. For millions of years, no one had been able to become a god. Although Long Chen now had the god source, he wasn't a true god. Long Qinglan hadn't become a god either. As for the primeval troll, that was a creature from millions of years ago, so there was no reference. For Long Chen, it seemed that if he wanted to become a god, he had to obtain the faith of people. Just like him, he was now relying on the wishes of all living beings to give birth to the God source. That Mo Xiaolang had this feeling. What would he rely on to become a god or a demon? Although it wouldn't be easy, Mo Xiaolang's physique was special. Perhaps he could create a miracle and open a new path. But this move was really too risky. How do you feel now? I only need a little more than a month to destroy and disintegrate the Devil Star seal, but I still haven't made any headway. This proves that my gamble was destined to fail. I originally thought that I might succeed. If that was the case, I would have a chance to counterattack, so there were two reasons to destroy the seal of the Demon Star. One was to stop Soyan from being tortured, and the second was a gamble. Now that the gamble was close to failure, it was a good thing that Long Chen, who he was worried about, had become his new hope. Only now did Long Chen really understand the situation. Mo Xiaolang pretended to be cold time and time again because he wanted to leave this place and let him face it alone. After all, he knew how strong the primeval troll was. He knew that there was no hope for Long Chen. Coming here would only mean one more person dying. With Long Chen's ability, maybe if he was outside, the primeval troll wouldn't eat him. At this point, we can't destroy the seal of the Demon Star anymore. We have to think about how to save Yen. Long Chen carefully analyzed. With Long Chen's forgiveness, Mo Xiaolang no longer had any grudges in his heart. He calmed down and said, I won't destroy the seal of the Demon Star now. Silent Demon is heavily injured and isn't your opponent. Both sides are in a deadlock. Big brother, I have a way to let the two of us break the seal, but Yen, if we can get out, a big problem will be solved. Long Chen nodded. Back then, it was Mo Xiaolang who sent Dream Scar and Yi Shui out. He was familiar with the seal of the Demon Star. Perhaps only he had the ability to do so. The only problem is to save Yen, Long Chen said. Mo Xiaolang shook his head and said, not necessarily. Now that the primeval troll know that I can bring you out, why aren't they nervous at all? If we decide to give up Yen, and save the world, then they will never have the chance to destroy the seal of the Demon Star. If they aren't anxious, it means that they have a way. This was something that Long Chen didn't expect. This caused his body to tremble. He suddenly had a bad premonition. Seeing Long Chen frown, Mo Xiaolang asked, Big brother, do you have any ideas? Silent Demon said that they seemed to have a way, but he didn't know what their so-called way was. Thinking of this, Long Chen hurriedly said, we have to hurry back to Silent Demon. They haven't made a move yet, so there must be a reason. Let's go. Without another word, he led Mo Xiaolang in the direction of God-Burying Mountain. As they moved forward at high speed, Long Chen's heart trembled. The bad premonition was getting stronger and stronger. Xiaolang, how much do you know about the primeval troll? About the same as you. There's only the soul-controlling devil, the silent devil, and the Emperor Sakya devil, who's in the core. He's ranked third, and it seems like the top 5 are all terrifying experts. When they were at their peak, they were probably top experts even among the gods. It's just that they're in the center of the seal, and the more powerful they are, the more they'll weaken. Even so, they're still stronger than the other primordial great demons. After a while, Long Chen finally rushed to God-Burying Mountain. Whoosh! He stopped above the abyss. Below him, Silent Demon was sleeping, trying to recover from the injury on his eye and deal with Long Chen again. God-Burying Mountain was temporarily silent. They haven't done anything. Both of them felt strange. You're here. Silent Demon's voice sounded in their ears. We thought you would escape from the Devil Star. Silent Demon raised his head. His eye was a mess, but from his tone, he seemed to be sad. Long Chen vigilantly asked, if we escape from the Devil Star, what will you do? Silent Demon said, since Mo Xiaolang is under your control and I lost, I should be punished. I am waiting for you to come. As long as I am punished, my primordial demon race will not need the devouring demon to break the Devil Star seal. This sentence seemed to have no connection at all. Why would he be punished to break the Devil Star seal? Bear witness. The silent fiend shouted in a frenzy. Wang. At this moment, his entire body turned into a black and red blood mist that condensed into a ball. After escaping from the Devil Star seal, the blood mist gradually condensed into a ball of flesh. Hiss. The Devil Star trembled. How did he escape from the Devil Star seal? Mo Xiaolang was shocked. Long Chen looked at the huge ball of flesh and blood essence and said in shock, "It seems that he killed himself and left behind the essence of his body." Rumble. Chapter 25-34. Long Chen did not have time to react to this drastic change. Previously, the soul-controlling demon had been transferred to the death realm by Long Chen, but he was not dead. He had just been sent to another place. It was not easy to kill a primeval troll. However, he sensed the silent demon's death. Ancient ogre demons had an intense devouring attribute in their bones. That silent demon seemed to have directly committed suicide and then sealed himself for 1,000 years. Then, all of the remaining strength in his flesh and blood, including his soul and will, was gathered together. Then, he sent himself to an ancient ogre demon below. As he had failed to defeat Long Chen, he had voluntarily accepted the punishment of death. He had used his corpse to allow other primeval troll to recover his strength. Long Chen had originally thought that the primeval troll would be more united, so he had never expected the silent demon to do this. It seemed that although they were brothers and sisters, there was a stricter hierarchy and rules. This was something that Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had not expected. This was akin to Long Chen devouring Mo Xiaolang if he did not complete a certain mission. It was not something that a person with deep feelings would do. The silent demon is actually dead. Mo Xiaolang's eyes widened in the divine kingdom. Rumble. Before the two could react, a new primeval troll rushed out from the depths. As he had devoured the silent demon, his body had undergone an earth-shattering change. Originally, every primeval troll was extremely exhausted. This was because the exhaustion would cause their realm to decline. They might originally have the strength of the ultimate primordial demon realm, but in the end, they would only be left with the strength of the primordial demon realm. However, after this primeval troll devoured the silent demon's flesh and blood, he was actually improving and recovering rapidly. Although he could not recover to his perfect state, it was still possible for him to reach a level that was much stronger than the silent demon. This would definitely pose a huge threat to Long Chen. Moreover, this was the primeval troll's counterattack against Long Chen. Since the price was to sacrifice the silent demon, they definitely wanted to achieve great results. This result was definitely to destroy the demon star while killing Long Chen. Boom! Boom! As soon as the primeval ogre emerged from the Devil Star, the entire Devil Star underwent a massive change. First, the temperature began to rise. In the blink of an eye, the entire Devil Star was filled with terrifying heat. Although the remaining ogre had recovered, many of them were too weak, and were burned to death by the intense heat. This high temperature caused the blood-red blood river of the entire demon star to dry up rapidly. The entire demon star became pitch black. The rocks and soil that were originally black were also charred black, emitting an unpleasant smell. Waves of blood-red flame spread throughout the demon star, enveloping the entire demon star and turning it into a huge blood-red fireball. Although he was floating in the air, Long Chen was also under great pressure because he was the closest to this new primeval troll. In his vision, a huge black beast appeared in the abyss. Its body was thicker and larger than the soul manipulation demon. It was filled with a wild and violent will. Compared to the soul manipulation demon, this primeval troll in front of him was several times more violent. Whether it was its claws or teeth, they were more lethal than the soul manipulation demon. Its body was also covered in blood-red lines, but they were burning with blood-red flames. This was a divine fire that was similar to the flames Long Chen had encountered during the 8 trigrams tribulation. Under the influence of the divine fire, even space began to melt. He had a pair of flaming wings and black dragon scales. Most importantly, he had a lion-like head that was covered in tough dragon scales. His eyes were formed from crimson flames, and they were like two blazing suns that were about to explode. Although he wasn't an expert in eye techniques, his eyes alone were enough to intimidate anyone. This primeval troll was clearly related to fire. This should be the explosive flaming demon of the primeval troll. It's ranked third from the bottom. 10 million years later, its strength should have weakened to the level of Silent Fiend and Soul Manipulation Demon. However, after devouring Silent Fiend, it's very likely that it has recovered to a very high level. Perhaps it has already left the primordial realm and returned to the perfected realm. Although it's not comparable to its peak state, it's more than enough to crush us. Most importantly, it also has the divine power to devour flames. If we don't stop it, it might destroy the demon star's seal. This is likely the explosive flaming demon of the primeval troll. It's ranked third from the bottom. This is going to be troublesome. This upheaval brought about unprecedented danger. It was even more terrifying than the previous 2 times. He had to face an opponent that was practically impossible to defeat. Silent Fiend was already so difficult to deal with, let alone this explosive flaming demon. The primeval troll actually had a way to break free from the demon star's seal. However, if Long Chen hadn't come, they could just rely on Mo Xiaolang. Naturally, there was no need to sacrifice the soul manipulation demon and Silent Fiend to let the explosive flaming demon out. They only had slightly more than 30 primordial demons. Every single primordial demon was precious to them, so they would rather wait for a year. However, it was different now. The soul manipulation demon had been taken away by Long Chen, the Silent Fiend had been defeated, and there was no way to deal with Long Chen. Mo Xiaolang had also been abducted by Long Chen. If they didn't take these measures, the primordial demons wouldn't be able to wait any longer. Their desire for revenge and devouring was extremely strong. Sacrificing a Silent Fiend would completely break the stalemate. This was forced by Long Chen. They didn't have the patience to continue wasting time with Long Chen. Mo Xiaolang had stayed here for a long time. He had heard about the existence of the explosive flaming demon from Bai. However, he didn't know that it was in the 3rd position. The reason why he knew about it was because the nature of the explosive flaming demon was similar to him. The explosive flaming demon was a fire-type devil. It also had the divine might to devour flames. However, it couldn't completely digest flames and make them a part of its power. However, to the primeval troll, this was enough. As soon as this demon appeared, the sky changed color. In the midst of this endless calamity, the demon star had completely entered a world of flames. The explosive flaming demon let out a terrifying roar. It was still accumulating its power. Long Chen, what's going on? From outside, Yang Yu and the others could see boundless fiery light coming from within the demon star seal. An even more powerful aura appeared, and this terrifying pressure made it so that they could not even stand outside. Another primeval troll has appeared. But it doesn't matter. I've already teamed up with Xiaolang. And you, this battle is going to be a big one. Take everyone away from here so that they won't be affected. Also, let everyone in the Chaos Starfield leave as soon as possible. Yang Yu said, most of the people in the Chaos Starfield have already left. Are you sure you'll be fine? Long Chen nodded, don't worry. After telling them, Long Chen took a deep breath. He had lied. This time, he didn't have much confidence. This was because the explosive flaming demon was too strong. If it hadn't devoured the silent demon, Long Chen might have been able to defeat it. But now, its power was rapidly recovering. In an instant, it had broken through a shackle. Whether it was pressure or power, it had suddenly increased to a level that completely suppressed Long Chen. Long Chen guessed that it had already reached the consummate level of the Tai Chi demon realm. The reason why the primeval troll wanted to devour the people of the dragon sacrificial realm was to recover their power. At the very least, they were once at the consummate level of the Tai Chi demon realm. It was just that they had temporarily fallen to the level where a mortal like Long Chen, who wasn't even a god, could defeat them. That's it. Buzz. The explosive flaming demon's eyes finally saw Long Chen. Compared to the previous two primeval troll, it was fiercer and fiercer. The moment it saw Long Chen, it directly attacked. In its eyes, a mere mortal didn't even need to say a word. Destructive Devil Flame Origin Force. This power quickly covered the entire Devil Star, suppressing Long Chen's God Spirit Source Force and reducing it to a very small area. In the previous battles, the controlling Soul Demon and the Silent Demon had surpassed Long Chen in terms of the nature of their God Spirit Source. However, they were far inferior in terms of quantity. This time, after devouring the Silent Demon, the explosive flame demon's nature and quantity had surpassed Long Chen's. As such, it was undoubtedly a terrifying blow. Fight. Other than fighting, Long Chen had no other choice. He transformed into the ancient blood spirit dragon and fought against the demonic dragon. Although he was completely suppressed by the other party from the very beginning, he was clear in his heart that the true danger of the Devil Star had arrived. If he were to lose this battle, then all his previous efforts would be for naught. No matter who it was for, he could not lose this battle. Kill, kill, kill. There were countless cries in his heart. Facing the explosive flaming demon, Long Chen's eyes gradually turned blood red. He had reached a very peak level. The blood-colored dragon swam in the sky. Roar. The explosive flaming demon roared, causing the sky to lose color. Endless flames formed into layers of flames, rushing towards Long Chen. The flames formed a tornado, like a steel drill, covering the sky and earth. Long Chen used the chaotic sea of time to barely escape from these attacks. Big brother, let me help. Although these flames are terrifying, I might be able to devour them. It wasn't that Long Chen didn't trust him, but he had a concern. He said, right now, the primeval trolls still think that you are on their side. If you make a move, I'm afraid that they will use Yen Air to threaten you. Hearing this, Mo Xiaolang could only worry. Let me try first. If it doesn't work, then we can only fight together. Long Chen wasn't someone who didn't know his limits. From the start of the battle, he already knew how terrifying the explosive flaming demon was. No matter what level they were at, the explosive flaming demon was at a level that could crush him. At this moment, the battle started again. The Devil Star demons couldn't hide anymore. No matter where they went, the shockwaves of the battle would sweep over, killing them one by one under the power of the demonic god. At this moment, the explosive flaming demon that was shrouded in flames laughed coldly and attacked. Chapter 25-35. Nomological Power. Long Chen had experienced many nomological power attacks and was now experienced. He could feel the overwhelming destructive demonic flame elemental force transforming into divine characters. These divine characters were the nomological power of heaven and earth and were used by the exploding inferno demon to entangle Long Chen unstoppably. Buzz buzz. The surrounding space was filled with these divine characters. The exploding inferno demon roared and instantly, the nomological power of the bone-adhering demonic flame was unleashed. Just like its name suggested, this powerful flame was born directly inside Long Chen's body and attached to his bones. This was nomological power. It was magical, powerful, and inexplicable. Long Chen didn't even know how this attack had penetrated into his body. This was an attack that was even more terrifying than the 8 trigrams calamity. This was because it was also a flame, but it appeared inside his body. It was a terrifying torture. The flame used his bone marrow as fuel and burned Long Chen's flesh and meridians. Even though it was only for a moment, the pain it brought was indescribable. Boom! From the outside, Long Chen's body seemed to be covered in flames. What Long Chen and the rest did not know was that in the ancient times, although the bone-adhering demonic flame was not the strongest nomological power of the exploding inferno demon, it was the most famous. It was because of this move that the exploding inferno demon was famous. Now that the bones in his body were experiencing such changes, the pain was accompanied by endless weakness. If this continued, he would die in the hands of the exploding inferno demon in less than 15 minutes. In the moment of pain, Long Chen clenched his teeth and let the flame of life engulf his body. He transformed his body into the Tai Chi life-form dragon. With the dragon's head as the main body, the flame of life produced a huge effect and began to fight against the bone-adhering demonic flame. Fortunately, the flame of life was effective. It was like a flame with a different attribute. Although the flame of life was still very weak, it successfully suppressed the bone-adhering demonic flame. Long Chen clenched his teeth and used great willpower to drive the bone-adhering demonic flame out of his body. This process was undoubtedly very tragic. The exploding inferno demon did not pay attention to him at this moment. Its fanatical eyes were fixed on the Devil Star Seal. It was about to destroy the Devil Star Seal. Break. Long Chen endured the excruciating pain and expended a tremendous amount of effort before he finally managed to expel the bone-adhering demonic flame from his body. The flame itself was extremely powerful, and it was like maggots attached to bones, directly attacking from the inside. Long Chen could only say that it was the power of laws. If it was used in the right place, it would be extremely terrifying. This time, if he didn't have the flame of life, he would have died from the burning of his flesh and blood. Even though the bone-adhering demonic flame had been dispelled, it had caused a certain degree of injury. Even the flame of life could not help Long Chen recover quickly. He was still in a rather dizzy state. However, he knew that he could not let the exploding inferno demon break the seal of the demon star. Stop him. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and transformed into the divine Tao heart-refining dragon. He used the Karma Emperor sword to pounce towards the explosive flaming demon. The Karma Emperor sword spread out and rapidly surrounded the explosive flaming demon, bringing both of them into the Karma King realm. Facing such a powerful opponent, Long Chen didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. He used all his strength and adjusted himself to his peak state. The Karma Emperor sword slashed down. The evil aura of the explosive flaming demon was even greater than that of the controlling soul demon and the silent silence demon. Countless living beings had died at his hands. Because of this, the Karma Emperor sword also erupted with the strongest killing power. This was practically the strongest sword attack that Long Chen had ever used. The sword slashed down, and the sword realm became one. However, the explosive flaming demon didn't seem to have any reaction to the ancestral dragon's mystique attack. It was only when the attack neared that the fiery temper in its bones was completely ignited. Roar! In that instant, the explosive flaming demon opened its lion-like mouth. Flames filled its mouth, and a small fireball rushed out. However, its speed was incomparably strange. In the blink of an eye, that fireball had already rushed in front of Long Chen. This was just an inconspicuous fire seed. Big brother, dodge. Mo Xiaolang was the most sensitive to fire. He deeply understood how terrifying this fire seed was. Long Chen's Karma Emperor sword was about to hit his opponent. To choose to dodge while fighting against his opponent was indeed a little unbearable for him. Even if his opponent's attack was terrifying, his Karma Emperor sword wasn't weak either. It was a meticulously planned attack, but to choose to dodge before it could even fight back was a little unreasonable. However, Long Chen believed in Mo Xiaolang. When he had the highest chance of injuring the explosive flaming demon, he dodged at the last moment. He withdrew his Karma Emperor sword and swallowed the chaotic sea of time to control the fire seed and his own speed. However, this fire seed was actually very hard to control. Boom! In that short instant, just as Long Chen dodged, the fire seed exploded at its original position. Long Chen suffered a boundless impact. Almost half of his body was directly blown up. The power of this explosion was so great that it even caused the surface of the Devil Star to shatter. At this moment, Long Chen finally understood why Mo Xiaolang wanted him to dodge. Explosive flaming demon. This fire seed was just like its name. It was a flame that could explode. At that moment, the flames swept through the Devil's Star, burning many demons to death. Long Chen was defeated again. He naturally understood that when facing this explosive flaming demon that had swallowed the silent demon and returned to the Grand Perfection realm, he was truly powerless. In this state, he couldn't stop his opponent from destroying the Devil's Star seal. Unless he reached an even stronger level, but that was impossible. He had just reached his current realm. Rumble. His body fell on God-burying mountain, creating a deep pit. If he hadn't given up at the last moment, his head would have been blown up and nothing would have been left. However, this time, it made Long Chen understand the gap between him and his opponent. Big brother, let's work together. Mo Xiaolang also understood the situation. There was no other way. Although Mo Xiaolang didn't have the power of a divine soul, he could swallow flames. As long as he protected him, there might be some effect. However, the explosive flaming demon's fire seed still caused great injuries to Long Chen. Even if he used the fire of life to recover, it would still take some time. Long Chen wasn't discouraged. He was currently fighting a divine demon from millions of years ago. This was something that trillions of people couldn't accomplish in their entire lives. It was normal for the explosive flaming demon to be strong. There was no use in being discouraged. The only thing he could do now was to stop his opponent. And save his own life. Mo Xiaolang appeared, hiding in his human form on Long Chen's divine dragon body. At this moment, Long Chen had no choice but to endure the pain and fly into the sky, blocking the explosive flaming demon. You're not dead yet, Ant. Rumble. As the explosive flaming demon spoke, the surrounding flames kept exploding. You primeval troll aren't dead yet. How can I die? Long Chen stalled for time while recovering from his injuries. Hee, seems like you're indeed special. No wonder the other brothers and sisters want to keep you. However, I'm different. I've always used killing to solve my problems. Since you want to stop me from breaking the Devil's Star's seal, I can only kill you. The explosive flaming demon laughed cruelly. The destructive flaming demon's elemental force on his body was even more majestic and terrifying. This was a beast that was born for destruction. The flames on his body kept exploding, just like his temper. A crisis of death. Long Chen almost suffocated. Now that the explosive flaming demon was focused on him, it was even more terrifying. However, he seemed to have experienced this countless times. An opponent that far surpassed him. However, this battle was more important than any other. This was no longer a matter of one person's life and death, but the life and death of trillions of people. Chaotic time reverse. The power of time swept out and locked onto the explosive flaming demon to the greatest extent. At the same time, Long Chen launched his attack. He turned into a primordial blood spiritual dragon and descended from the sky. This time, he wouldn't let the explosive flaming demon have the chance to use the explosive flaming fire seed. Long Chen controlled his speed. So, interesting. The explosive flaming demon's speech slowed down. However, his contemptuous expression didn't change. Long Chen circled behind him. Death Realm Dragon Gate. The Death Realm Dragon Gate opened wide. A huge blood-red dragon claw stretched out from the Death Realm Dragon Gate. With the help of the chaotic temporal reverse, it quickly grabbed the waist of the explosive flaming devil. Long Chen no longer cared about whether he should kill it or not. He used all his strength to tear this explosive flaming devil apart. Rip. Flesh and blood flew from the explosive flaming demon's body. However, his body was as tough as an iron pillar and couldn't be moved at all. The extreme temperature caused the Death Realm Dragon Claw to tremble. Boom! Under the enormous strength of the explosive flaming demon, the Death Realm Dragon Claw was directly shattered. This was the first time that the Death Realm Dragon Gate was directly destroyed by Long Chen. The explosive flaming demon turned around and punched Long Chen, heavily injuring Long Chen once again. This time, the attack was unprecedented. Little ant, do you really think you can do anything to our primordial demon race? What a joke. The reason why I didn't kill you in one go is because my brothers and sisters want to toy with you. Your torture hasn't ended yet. Don't show such a vicious expression at me. You will suffer even more. As for now, I will break the seal of this devil star and release all my brothers and sisters. The explosive flaming demon's voice was full of contempt and mockery. He was an absolute expert that could absolutely crush Long Chen. Therefore, he didn't put this opponent in his heart at all. Primeval Troll was like this. No matter how heaven-defying a mortal was, in their eyes, they were just food. Now that he suffered such a heavy blow, Long Chen was already very weak. Just now, the Death Realm Dragon Gate was torn apart, which was a heavy blow to him. Later on, he received a punch that directly injured his primordial spirit, causing him to be in a dizzy state. He heard everything that the explosive flaming demon said. That's right, he wasn't a match for the explosive flaming demon. Chapter 25-36. The difference in strength could be made up for by risking one's life and willpower, but there was no way around the huge difference. With Long Chen's present combat strength, he could fight primordial realm gods. For example, he could defeat the Soul Control Fiend and restrain the Silent Fiend. However, if he encountered an explosive Inferno Devil with the strength of a perfected primordial realm god, the gap would be huge. In fact, there would be a huge gap between gods, even if they were at the same primordial realm. The exploding Inferno demons were able to suppress Long Chen in terms of laws, the nature of their power, and numbers. At that moment, Long Chen finally experienced the true power of a devil. In just a few clashes, he had completely defeated Long Chen. The explosive Inferno Devil despised Long Chen, but he had the right to do so. In his eyes, there was a difference between his life rating and Long Chen's life rating. If he wanted to kill Long Chen, it would be like crushing an ant. Despite severely injuring Long Chen once again, he still thought nothing of him. Even though Long Chen had forced him to destroy the Fiend Star's seal and Long Chen had caused him to lose 2 of his brothers, he still thought nothing of Long Chen. It was not deliberate contempt, but a contempt that came from his bloodline. Flawless Fire World. The explosive Inferno Devil's black lion-like head spat out a transparent, hollow fireball from its bloody mouth. The fireball formed a world that surrounded the heavily injured Long Chen, trapping him within. The Flawless Fire World contained boundless fire powers. The temperature was extremely high, causing Long Chen's flesh and blood to rapidly burn in the Flawless Fire World. This was like adding injury to injury. The massive restraining force pressed down on Long Chen like a mountain, preventing him from leaving the Flawless Fire World. Wait here obediently. Once I destroy the Fiend Star's seal, I'll play with you with my brothers and sisters. For so many years, we have more than 30 brothers and sisters who have always been by our side, and we are as close as brothers. No one has ever made us lose 2 brothers. You are quite capable. After he finished speaking, he looked at the sky and smiled. It's all thanks to that Imo Shaolang who opened the fiery gap in the Devil Star seal. Otherwise, even if I tore open the seal, I wouldn't be able to deal with the Devil Star seal. The thing that has sealed us for millions of years. Today, it's time for you to destroy it. After saying that, the exploding flame demon let out another earth-shattering roar. This roar was even more brutal than the soul control demons. It shook the world, causing the demon star seal to tremble violently. The sound waves spread out, causing the closest sky dragon star to explode, almost shattering in the starry space. Many cracks also appeared on other planets. The entire Eternal Life God domain was shaking violently, and everyone was starting to panic. Another primeval troll has appeared. Slaughtering Dragon Emperor defeated one, and now another one has appeared. It seems stronger this time. Can he deal with it? Everyone was panicking. They didn't know that Long Chen had already lost a large portion of his strength. They still had confidence in Long Chen. The infinite will force of living beings was what supported Long Chen. Even though he was dizzy and on the verge of death, he still climbed up from God Burial Mountain. However, the flawless fire world was tightly surrounding him. With his current strength, there was no way he could charge out. No matter how much fighting spirit he had, he could only watch as the exploding flame demon destroyed the Devil Star Seal. At that moment, the exploding flame demon opened his mouth and reached towards the gap in the Devil Star Seal. Under his devouring, the entire Devil Star Seal trembled violently. Large amounts of fire power gathered towards the exploding flame demon. Boom! Boom! The entire Devil Star Seal burned and trembled as it burned. It was on the brink of collapse. Long Chen could only watch helplessly. He roared and used all his strength, but all he could do was make the flawless fire world bind him even more. This was the difference between the perfected realm and the primordial realm. Brother. At that moment, Mo Xiaolang couldn't care less about being discovered. He transformed into a black sun-devouring fiend wolf and charged at the flawless fire world. Although it was a god fiend's power, only he could use his talent to destroy it. Hiss! The sun-devouring fiend wolf bit down on the flawless fire world. Under the transformation of his talent, the flawless fire world turned into a flaming torrent that was devoured by him. It was a rather powerful flame, so Mo Xiaolang's expression was one of extreme pain. However, in order to save Long Chen, he endured it. Boom! Boom! Under Mo Xiaolang's devouring, the flawless fire world gradually collapsed. To them, every moment was a matter of life and death. During this process, the two of them looked at each other and could only smile bitterly. Under the absolute suppression of the primordial demon race's power, even if the two of them sacrificed their lives, they would only be able to accomplish nothing. The demon star's seal was about to be broken, and all living beings in the world would become food for the primordial demon race. Everyone they knew, Biyao Town, Yuanling City, Zanyang Imperial Palace, the god Wuxia Sage Dynasty, the entire Divine Dragon Country, the 3 imperial domains, the 3 imperial palaces, and the entire eternal celestial domain, everything would be reduced to dust. They would be completely lost. The human race was about to be wiped out. This was everything that had been passed down for tens of millions of years. How many lives, how many emotions. Long Chen had never felt so pain before, but he had to admit that he was just a little bit short. It was this tiny bit that caused his complete defeat. It was the same for Mo Xiaolang. All the passion and hot-bloodedness, all the protection and promises he had made, turned into trembling when the reality of his defeat appeared. He had not even trembled like this when he fought City Lord of the Wronged. Brother, Mo Xiaolang felt very guilty. He was partly responsible for everything that had happened today. Now that he had devoured the flawless world of fire, the burning flames had riddled him with holes, and he was doing his best to devour this portion of power. It's not your fault. Long Chen rushed out of the flawless world of fire. The battle was not over, and he was not dead yet. No matter what, if everything was going to be destroyed, he had to at least die before everyone else, because he was the strongest. This was the responsibility of the strongest, and also the mission that his father had given him. This was their world, the world of dragon sacrifice. At this time, the blazing devil discovered them. Oh, still a traitor? His eyes burned with blood-red flames as he stared at the blazing sun demonic wolf. He sneered, opened his mouth, and spat out a fire seed. The fire seed flew towards Mo Xiaolang at a terrifying speed. With Mo Xiaolang's current condition, as long as he was touched by this level of attack, he would be turned to ashes, and nothing would be left. After all, this was the power of gods and demons, the power of perfection. Mo Xiaolang could only devour it. Be careful. Long Chen saw all of this. His mind was blank. He only knew that no matter what, he could not watch this brother of his die. Karma King Sword. In that instant, he endured all the injuries and rushed towards Mo Xiaolang, pulling him into the Karma King world. In that instant, the exploding fire seed had already rushed over and collided with Long Chen's Karma King sword. Rumble. The Karma King world was destroyed in the battle. Mo Xiaolang was protected, but Long Chen suffered a heavy blow. This destructive power caused the Karma King's sword between his eyebrows to explode. The intense vibrations tore apart his flesh, and he was on the brink of death. Rumble. Long Chen fell to the ground. Incomparable pain, incomparable discomfort, as if his life was rapidly slipping away. This kind of pain couldn't be described with words. In his world, everything became a blur. But what made him feel a little better was that he had successfully saved Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang wasn't injured by the exploding fire seed. It was just that he was heavily injured. His consciousness was a blur. Only the terrifying flaming eyes of the blazing devil burned brightly in his blurry vision, shaking his spiritual will. He felt the same feeling as when he was killed by Ling Huang. Death was so close at this moment. All life seemed to be leaving him. At this time, Long Chen couldn't even summon the fire of his life. Big brother. In a blur, he heard Mo Xiaolang's heart-wrenching howl. A black demon wolf was violently trembling beside him. That howl carried a sobbing and crumbling tone, as well as deep despair and ferocity. Protect yourself, and them. Long Chen used the last of his strength to say these words to him. At this time, he truly felt the arrival of despair. He, who had never admitted defeat, when he lost all hope, he only hoped that Mo Xiaolang could rush out at this time and bring Yang Yu, Lingxi, and the others away. Even if the dragon sacrificial world was destroyed, Long Chen hoped that they could rebuild their home one day. As for himself, he could only die here. No. If we die together. This was Mo Xiaolang's reply to him. At this time, his voice was a little different. Long Chen calmed down a little. He saw that Mo Xiaolang's blood veins were restored and his entire body was bursting with terrifying demonic qi. He had already digested the power of the flawless flame realm and became even stronger. You hold on, I will enter the Devil's Star seal and use the seal as a shield to fight him to the death. Mo Xiaolang howled and left Long Chen's side. He quickly became very far away and went to resist the exploding inferno devil. Come back. Long Chen used the last of his strength to roar, but he couldn't save Mo Xiaolang. He was already depressed, but at this moment, he was filled with unwillingness and despair. He was carrying so many things on his back. If he didn't die instantly, he wouldn't be able to let himself die because he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Although everything in front of him was blurry, Long Chen relied on his strong will to climb up. He couldn't see anything, but there was only one obsession in his mind, and that was, I can't die. The common people were suffering, and his home was collapsing. How could he die here? Everything in his body seemed to be roaring again. Endless power started to push him from the divine palace. Flame of life. Finally, his injuries started to recover to a certain extent, and he was finally pulled back from the edge of death. Whoosh whoosh. Chapter 25-37. Perhaps it was impossible to win in such a battle for the flames. The boundless flames came from the hole in the Devil's Star seal. In the end, it would only cause the Devil's Star seal to collapse. But at this time, Mo Xiaolang had already lost consciousness because of Long Chen's injuries. Even if he wasn't being controlled, he was still a devil. As long as he was a devil, he would fall into this crazy state. He couldn't bear the fact that Long Chen was seriously injured to protect him. In his eyes, the erupting flame demon was as hateful as it could be. If he could, he was willing to pay the price of his life to slaughter this erupting flame demon. But the problem was that the difference in strength was too great. If it wasn't for the Devil's Star seal, the sun-devouring demonic wolf wouldn't even last one round before being turned to ashes by the erupting flame demon. Long Chen still hadn't recovered. His footsteps were still very heavy and he was in a severely injured state. The erupting flame demon in front of him was extremely violent. Under its bombardment and absorption, the entire Devil Star seal trembled. It wouldn't be long before it completely collapsed. Sheikh said that you're heavily injured. What happened? Within the divine palace, the life form that looked like Yang Yu anxiously asked Long Chen. All of you retreat first and hide. It's a bit difficult to deal with. This was all Long Chen could do to reassure them. In fact, it wasn't just difficult to deal with. At least for now, Long Chen couldn't see any hope. The battle between the sun-devouring demonic wolf and the erupting flame demon was extremely chaotic. Flames swept through the world and leaked out from the Devil Star seal, completely blocking Long Chen's line of sight. He didn't know what happened to Mo Xiaolang. All he could see was the erupting flame demon madly absorbing the flames of the Devil Star seal. In the sky, the entire Devil Star seal trembled violently and collapsed. Rumble. In one place, the black vortex had already cracked like glass, and a huge crack had already appeared. You're not dead yet? That's perfect. I'll let you see with your own eyes how the Devil Star seal collapses. Our ancient devil race has been waiting for this moment for 10 million years. 10 million years of hatred. They wanted revenge. He wanted to take revenge on the gods. Long Chen didn't know where the deities were, but before the primeval troll destroyed the dragon sacrificial continent, they definitely wouldn't let the deities know that they had awakened and escaped. Therefore, the possibility of praying for the gods to return and help was not high. The primeval troll had never considered Long Chen and all the mortal beings as their opponents. In the eyes of the primeval demon race, they were nothing more than two annoying ants. In the eyes of the exploding inferno devil, they were the same. Therefore, at this moment, the primeval troll was too lazy to manage Long Chen. He increased his strength and destroyed the Devil Star seal. It's a pity that you didn't get to see the moment of our revenge. That's the moment we've longed for thousands of years. The exploding flame devil laughed ferociously. At this moment, he had already devoured a lot of the Devil Star seal's flames. Long Chen didn't know how Mo Xiaolang was doing. He really wanted to defeat the exploding flame devil at this moment and control him like how he controlled the silent demon. However, the exploding flame devil was already at the grand perfection realm. He had 10,000 desires to fight, but he was firmly suppressed by the exploding flame devil. Formlessly, a huge amount of destructive devil flame elemental force was suppressing him. After the exploding flame devil devoured the flames, it became even more overwhelming and unstoppable. Boom boom boom. Long Chen didn't even know where Mo Xiaolang had gone. It was very likely that he had already been killed by the exploding flame devil. Damn it. For many years, he had never felt this powerless. Even when he was facing Ling Huang and the controlling soul demon, he had never been in such a sorry state. Not only was his body crumbling, his heart was also crumbling. The Devil Star seal was about to break. Long Chen was very clear about what this meant. He had imagined this scene thousands of times in his heart. Huff huff, at this time, even his breathing was heavy. His head was burning. Although there was no hope, he still carried his injured body and rushed towards the exploding flame devil. Too late. The exploding flame devil sneered. Suddenly, it spat out dozens of explosive fire seeds. One of them was aimed at Long Chen, and the others were aimed at the Devil Star seal in the sky. These were the fire seeds he had formed after devouring the flames of the Devil Star seal. This was also one of the exploding flame devil's abilities. Long Chen could only deal with the explosive fire seed that possessed extraordinary speed. Because there was a certain distance between the two, Long Chen used the chaotic sea of time to dodge the explosive fire seed. But the shockwave caused by the explosion still made him lose his balance, and he fell to the ground. At this time, unless he had the strength to resist the explosion of dozens of fire seeds, it was impossible. Even a god of the same level as him would not be able to do this. For this moment, the primordial demons had prepared for far too long. It wasn't that Long Chen was weak, but that they were far stronger than Long Chen. If Long Chen had more time, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Dozens of unstoppable fire seeds slammed into the Devil Star seal. At that moment, there was an unprecedented explosion and tremor. Longchen felt like he was about to explode. Perhaps at that moment, the super planets closest to the demon star in the starfields of chaos exploded. Of course, the God Star of Destiny was the only exception. The entire starfields of chaos was destroyed by the demon star's seal. The huge explosion and the terrifying shockwaves sent Longchen crashing into the Devil Star. His body was covered in blood, but he ignored his injuries and widened his eyes. At this moment, he deeply understood that the Devil Star's seal had already been broken. Primeval Troll, free. More than 30 primordial demons would be born, and they would head to the dragon sacrificial continent and the eternal god realm. Trillions of living beings would immediately become their food. The dragon sacrificial world that had been passed down for countless years, Long Chen's hometown, and all the people he loved and protected would be destroyed in a single day. Destruction. Destruction. Destruction without any hope. The only possibility was that the gods who had disappeared would descend. However, this was simply impossible. Long Chen had never counted on this. Am I supposed to give up just like this? Long Chen turned over his bloodied body. He saw the black vortex, the Devil Star seal shattering. He saw the entire world crumble. He heard the exploding inferno demons' excited breaths and roars. He heard the entire Devil Star shaking. From this day on, they would be free. After being imprisoned for tens of millions of years, their vengeance would be fierce and cruel. They would show no mercy to any living being. Boom, boom, boom. The aftermath of the explosion was still there. Countless crimson rays reflected in Long Chen's eyes. The sky was filled with smoke. In that moment, Long Chen took a deep breath. No matter how unwilling he was, he had to admit that this time, he had truly lost. So thoroughly. This feeling was simply heart-wrenching. However, Long Chen knew that what he was experiencing now was just the beginning. Once he witnessed the destruction of everything, the longer he lived, the more intense his pain would be. This explosion was too great. Following Long Chen's orders, Yang Yu led everyone away from the chaotic starfields. The explosion followed them, and everyone paled in fear. They watched helplessly as planets were devoured. From this day on, the chaotic starfields would disappear from this world. The seal is broken. Everyone stood in the outer perimeter of the chaos starfield and watched as the 10 superplanets were destroyed. Their bodies stiffened, as if they were dead. Everyone was trembling, and their minds were blank. Long Chen, Lingxi stood next to Yang Yu. Her eyes were blurred. She had a deep connection with Long Chen. She knew that Long Chen wasn't dead. But now that the Demon Star's seal was broken, all hope was lost. Even if Long Chen was still alive, what else could he do? Yang Yu held her arm. While she was controlling Lingxi, she was also controlling herself. She knew that if she brought Lingxi in at this time, it would only add to the chaos. "Aunt Yu," Lingxi shook her head sadly. She didn't know if she should cry or not. In the past, she would have cried and cried to see Long Chen for the last time. But now she knew she couldn't do that. People had to grow up. She was going to be a mother soon. Her belly was slightly swollen. This was proof that she was no longer the innocent little girl she used to be. Persevere. Yang Yu only said 2 words. They could still persevere, but the Dragon Emperor, great demon lords, and the others were already scared out of their wits. Everyone stared at the depths of the demon star with their eyes wide open. In their imagination, dozens of primeval troll would rush out and completely drown them in the next moment. Our eternal sacred domain, dragon sacrificial continent, and countless years of inheritance are about to be destroyed today. Today, we will lose everything. Our homes, our inheritance, our loved ones. I'm afraid the dragon sacrificial continent can't avoid this catastrophe. This is a catastrophe. The heavens want to destroy us. The pinnacle powerhouses murmured to themselves. They couldn't even bear the pain. But even so, they didn't leave this place. To them, they were old and would die sooner or later. They might as well die here. Despair engulfed the world at this time. It wasn't just the eternal sacred domain. Even the dragon sacrificial continent was affected by this explosion. The outermost land of the dragon sacrificial continent was extremely fragile. It was even starting to collapse at an accelerated rate. Hundreds of millions of living beings perished within. However, they didn't even know why they were dying. A large amount of land and space collapsed. Flesh and blood were torn apart. Miserable cries echoed between heaven and earth. To the people at the lowest level of the dragon sacrificial continent, this was no different from the arrival of doomsday. Even Long Chen's hometown, the divine dragon nation that he built, was also affected by this earthquake. A natural disaster occurred, causing hundreds of millions of people to lose their lives. Chapter 25-38. The seal of the Devil Star was broken, and Mo Shaolang was nowhere to be found. The primordial demon race was about to be born, and the people of the world were about to become food in their bellies. Long Chen, who was still on the Devil Star, couldn't do anything. Even if he could kill the explosive Balrog, there was nothing he could do now. His best choice was to escape secretly. When he grew stronger in the future, he would have the chance to take revenge. But that wasn't him. In his dictionary, there was no such thing as dragging out an ignoble existence. If he couldn't protect so many lives and this world, then even if he succeeded in his revenge, it would be meaningless. There would naturally be someone to pass on the legacy. There was no need for him to do it. His mission was to die in battle here. If Mo Shaolang died now, then he couldn't let him be lonely. His serious injuries made it impossible for him to maintain his divine dragon form. Now that he was in his human form, he seemed even smaller in this Devil Star. He endured his injuries, straightened his back, and rushed into this chaotic world. At this moment, many memories flashed through his mind. Starting from Poplar Village, he had countless journeys, he had met so many lovely people. To Long Chen, 1 trillion was not just a number. Every single person was so real. Long Chen could clearly feel their lives and thoughts. He could see their entire lives, see their joys and sorrows, and see their fates. This was a very mysterious feeling. He seemed to have possessed the bodies of these trillion people, experiencing their lives, their emotions, and their thoughts. Everyone was special and unique. Regardless of good or evil, they would have many thoughts and thoughts that belonged to them. This was very beautiful. To Long Chen, this trillion wasn't a number, but real lives. The lives of each and every one of them were precious and natural. They were enough to move Long Chen. He walked a small path, but it was as if he had walked through the lives of a trillion people. This caused his soul to transcend and rise to another level. These people, and this world, should not be destroyed. Destroyers should be punished severely. This was the belief that he held fast to. At this moment, he felt 2 powerful forces coming from Yang Yu and Lingxi. This caused Long Chen to tear up uncontrollably. Even at this time, the 2 most important women in his life were still supporting him. If Long Chen were to die or perish, they would follow him. If the heavens can give me a little hope, I will definitely fight for it with all my effort. This was Long Chen's desire. He was now standing in a completely dark world. He only needed a glimmer of light, and he would give it his all, even if it cost him his life. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do anything before he died. If that happened, he wouldn't have the face to see his father after he died. Perhaps it was a strong desire, or perhaps it was how it should be. After the Devil Star was broken, the explosive Inferno demon broke free from the suppression of the Devil Star. It broke free from the seal and rushed out. It spread its huge wings and flew wildly in the sky above the Devil Star. He had personally caused the collapse of the Devil Star seal. At this time, something happened. It was just a glimmer of light. Rumble. All of a sudden, a golden light shrouded the earth. At the original location of the demon star seal, an enormous power suddenly appeared. The light swept out, forming an incomparably huge golden steel net, surrounding the entire demon star once again. The golden steel net was burning with surging golden flames. Whether it was the golden steel net or the golden flames, they were divine objects that only gods and devils could control. Compared to the explosive inferno demon's flames, it was even more terrifying. Under the suppression of the golden and flames, the excited explosive inferno demon was suddenly smashed to the ground. What is this? Long Chen saw the light of hope. Of course, he didn't believe that this was something he had prayed for. When the gods sealed the primeval troll, they must have made some other arrangements on the Devil Star Seal. Now that the Devil Star Seal had disappeared, the golden steel net and golden flames appeared. Under the encirclement of the net and flames, it seemed to form a new restriction. Moreover, Long Chen could feel that the explosive inferno demon was restrained by these things. Damn it! It's something left behind by the Eternal God Emperor, Di Jun. It's the Supreme God Emperor War Halberd. A death-grade destinable divine weapon. So this is the core of the Devil Star Seal. No wonder it can suppress us so much. But after millions of years, the Devil Star Seal has been broken. Can this destinable divine weapon still suppress me? The explosive inferno demon was incomparably berserk. It flapped its huge wings and charged forward, using the boundless divine might of the laws of fire to fight against the golden steel net in the sky. Under the explosive inferno demon's attack, the golden steel net was only the core of the former Devil Star Seal. It was in a state of violent tremors and shouldn't be able to hold out for long. Moreover, at this time, the Devil Star Seal was also rapidly collapsing. The other primeval troll was also about to be born. In this short moment, Long Chen's mind was spinning rapidly. Supreme God Emperor War Halberd? Death grade destinable divine weapon? Death grade, it seemed to be the second grade. It was even stronger than the Eternal Demon City. There were 9 grades of destinable divine weapons. In other words, even a peak primal chaos god realm god demon might not be able to use this death grade destinable divine weapon. Moreover, unlike the Eternal Demon City, this Supreme God Emperor War Halberd is still in peak condition. This was the destinable divine weapon of the human race's spirit god sovereign, the number 1 god of the ancient times, Eternal God Emperor Jun. Of course, this was not his strongest destinable divine weapon. After all, even Emperor Sakya Hell Demon's destinable divine weapon was a 5th grade orderly grade. Under the explosive inferno demon's berserk attack, the golden steel net began to collapse. After all, it was only the core of the Devil Star Seal. Without anyone controlling it, it was naturally not easy for a destinable divine weapon to stop a perfection realm primordial demon. Rumble. At this moment, a gigantic mystical dragon appeared on the golden steel net. It was huge, more than 10 times larger than Long Chen. Its body wrapped around the entire golden steel net. This was a pure-colored mystical dragon. It possessed the 2 attributes of gold and fire, and its body burned with raging golden divine fire. This was the heroic spirit of the Supreme God Emperor War Halberd. What shocked Long Chen the most was that this was a complete dragon soul. He had seen too many fragments of dragon souls. For example, the blue dragon War Halberd only had a trace of the blue dragon. There was also the Scarlet Blood Eternal Desolation, which wasn't much either. The Dragon Enslaved Bow and Dragon Enslaved Arrow also had a portion of the Supreme Divine Dragon's soul, but they were all broken, incomplete, and basically had no consciousness. In the entire Draconic Sacrificial Continent and the Eternal God Realm, it was impossible for a complete dragon soul to exist. But now, it really appeared in front of Long Chen. This was a super divine dragon. Although it was far from being comparable to ultimate divine dragons and supreme divine dragons, in the era of divine dragons, super divine dragons generally had the strength of at least the Great Essence God Realm, and most of them were at the Taishur God Realm. It was quite terrifying. If this dragon soul had a complete body, it would be able to crush all the powerful divine dragons of the primordial demon race on the Devil Star. It was different from dragon martial artists like Long Chen. The biggest difference should be the origin dragon soul that the primeval troll spoke of. Long Chen naturally didn't know what the origin dragon soul was. The appearance of this divine dragon made him very excited. Now that the Supreme God Emperor War Halberd was ownerless, he had the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. Perhaps he had a great chance to control it, and even get everything he wanted to know from the mouth of this conscious and complete dragon soul. He saw the birth of the true dawn. When the exploding inferno demon and the Supreme God Emperor War Halberd clashed, he secretly rushed into the sky from another direction. If he remembered correctly, this divine dragon often appeared in the records. His name was Supreme Flame Saint Dragon. Metal and fire were the rules he controlled. Mixed together, they formed something that could restrain evil creatures like the primeval troll. At least so far, the exploding inferno demon had not been able to destroy the Supreme God Emperor War Halberd. If not for the Supreme God Emperor War Halberd's characteristics, the gods would not have used it to suppress the primordial demon race. Metal was the instant ancient metal that was born in the era of the divine dragon. Fire was similarly born in the era of the divine dragon, the golden wind flame. The entanglement of metal and fire formed the terrifying pressure of the fortune divine weapon. The power of death descended. Although the Devil Star's seal was broken, the Supreme God Emperor War Halberd was still suppressing the Devil Star, causing the primordial demon race to need time to crawl out of the seal. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Long Chen calmed down. Although his heart was shaken, he still managed to calm down. Soon, he found the real fortune divine weapon. On the head of the Supreme Xian Yen sacred dragon, there was a tiny dot of light. Upon closer inspection, one could see that it was a pure golden halberd. It looked very domineering. It was a double-edged halberd with a sharp tip and two blades that were like golden dragon teeth. The long body of the halberd was golden in color, and it was covered in golden dragon scales like a divine dragon. The moment he laid eyes on this destinable divine weapon, an overwhelming pressure and domineering aura surged towards him. It was indeed worthy of being the destinable divine weapon of the ancient deity emperor. It had inherited Di Jun's sovereign will, domineering and unstoppable. It had also inherited the majesty of the divine dragon. The combination of the divine dragon and deity emperors will form the supreme spiritual will of this supreme deity emperor War Halberd. The death-grade fortune divine weapon, the perfection realm exploding inferno demon exhausted all its strength, but still failed to defeat it. Long Chen quietly rose up, leaving in another direction. The Supreme God Emperor War Halberd did not stop him, but at this time, Long Chen left the golden steel net and began to move towards the Supreme God Emperor War Halberd. His only hope was to control the Supreme God Emperor War Halberd, otherwise, he would lose all hope. Chapter 2539. Apart from recovering his spiritual will, Long Chen's body was still very weak, so much so that the exploding Balrog devil had forgotten about Long Chen as it attacked the Supreme Divine Emperor War Halberd's good fortune heroic spirit. Long Chen looked around, but did not find Mo Xiaolang. He could not help but hate him even more. But at this time, he could only remain calm. Everything would be put aside for when he could snatch the Supreme Divine Emperor War Halberd. He had to endure. Bone-adhering demonic flame. The exploding Balrog devil was still using its rule power to fight the good fortune heroic spirit, wanting to tear the good fortune divine weapon apart. Boom boom boom. The golden wind blaze flame from the divine dragon era was attached to the ancient instant gold. The ancient instant gold was the skeleton of the Supreme Xian Yen Saint Dragon, so it became a battle between the bone-adhering demonic flame and the golden wind blaze flame. But it was obvious that in the territory of the Supreme Divine Emperor War Halberd, the good fortune divine power was incomparably majestic, and the bone-adhering demonic flame was completely restrained. Even the exploding Balrog devil did not dare to swallow the golden wind blaze flame. This was the difference between him and Mo Xiaolang. The exploding Balrog devil swallowed flame selectively, unlike Mo Xiaolang. As long as it was a flame, as long as he could withstand it, he could digest it. While the exploding Balrog devil was fighting the Supreme Divine Emperor War Halberd, Long Chen quietly approached. Although the Supreme Divine Emperor War Halberd seems stronger now, it is still a good fortune divine weapon, not a real deity. If this continues, it will lose to the exploding Balrog devil. Now, the Supreme Divine Emperor War Halberd still has a lot of power from the Demon Star Seal. If I can use it, I might be able to kill you. Even if he could not kill it, he would drag it to the death domain. Moving forward from the dragon's tail, he finally approached Long Chen. This was the place where the battle was the most chaotic, because the waves generated here were enough to sweep to the periphery of the Chaos Starfield. Roar! Sovereign Xian Yen Saint Dragon used its dragon claws, dragon teeth, golden wind blaze flames, and a portion of the Devil Star's power to suppress the exploding flame devils no matter how many times they attacked. Long Chen hid in the surroundings with time-roaming dragon, waiting for an opportunity. At this moment, the sovereign Xian Yen Saint Dragon's instant golden claw pierced into the explosive flaming devil's throat, tearing off a piece of flesh. His other palm slapped the explosive flaming devil, causing it to crash onto the Devil Star, blood splattering everywhere. Of course, the exploding Balrog didn't die. Instead, he was very excited and roared, "A nature heroic spirit is a nature heroic spirit. You don't have a master, so your power is limited. Now you're out of strength, right?" As he spoke, he struggled on the ground. Although he was still quite exhausted, it wouldn't take long for him to recover. At this time, the fourth primeval troll had already squeezed its way out of the Devil Star. A chance. At this moment, Long Chen's heart trembled the most. This was the moment when he needed courage the most. What they had to do now was like walking on a tightrope. If they were not careful and made a mistake, they could fall. Falling to their death was a small matter, but losing this opportunity would lead to the destruction of everything. That would be the real problem. Without enough courage, most people wouldn't be able to treat it so calmly. Buzz. At this time, Long Chen rushed above the Supreme Xian Yen Saint Dragon. This huge dragon's soul didn't seem to see him. It wasn't until that incomparably majestic, domineering, and powerful second-grade, death-grade, Supreme Divine Emperor War Halberd was under Long Chen's feet that the Divine Dragon said to Long Chen in a thunderous voice, "Dragon Warrior, may I ask, what kind of Divine Dragon's inheritance blood essence have you inherited?" Long Chen was pleasantly surprised that this good fortune martyr spirit was still conscious. With an incomparably enthusiastic mood, he pleaded, "Senior, now that the primeval troll has broken the Demon Star seal, the dragon sacrificial dragon continent has 1 trillion living beings, and the eternal god realm has 10 billion living beings, most of which are descendants of the divine dragons. In order to restore its strength, the primeval troll must devour all the gods and destroy this world. As the strongest expert of the dragon sacrificial dragon world, this junior is here to fight against the primordial demon race. Unfortunately, my strength is insufficient. Senior's appearance is the dawn of hope for me. This junior sincerely asks Senior to fight alongside me to save the common people and protect the inheritance." It was naturally for the best that this good fortune martyr spirit was conscious. Long Chen thought that he would need to use the ancestral dragon's inheritance to suppress him. Now, it seemed that if he could persuade the other party, that would be the best. The Supreme Xian Yen Saint Dragon's eyes were like golden suns, shooting out scorching rays that burned Long Chen's body, bringing about a terrifying temperature. Waves of incomparably intense heat waves pounced on Long Chen's body. He had no intention of harming Long Chen, but was just familiarizing himself with him. The exploding inferno demon had yet to recover, so time was tight. The Supreme Xian Yen Saint Dragon observed for a while, then said, "Not bad, you are very young, and your realm is not high, but you actually condense the origin power of a god, and have the faith of all living beings. I believe that the level of the inheritance blood essence you obtained must far surpass mine. Moreover, to be able to obtain the faith of all living beings, your reputation and character must be unparalleled. To be able to defeat the controlling soul demon and the silent demon, your strength must also be impeccable. Moreover, as an expert, you are brave and willing to take risks. These are the most precious qualities of a descendant of a divine dragon. Finally, I still have to ask, what kind of inheritance blood essence did you inherit? Hearing the other party's words, Long Chen was overjoyed. He knew that he probably didn't need to use his strength to subdue the other party, and he would be able to obtain its help. He used his human body to transform into the divine Wei heart-refining dragon. This was a divine dragon of justice and order, so the other party would definitely approve of him. He released the divine Wei heart-refining dragon's bloodline and aura, letting the supreme Xin Yen Saint Dragon sense it. This aura, however, caused the supreme Xin Yen Saint Dragon's expression to change abruptly. He hurriedly retreated and prostrated before Long Chen. He said in horror, "So you have inherited the blood essence of a supreme divine dragon. No wonder you are so powerful. Although I don't know what kind of divine dragon you are qualified to control me." His situation stunned Long Chen. As a complete dragon soul, he actually couldn't sense the ancestral dragon's aura, and he didn't even know the ancestral dragon. "Senior, do you remember the things that happened in the era of the divine dragons? For example, why the divine dragons went extinct, why the world of dragon worship gradually collapsed?" He asked this question with a trembling voice. He originally thought that since the primordial demon race knew, this divine dragon would know, and the truth would be revealed soon. This was also the reason why he was so excited. However, the supreme Xin Yen Saint Dragon said, "Child, although I am a complete dragon soul, my physical body was destroyed, and I was like a wandering ghost. I was obtained by the eternal God Emperor, June, and refined into the heroic spirit of the supreme God Emperor Halberd. Before that, I am completely unaware of everything. Moreover, this mystery is a taboo of some mysterious existence. It is best that he does not mention it often, or it will lead to a fatal disaster." The other party's words made Long Chen deeply understand that although he was already the strongest person in the world of dragon worship, there were endless secrets in this starry sky. What he knew now was still too little. For example, what were those mysterious existences that the other party mentioned? "My father followed the mystery of the divine dragon's extinction, but was suddenly killed." Could it be those mysterious existences that he mentioned? Long Chen thought in shock. The divine dragon said, "I also don't know what those mysterious existences are. Millions of years ago, Di Jun sealed me here, and I have forgotten many things. He doesn't use me often, so I don't know much. Child, the most important thing now is for us to join forces. If you hesitate any longer, you won't have a chance anymore." Long Chen came to his senses with a start. The supreme Xin Yen Saint Dragon was right. Now was not the time to pursue these mysteries. If the dragon worship continent was destroyed, then even if he knew why the divine dragon went extinct, and how Long Qinglan died, it would be useless. Now that the blazing demon had recovered, and the other ancient demons were crawling out, there was not much time left. All right. He resisted the tyrannical coercion of the supreme divine emperor War Halberd and rushed down with a strong will. After breaking through the strong lethality brought by the instant golden flame and the golden wind flame, he reached out and grabbed the supreme divine emperor War Halberd. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment it was as if the whole world was exploding. His hand was blasted into a bloody mess. This supreme divine emperor Halberd was forged from instant gold, a divine item that constantly released extremely strong gang chi around it. It could tear everything in the world apart, and it had a destructive effect on flesh and blood. Moreover, this instant gold was also attached with the golden flame of wind. When combined with the gang chi and the divine fire, the power was even more earth-shattering. Inside the creation divine weapon, there was death-grade creation divine power. Long Chen discovered that the creation divine power and God source strength could be converted into each other. The God source strength could also be infused into the creation divine power, and the creation divine power could also flow into the body and become God source strength. Blood bonding with this creation divine weapon was basically equivalent to becoming one with the weapon. It was undeniable that if the creation heroic spirit had not acknowledged Long Chen, it would have been impossible for Long Chen to retrieve this death-grade creation divine weapon. This was because the other party's creation divine power was more majestic than his own God source strength. Fortunately, through communication, the creation heroic spirit did not resist at all. As long as Long Chen endured the instant gold's gang chi and the golden wind flame, he could successfully control it. Boom! The sovereign Xian Yen Saint Dragon returned to the creation divine weapon. Only the golden steel net remained, enveloping the entire demon star. Long Chen was now surrounded by golden flames and gang chi. He seemed to be in the middle of an extremely violent storm. Not only did it possess terrifying destructive power, but it also had a sense of death. He really could not imagine that if he had forcibly controlled the Supreme Divine Emperor's war halberd, he would have been torn apart by this flaming storm. The entire world had turned completely golden. Gang chi was like sword chi, exploding in the entire world. Flames swept through the world. Buzz. On the Supreme Divine Emperor's war halberd, a golden divine dragon coiled around it. It had become a part of the Supreme Divine Emperor's war halberd. That was the creation heroic spirit of this creation divine weapon. Boom, boom, boom. In his body, the God source strength and creation divine power combined to form a powerful and terrifying force. This force was the God source strength when it reached Long Chen's body. When it reached the Supreme Divine Emperor's war halberd, it was the creation divine power. It was precisely because of this that his power rose and expanded. Because of this radiant power, Long Chen's previous injuries recovered rapidly. As long as the imprint of the exploding Balrog was removed, the fire of life could instantly restore Long Chen to his peak state. With this Supreme Divine Emperor's war halberd, Long Chen deeply felt that his combat power had risen again. Chapter 2540. Is this what it feels like to control a destinable divine artifact? If one didn't have a divine spirit source, or if one cultivated the boundless divine technique, they wouldn't be able to use a destinable divine artifact. A destinable divine artifact was like a different kind of life. They were closely related to the entire world and even possessed the power of laws. A destinable divine artifact complemented a fiend god. Although Long Chen wasn't a fiend god, he possessed a divine spirit source. To the sovereign god Emperor war halberd, he was no different from a divine spirit. It could be said that even if Long Qinglan was here, he wouldn't be able to control this destinable divine artifact. Long Qinglan had entered and exited the Devil Star Seal before. With his ability, he should have been able to discover the sovereign god Emperor war halberd, but he didn't try to control it. Perhaps it was because he knew he couldn't. Although sovereign Xian Yen Saint Dragon had lost his memories of the era of the divine dragons, he at least knew some things about the era of the gods. Long Chen had many questions he wanted to ask, but now wasn't the time. He had to focus on stopping the blazing demons and the primeval troll. It was the sovereign god Emperor war halberd that gave him his last ray of hope. He didn't have the time to think about anything else. Now, he was certain that he could only fight. Half of the creation divine power that I control now comes from the demon star seal. As you fight, this portion of power will be consumed. If you can use it well, it won't be a problem to use this power to kill the exploding Balrog demon. But after using it, I will return to the standard of an ordinary, death-grade, creation divine artifact. Now, I can be considered to be close to the primordial grade. Inside the sovereign god Emperor war halberd, the old dragon explained to Long Chen with a heavy heart. Long Chen also felt that a portion of the destinable divine energy in the sovereign god Emperor war halberd couldn't enter his body, and could only be released. That portion of energy should have originally belonged to the Devil Star Seal. Since the old dragon said he could kill the blazing demons now, then he definitely could. Up until now, Long Chen still couldn't see where Mo Xiaolang was. Although the surroundings were chaotic, it was possible that he was still alive, but it was also possible that he was already dead. He wasn't a god fiend yet. If he wasn't hidden in the Devil Star Seal, the exploding Inferno Devil could easily kill him. Furthermore, with his destruction devil flame essence energy, even a devil would die in one go. There was no chance of rebirth. The Devil Star's seal had been broken, Mo Xiaolang's fate was unknown, and he had suffered great humiliation. He had almost been slaughtered by the explosive flame devils. Now that the world was in danger and the devils had been reborn, all the hatred would fall on the explosive flame devils. I understand. Long Chen held on to the golden halberd, and under the contrast of the halberd, his body erupted with golden light. The golden instant's earth energy and the golden flame of wind engulfed his body, allowing him to tear the heavens and the earth, making him even more terrifying. Now, the entire chaos star field had truly fallen into endless chaos. Anti-you, I obtained a destinable divine treasure from the Devil Star seal. I still have a chance. Tell Lingxi not to panic. He didn't dare to speak directly to Lingxi. He was afraid that she would tremble. Now was the time for him to fight to the death. I understand. Remember, you must live. Yang Yu understood Long Chen's current situation very well. Although she had warned him repeatedly, she couldn't bear to say another word to Long Chen. This was because she knew that he was in the middle of an important battle, and he needed silence. The golden steel net was actually the skeleton of the Devil Star seal. It was formed by the power of the Supreme Divine Emperor's halberd and the Devil Star seal. It could still block the golden steel net to a certain extent. Of course, the exploding Inferno Devil estimated that it would only take an hour to tear the golden steel net apart. Long Chen wouldn't give him this opportunity. Grasping the Supreme Divine Emperor's halberd, he rushed into the range of the golden steel net. Golden light radiated from his body, and the divine might of an ancient god emperor appeared on his body. The exploding Inferno Devil had been injured by the Supreme Flame Saint Dragon once, but it had completely recovered. Long Chen had only taken a short time to control the Supreme Divine Emperor's halberd. Before that, he had been using the time-roaming dragon to cover himself. The scene was chaotic, and the exploding Inferno Devil hadn't discovered him. It was only at this time that the exploding Inferno Devil saw Long Chen rushing in with the Fortune Divine treasure in hand. The exploding Inferno Devil had just climbed up from the Devil Star. When it saw Long Chen, its fiery red eyes widened, and it roared in disbelief, "You're still alive." In fact, it wasn't that Long Chen was still alive, but that he was actually holding the Supreme Divine Emperor's halberd. This was a death-grade Fortune Divine treasure. In order to control a Fortune Divine tool, unless one had overwhelming strength, it was usually very difficult. It was a contest between the Fiend God and the Fortune Heroic Spirit. If the Fiend God failed, the Fiend God would be devoured by the Fortune Divine tool and become a part of the Fortune Divine tool's power. Even if the Fiend God succeeded, it would take years, decades, or even thousands or tens of thousands of years of struggle. No matter how strong a Fiend God was, it wouldn't be easy to completely subdue a Fortune Heroic Spirit. After all, many Fortune Heroic Spirits were very independent, and basically wouldn't want to be controlled by others. Completing it in such a short time, with Long Chen's strength, there was only one situation, and that was the Supreme Divine Emperor's halberd was willing to recognize him as its master. I didn't expect you to be so capable, to be able to make this Fortune Heroic Spirit submit to you. I'm impressed. The exploding Inferno Devil sneered. At this moment, its body was burning with blood-red flames, rolling over. The flames born in its body were also a heavenly divine treasure, not inferior to the golden wind blaze flame. It was just that the exploding Inferno Devil's flames were able to restrain it. Both types of flames were divine treasures that could destroy a small world with just a spark. Hiss. Following the exploding Inferno Devil's roar, destructive demonic flames and blood-red flames swept out, taking control of the entire Devil Star. If not for this damned Supreme Divine Emperor's halberd, my brothers would have come out long ago. Fine, I'll crush you all together. The exploding Inferno Devil's voice produced a deafening roar. The primordial demon race that was still in the Devil Star was actually still restricted by the internal seal, and the Supreme Divine Emperor's halberd was also suppressing them to a certain extent. The double suppression was more effective on them, and the Supreme Divine Emperor's halberd was stronger than the seal on the Devil Star, so they hadn't completely climbed out yet. But it wouldn't take long. Long Chen looked down and could already see a new primeval troll reaching out from the abyss. "Hurry up," the old dragon said in a low voice. Needless to say, Long Chen knew better in his heart. "What, a half-baked cultivator like you wants to stop me, the exploding inferno devil?" Feeling the majestic power coming from the Supreme Divine Emperor's halberd, the exploding inferno devil couldn't help but sneer. At this moment, it suddenly exerted force, rushing up into the sky with earth-shattering momentum. Destructive demonic flames filled the sky with blood-red flames, like a vast sea wave. Now that Long Chen had recovered to his peak battle strength, with the help of the Supreme Divine Emperor's halberd, he had already suppressed the exploding inferno devil in terms of divine might. This made the exploding inferno devil quite unhappy. In the previous few battles, it had always been the exploding inferno devil that had abused Long Chen. In its eyes, even if an ant wielding a broadsword, it wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. "Laughable living thing, you've only obtained a portion of your strength. Do you really think you're a god? In front of us, you're cheap." Following the exploding inferno devil's roar, blazing flames broke through Long Chen's surroundings, sweeping towards the golden steel net. Long Chen didn't say another word to the exploding inferno devil. When he was fully prepared, the moment the exploding inferno devil attacked, he also attacked. Wielding the Supreme Divine Emperor's halberd, he descended from the sky. It had been a long time since he had used the halberd. This was the weapon he loved the most. In truth, he didn't like using swords. A fierce and tyrannical divine weapon like the halberd was his favorite. With this fortune divine weapon in hand, he had once again returned to the Emperor realm. Bone-adhering demonic flame. The exploding inferno devil was completely disdainful. With a sweep of its hand, destructive demonic flames surged, transforming into law energy that enveloped Long Chen. Instantly, blood-red flames appeared on his bones, incinerating his flesh and blood. Ordinary opponents wouldn't be able to withstand this move of the exploding inferno devil. "You just have to burn yourself to death." The exploding inferno devil laughed. Long Chen gripped the Supreme Divine Emperor's halberd with both hands. There wasn't the slightest hint of pain on his face. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. During this process, his bones suddenly turned golden, transforming into the ancient instant gold. The golden wind blaze flame erupted, destroying everything in its path. In a short period of time, it completely devoured the bone-adhering demonic flame. This was the territory of the Supreme Divine Emperor's halberd. The bone-adhering demonic flame had no place to stand. The exploding Balrog could only watch as the bone-adhering demonic flame was completely devoured by Long Chen, without making a single sound. The move that had previously been able to inflict heavy injuries on Long Chen did not seem to have any effect at all. How is this possible? The exploding inferno devil was stunned for a moment. His heart trembled violently, and the laughter he was laughing stopped. He couldn't believe that a mere human could use the Supreme Divine Emperor's halberd to such an extent in such a short period of time. "I thought that you would only be able to swing it a few times. I've underestimated you. But, you can still die." The exploding inferno devil paused for a moment. This time, he didn't dare to underestimate Ichingyu. He gathered all the power in his body and let out his strongest roar, forming a terrifying shockwave. "Ha!" Long Chen brandished the Supreme Divine Emperor's halberd and descended like a golden comet. "Who?" The exploding inferno devil opened his mouth and spat out a total of 3 fire seeds that charged at Long Chen from 3 different directions at a rapid speed. These were the fire seeds that had injured Long Chen twice in the past. They possessed destructive explosive power, and any one of them could destroy half of the sea god's region. To Long Chen, these things had traumatized him. But now, the billions of lives and the Supreme Divine Emperor's halberd had given him courage and confidence. Of course, there was also the power of the demon star seal. This time, he would definitely kill the exploding inferno devil in one go. Chapter 2541. Seeking Your Own Death. The explosive flaming demon couldn't help but snort coldly. This was his strongest attack, a combination of divine ability and law. It was also the origin of his name. Explode was his supreme law. The 3 fire seeds formed a straight line in the middle, while the 2 sides curved. Although the paths they took were different, according to Long Chen's estimation, the 3 fire seeds would arrive at the same time. If they exploded at the same time, the resulting power would be too great. Even with the Supreme God Emperor War Halberd's protection, he would still die without a complete corpse. That wasn't what he was after. Buzz. As he moved forward, the chaotic time reverse was activated. With the support of the creation divine power, the chaotic time reverse erupted with even greater power, disrupting the time of the 3 fire seeds to a high degree, speeding up one and slowing down the other, causing the 3 fire seeds to stagger. All of this was completed in the blink of an eye. In that instant, Long Chen fiercely charged with the first fire seed. The Supreme God Emperor War Halberd arced through the golden law, sweeping past at a speed faster than the fire seed. Before the fire seed could reach Long Chen, the Supreme God Emperor War Halberd had already struck it. Boom! The War Halberd spun, vast divine power rolling out, shaking back most of the explosive power of the fire seed. To be able to complete this step was already considered heaven-defying. But even so, there was still a large amount of explosive power rushing towards Long Chen. But at this moment, Long Chen roared and didn't even look. The Supreme God Emperor War Halberd formed a ring of Vajran flames around his body, completely blocking the attack of the fire seed. Rumble. In the first collision, Long Chen came out unscathed. His speed wasn't even affected as he passed through the center of the explosion. From complete defeat to complete victory, this was the first time Long Chen had broken through the imagination of the explosive flaming demon. This time, the explosive flaming demon was truly stunned. This was no longer as simple as disbelief, but fear. He looked down on the soul controller demon and the silent demon for being forced to such an extent by Long Chen. But now, he finally understood how terrifying this youth was. He understood that the gap between them wasn't that big. But it seemed that it was too late. Boom, boom. The next 2 fire seeds were once again shattered by Long Chen's Supreme Divine Emperor War Halberd, completely annihilated. Although the power of the explosion did not decrease, it did not hurt Long Chen at all. He used the Supreme Divine Emperor War Halberd with great proficiency in control, skillfully protecting himself. The exploding flame devil had never seen anyone who could control a fortune divine artifact that was more powerful than itself and use it in such a heaven-defying manner. Even a natural god fiend would not be able to do that. Flawless world of fire. The exploding flaming devil was taken aback for a moment. He did not expect that Long Chen would already be right in front of him like a falling star. The Supreme God Emperor Battle Halberd slashed down, endless astral chi burst out, and the golden wind blaze flame formed a flaming storm that swept out in defiance of the heavens, causing the entire Devil Star to tremble violently. If it were any other planet, it would have shattered countless times. The flawless world of fire blocked in front of Long Chen. If it was before, it would definitely be able to trap Long Chen. Rip. But this time, Long Chen used the sharpest spear tip of the Supreme God Emperor War Halberd to pierce through the flawless world of fire, breaking open the cave, and instantly appeared in front of the exploding flaming devil. The battle halberd was a spear with 2 blades on the left and right. The 2 blades were used for chopping, while the spear tip was used for stabbing and pointing. Along the way, it could be said that Long Chen had experienced many hardships before he finally broke through the encirclement and approached the exploding flaming devil. At this time, the humanoid Long Chen appeared incomparably small in front of the exploding flaming devil. He was not even the size of one of the exploding flaming devil's dragon scales. But at this time, he had completely destroyed the exploding flaming devil's mental defenses, causing the other party to have the thought of escaping. All of this, naturally, was thanks to the remnant power of the Devil Star Seal. Long Chen had in fact used up almost all of it as he charged forward. The exploding flaming devil did not dare to fight head-on, naturally because it was afraid. It wanted to ease up a little, and then it could easily destroy Long Chen with the other primeval troll. But now that Mo Xiaolang's fate was unknown, and the world was about to be destroyed, Long Chen had no reason not to kill it as quickly as possible. Even if he had to risk everything, Long Chen would not give it a chance to ease up at this time. Supreme God Emperor War Halberd, Spin. As soon as he held the Fortune Divine weapon, Long Chen's spirit quickly invaded it, obtaining the method to use this Fortune Divine weapon. He was a peerless genius in this aspect, surpassing gods and demons. This move, Spin, was one of the profound mysteries of this Fortune Divine weapon. As he danced, the Supreme God Emperor War Halberd suddenly spun in his hand. The two blades danced, and the ancient golden instant and the golden wind blaze flames also spun. For a moment, the astral chi was like sword chi, forming a sword chi storm, and the flames also formed a tornado. In that instant, it was as if Long Chen was holding a tornado in his hand, instantly tearing apart the heaven and earth. Under his violent speed, it instantly pierced through the exploding flaming devil. That's right, it directly pierced through the exploding flaming devil's chest. This move condensed all of Long Chen's anger and hatred. This was his revenge. It had been a long time since he had been beaten up so badly by the other party. Even if the other party was a terrifying demon god, he still wanted revenge. The spin formula rotated and tore, opening a huge bloody hole in the exploding flaming devil's chest. In that instant, blood burst out. In that instant, the exploding flaming devil let out an earth-shattering scream, directly killing the remaining great demon masters on the demon star. Long Chen was very regretful, but he did not have the chance to save them. Now, everyone on the demon star, including Lin Mo, Tao Li, and the others, had basically all died in the aftermath of the battle. In front of a true primordial demon, a demon that was known to be immortal died with a single touch. At this moment, Long Chen's eyes were blood red, while the exploding flaming devil's eyes were filled with pain and shock. It was only when it saw Long Chen and the Supreme God Emperor War Halberd piercing through its chest, saw the ancient golden instant's astral chi and the golden wind blaze flames exploding and destroying its wounds, and felt its strength rapidly weakening that it had no choice but to admit that it seemed to have lost. Even though it had already happened, the truth was still so hard to bear. A mere ant actually managed to pierce through me, a primordial demon that has already recovered to its peak state. Although it borrowed the power of the demon star seal, but it still shook its head. Compared to the controlling soul demon and the silent demon, it looked down on ordinary living beings even more. In the previous battle, it had also crushed Long Chen and controlled his life and death. But in the blink of an eye, whoosh. After piercing through the exploding flaming devil, Long Chen suddenly turned around. That pair of blood-red eyes contained earth-shattering murderous intent. The exploding flaming devil had to admit that this was the most terrifying murderous intent it had ever felt. This young man had been enduring silently until now, and only now did he finally release all his anger. At this moment, he was even more of a beast than a beast. Even Primeval Troll was not worthy of being a demon in front of him. Under this gaze, the exploding flaming devil's heart completely collapsed. It could only admit that it had met a monstrous opponent. Stop, join my primordial demon race. You can become our brother and stand above all living beings. Seeing that the fourth primeval troll had yet to fully appear, the exploding flaming devil could only speak pathetically. In truth, its heart was filled with unwillingness, but its grievous injuries told it that if it did not delay Long Chen, it would undoubtedly die. Who? In this moment of silence, Long Chen's breathing was obvious. Whoosh. The Supreme God Emperor War Halberd once again appeared in front of him. Boom. Another decisive attack. There was no room for negotiation. At this moment, he charged towards the sky in his most brutal state. The Supreme God Emperor War Halberd emitted an incomparably dazzling light. A golden flaming sun that was even larger than the demon star appeared above the exploding flaming devil, instantly smashing down with the momentum of a giant star. Slash. This was the second profound meaning. Spin, slash. Simple words, but terrifying power. This time, Long Chen had used all the power of the Demon Star's seal. He only had one last chance to kill his opponent. He did not say another word to the exploding flaming devil. In the eyes of the exploding flaming devil, the golden sun exploded. The supreme god Emperor Warhalberd transformed into a terrifying blade aura, descending from the sky. In that split second, it tore through the heavens and descended on the exploding flaming devil's head. This move was even more terrifying than the spin, and even more unstoppable. At that moment, Long Chen was like an emperor descending upon the world. The exploding flaming devil abruptly knelt on the ground, trembling. In his panic, he spat out 2 fire seeds, but they were repelled by the immense power of the supreme god Emperor Warhalberd, exploding beside his mouth. Boom, boom. 2 consecutive explosions rang out. The exploding flaming devil did not even have the chance to scream. The end of the blazing golden blade aura was grasped by Long Chen with both hands, and he slashed down. With a tearing sound, the blade split the exploding flaming devil's mouth, from the head to the abdomen. Whoosh! Blood-red flames and fresh blood burst out. The exploding flaming devil knelt on the ground. His lower abdomen was split into 2 halves, falling to the left and right. At this time, his mouth could no longer make a sound, and what replaced it was the scream of his soul. This scream stunned the primeval troll who had just crawled out of the demon star's abyss. It was very difficult for a demon god to die, and it was even more difficult for one to be injured to such an extent. The exploding flaming devil's body was convulsing. From this, one could see how terrifying the attack he had endured was. At this moment, Long Chen was in front of the exploding flaming devil. His hands that held the supreme god Emperor Warhalberd were trembling. His emotions gradually calmed down, and his eyes became cold and bloodthirsty. Under his eyes, the exploding flaming devil was almost crippled, but he was not dead. The death that Long Chen bestowed upon him was the Death Realm Dragon Gate. Before this battle, the supreme god Xian Yen Saint Dragon had never thought that he was such a person. You must have other inherited blood essences. What you showed me at the beginning was only a small side of you. Killing is the bigger side of you. I didn't expect you to be such a natural killing god. However, the justice in your heart is fiercer than anyone else's. My choice of you is many times more correct than I had imagined. This was the old dragon's affirmation of him. Thank you, Senior. Now that Long Chen had vented all his anger, he should think about how to stop the primeval troll that appeared one after another in a situation where his fighting strength was not as good as before. First, it was naturally to kill the exploding flaming devil. Chapter 2542. If he didn't kill it, it wouldn't be enough to vent Long Chen's hatred. It wouldn't be enough to avenge Xiao Lang either. Now, the explosive flaming devil was in an extremely tragic state under the power of the sovereign god Emperor's halberd. It had only recovered a little of its strength, but now, it was almost completely drained. It had once again returned to the primordial realm. Long Chen's spin and slash had nearly taken the explosive flaming devil's life. Even though god fiends were immortal, they would vanish for eternity after suffering a destructive blow. Despite its tragic state, this was not the final outcome. At that moment, Long Chen had transformed into the primordial blood spiritual dragon and enveloped the sky above the explosive flaming devil that had nearly been cleaved into 2. Before the other primeval troll arrived, Long Chen had opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate and summoned the Death Realm Dragon Claw to grab the explosive flaming devil's body. No. This was the outcome of the controlling soul demon. The explosive flaming devil had never imagined that it would end up like this. It struggled in pain, but it was to no avail. All it could do was roar miserably, "Quick, save me!" On the other side, a few primeval troll were already charging over. If Long Chen had been any slower, he would probably have lost the chance to seek revenge. At this juncture, he absolutely could not afford to make any careless mistakes. However, something unexpected happened. The explosive flaming devil was not devoured into the death realm, in front of Long Chen's extremely shocked eyes, the flesh and blood of the exploding flame demon's abdomen began to churn. Suddenly, a black-robed youth rushed out. Although he was covered in flesh and blood, Long Chen could recognize him at a glance. Xiao Lang. It turned out that Mo Xiaolang had been devoured during his clash with the explosive flaming devil. It was no wonder he had failed to find him. He had been in the explosive flaming devil's stomach. Now that he had torn open the explosive flaming devil's body, he had found him. Whoosh. Mo Xiaolang was still in his devil transformation state. He instantly turned into a sun-devouring demonic wolf covered in blood. He expanded his body, making himself bigger than the explosive flame demon. All of this happened in an instant. Just as Long Chen was about to throw the explosive flame demon into the death world, Mo Xiaolang opened his mouth and started biting. Boom boom boom. The explosive flame demon seemed to be trapped in a prison. Its flesh and blood actually began to transform in Mo Xiaolang's mouth, turning into pure blood-colored flames that were swallowed by Mo Xiaolang. He wants to devour this explosive flame devil. Right now, the exploding Balrog demon needed it the most, and Mo Xiaolang had undergone a huge change. Perhaps he was already very close to his goal. Long Chen immediately removed the Death Realm Dragon Gate, pulled the exploding Balrog demon, and threw it out of the golden steel net. Whoosh. Without saying a word, Mo Xiaolang chased after the exploding Balrog demon. He turned into a ball of black flames and instantly surrounded the exploding Balrog demon. In the beginning, the exploding Balrog demon screamed even more miserably. However, the sound was soon isolated. All that could be seen was the black flame squirming, and the flames in the center were shrinking. He can actually devour the exploding Balrog demon. After he succeeds, his strength will definitely increase greatly. He can also help me. Long Chen finally felt excited. He saw a greater hope. Being devoured to death might be the most miserable ending. The hatred of being trampled on earlier had been completely avenged. Not to mention that Mo Xiaolang would become stronger, just the fact that he was still alive was already good news for Long Chen. Boom boom boom. At this moment, several terrifying primeval troll had already rushed over. Many primordial devil race also appeared from the abyss. Although the exploding Balrog demon was defeated, Long Chen was about to face a bigger problem. Use the golden steel net first. Don't waste your energy here. You can't defeat them. The old dragon analyzed cautiously. Okay. Long Chen used the chaotic time reverse to increase his speed and rushed out of the golden steel net. This was the skeleton of the Devil Star Seal. Now, it could still be used. After rushing out, Long Chen looked at Mo Xiaolang again. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang was devouring the exploding Balrog demon at a rapid speed. This beast has already partially escaped the rules of heaven and earth. This is really shocking. This time, it is probably going to devour the flames and become a god by talent. What is god by talent? Long Chen couldn't help but ask. The old dragon said quickly, in the primordial era, there were two ways to become a god. The most normal and orthodox way was naturally to become a god through faith. Just like the wishes of all living beings, to become a true god. However, there were also some who became a god by talent. That is to rely on one's own talent to become a god. In fact, my guess is that the mystical dragons of the mystical dragon era also became a god by talent. These primeval troll in front of us are the same. From the moment they were born, they were probably destined to be gods and demons. The old dragon spoke very quickly. However, Mo Xiaolang's transformation was also very fast. In the stomach of the exploding Balrog demon, he must have undergone some changes. Hence, he could directly devour the heavily injured exploding Balrog demon. Long Chen understood. Deification through faith is a way for mortals to transform into god fiends. As for deification through innate talent, it only means that this group of existences are destined to become god fiends. It is determined by their innate talent and bloodline. They are at a different level of life from us. However, Little Wolf himself does not have any innate talent. He relied on devouring flames to grow and avoided the 18 great tribulations. He has indeed become the only exception in this world. Only a part of him has escaped the rules of heaven and earth. However, to become a god by talent, he still has to pass a barrier, and that is the demonic tribulation. His demonic tribulation is about to descend. Just as the old dragon finished speaking, the blood-red flames of the exploding Balrog demon were completely melted by the black flames. Within the black flames, a pure black demon wolf woke up from its slumber. The flames expanded and a wolf's howl shook the heavens and earth. Buzz. The demonic tribulation descended at this moment. Long Chen felt a terrifying pressure, and he had no choice but to dodge. Although his 8 trigrams tribulation was comparable to the God and Devil tribulation, the true God and Devil tribulation had a trace of something other than its lethality that made him very afraid. That was the majesty of the rules. In front of the demonic tribulation, Long Chen felt that he was still immortal. He had to dodge. The Black World Tree has appeared. Following the old dragon's calm voice, a huge shadow suddenly appeared outside of Mo Xiaolang's body. This was a vast and boundless Black World Tree. It suddenly appeared. Next to the Black World Tree, the entire demon star was as small as a fruit. The Black World Tree's range instantly surpassed the entire Chaos Galaxy. This was the largest tree that Long Chen had ever seen. Although it was illusory, the wonderful and mysterious feeling still shocked him. This was not the world tree in the demonic god's body. It was a tree that belonged to heaven and earth. It was a part of the demonic tribulation, but it was also very similar to the world tree in the body. If the world tree in the body was connected to any part of the body, then the black world tree in front of him was connected to the surrounding world. Mo Xiaolang disappeared into the mysterious world tree. Rumble. There was a soul-shaking sound above his head. Long Chen looked up and saw that the Black World Tree's infinitely huge treetop had turned into a whirlpool. It rotated around the trunk of the World Tree and let out a loud roar. This is the Rule Torrent. It contains the endless rules of the entire world. If your brother can take a sip from this Rule Torrent, he can become a demonic god. Under the Black World Tree and the Rule Torrent, Fiend Star and Primeval Troll instantly appeared extremely tiny. Long Chen was even more insignificant. The Rule Torrent contained thousands of wondrous techniques. Long Chen wasn't someone who had transcended the tribulation, so the power in his body couldn't help but collapse the moment he saw the Rule Torrent. If he looked at it a few more times, he would probably lose his life. Xiao Lang is transcending the tribulation. In that case, I have to try my best to stop them. Long Chen's eyes turned red as he rushed out of the golden steel net and stood on it. After controlling the Supreme God Emperor Battle Halberd, the power of the golden steel net was also under his control. Up to now, a total of 7 primeval troll had appeared. They looked different, but what made Long Chen heave a sigh of relief was that before devouring their companions, the 7 primordial troll fiends would only have the strength of the primordial realm after being sealed and weakened for tens of millions of years. Unless they could reach the dragon sacrificial continent, they could only maintain such strength for the time being. To be honest, the primordial great devils had never imagined that they would actually be intercepted by a mortal human at their doorstep on the day after they broke the seal of the Devil's Star. To them, the journey from the Devil's Star to the dragon sacrificial continent was almost negligible. But they didn't expect that there would be such an obstacle here, causing 3 of their brothers to die one after another. Long Chen understood that there were definitely stronger existences in the depths, especially the few in the middle, including Hell Fiend Sakya. Hell Fiend Sakya's previous creation divine artifact was a 5th grade order grade, which meant that her original strength was at least at the grand beginning fiend realm. Now, she had at least the combat strength of the paramount ultimate realm of the primordial chaos fiend realm. Perhaps it was enough to kill Long Chen in an instant. At the end of the day, the crisis of Fiend Star was just the beginning. There wasn't much hope for Long Chen to save the common people. It was most likely that he would die in battle after killing a few primeval troll. The only thing that he could take a breather was that the strongest primeval troll had suffered the heaviest seal in the fiend's star. He could only pray that even if they came out, they would be in some trouble. At least for now, the 8th primeval troll was trying hard to squeeze out. These 7 primordial demons basically had the strength of the paramount ultimate realm of the primordial chaos fiend realm or the paramount ultimate realm of the grand essence divine realm when they were at their peak. However, after being suppressed and sealed for tens of millions of years, they have all withered to the strength of the primordial chaos fiend realm. If it were 10 million years ago, any one of them would be able to kill you with a single blow, Old Dragon said helplessly. In fact, Long Chen had already used up the power of the fiend star's seal, so he was no longer as powerful as he was when he fought the blazing demon. Now, he could be considered to have mastered the normal state of the death grade creation divine artifact. Chapter 2543. All 7 of them were different, but each of them was definitely stronger than the silent demon. They were primordial demons that were born from the demonic star and controlled all sorts of mysterious laws. If they hadn't devoured the silent demon, the inferno demons wouldn't be stronger than them. It was precisely because of the seal of the demonic star that they were all extremely exhausted. They only had the battle strength of the primordial realm. Even so, these old monsters that controlled terrifying laws and had heaven-defying divine abilities were hard to deal with. They were comparable to the true divine dragons of the divine dragon era. Now, Mo Xiaolang was surrounded by the Black World Tree and the torrent of laws. It was unknown if he could succeed or when he would succeed. It was also unknown how long the golden steel net could last. Now that the power of the demonic star seal had been used up while dealing with the inferno demons, Long Chen's strength could only surpass the primordial realm at most. There was no hope of fighting against a perfected primordial demon. If even one perfected primordial demon was born now, everything would probably be over. The 8th purple flame demon had already crawled out of the abyss of the demonic star. It was very similar to the inferno demons, but its flames were deep purple. It could be seen that in terms of primordial cultivation, the purple flame demon was definitely much stronger than the inferno demons. It was just that it was only left with the strength of the primordial realm. Under normal circumstances, they would definitely be confident of taking me down and charging out. Therefore, they wouldn't sacrifice even a single primordial demon. However, if I can kill them and make them feel threatened, they might forcefully devour their companions. Now, Long Chen was worried about 2 things. First, he was afraid that they would devour their companions again and give birth to existences like the inferno demons. Second, he was worried that the next one that crawled out would have the battle strength of the perfected realm. In fact, although he had killed the inferno demons, he couldn't save anything. The seal of the demonic star had been broken. Once the core primordial demon came out, there was no hope at all. Now, almost all living beings in the eternal sacred territory and the dragon sacrificial continent could feel the intense danger of death. Rumble. Although the 8 primeval troll were at the primordial realm, they did not think much of Long Chen due to their numbers. Now, the 8 primeval troll roared as they charged at Long Chen. Perhaps you can choose to kidnap them. In that case, you might be able to threaten them. After all, there aren't many of them, and they still cherish their companions. Of course, this can only alleviate the situation, but not solve it. Everything depends on your fate. The old dragon saw everything very clearly. Thank you, Senior. Long Chen nodded. He stepped over the golden steel net. His eyes were cold, and he rushed towards the 8 primeval troll in his human form. At this time, the 8 primeval troll no longer cared about anything else. Long Chen had killed their brother, so he was their mortal enemy. The 8 of them attacked at the same time. Chaotic Temporal Sea. Long Chen was fearless. He no longer cared about life and death. He charged into the encirclement of the primeval troll and used the chaotic temporal sea with the void cosmic dragon's divine power. Instantly, the 8 primeval troll were trapped in his sea of time. Be it their attacks, movements, or speed, they were all greatly affected. I definitely can't let them surround me. This was the clearest thought in Long Chen's mind. Whoosh. He passed between two primeval troll and escaped to the other side of the demonic star. Currently, the entire world was fragile to Long Chen and the primeval troll. Only the vicinity of the demonic star was considered stable. 4 of the primeval troll chased after Long Chen, while the other 4 destroyed the golden steel net. If all 4 attack together, the golden steel net won't last long. Once you fail to stop them, they will charge towards the eternal sacred territory. You won't be able to stop them alone. The old dragon said. I know. At this time, Long Chen suddenly turned around and charged at the 4 primeval troll. In the heat of the moment, Long Chen didn't even know what these 4 strange primeval troll were. He raised his God Emperor battle halberd and charged at the primeval troll. These are celestial dipper demons. They're proficient in the laws of the stars, and their bodies are incredibly tough. They were once comparable to 3rd grade primordial grade destination grade divine treasures. I wonder what they'll be like after tens of millions of years. Long Chen didn't listen to the old dragon's analysis. The situation was urgent, and there was no time to stop. He gripped the God Emperor battle halberd tightly, and his divine spirit origin power and destination grade god power fused together. Spin. Ancient golden split moment stellar energy exploded, and the golden windblaze flames formed a tornado. Although it wasn't as strong as when he'd attacked the explosive flaming demons, the celestial dipper demons were no match for them. Long Chen was more frenzied than anyone else. Whoosh. In an instant, the celestial dipper demon transformed into an azure star. Like the toughest meteorite, it collided with Long Chen's God Emperor battle halberd. Hiss. A shrill screech pierced through the sky. Break. Long Chen spared no effort to twist the God Emperor battle halberd, forming the most powerful rotational force. The God Emperor battle halberd spearpoint and 2 blades simultaneously unleashed a domineering power. Under Long Chen's ferocious attack, even though the celestial dipper demon had a star body, Long Chen still tore a huge bloody hole in it. The God Emperor battle halberd had almost pierced through it. The other primordial great demons were greatly astonished by it too. The celestial dipper demon's body was comparable to a primordial grade destination grade divine treasure. In other words, the God Emperor battle halberd's toughness wasn't even as strong as his original body. Of course, it couldn't be now. Otherwise, Long Chen wouldn't be able to tear him apart. But once he went to the dragon's sacrificial continent and devoured billions of living beings, he would be able to recover to his peak state. Roar. The other 3 primeval troll roared and attacked. Long Chen's attack was successful, but he didn't have time to hold the celestial dipper demon hostage. The celestial dipper demon's body was too strong. This time, he wasn't injured to the point where he couldn't fight back, so he used the chaotic time reverse to quickly escape from the encirclement. The 4 primeval troll, who were destroying the golden net and causing it to shake, also saw the situation over here. Long Chen was now their greatest enemy. Without a word, to reduce casualties, 2 more primeval troll came. A total of 5 plus the injured celestial dipper demon fought Long Chen together. This battle was even more intense than the battle with the blazing demon. Long Chen could only constantly evade those terrifying nomological powers. If it were only 1 or 2 opponents, he would naturally crush them, but there were too many of them. It was really difficult to find an opportunity. Wang. One of the doppelganger demons instantly created 1,000 primeval troll clones. Each one was extremely similar, and there were no flaws at all. This gave Long Chen even more of a headache. Little guy, you originally had a chance to live, but you loved going against us too much. Now, your only choice is to die. Of course, when we destroy this damn thing and head to the eternal God domain, if you haven't died by then, you can watch how we eat. That's right. Yes, that's right. All of you, including yourself, are our food. This is fate. You have to accept it. Since fate has arranged it this way, why are you resisting so much? You only have the ability of 1, yet you have to complete the difficulty of 100. Even if you have completed 3, what can you do? Stubbornly resisting will only ruin everything you have. Since you're the strongest among these mortals, you should be eaten by our boss instead. The supreme experts of our primordial great devil clan were comparable to god kings or even god emperors. A mere mortal like you wouldn't be able to understand them. The 1,000 doppelganger demons were chattering away in front of Long Chen. His words were a kind of mental suppression. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already collapsed under his words. The doppelganger devil's clones were all similar to him. Aside from him, the other primeval troll devils were all focused on destroying the golden steel net. They knew that was the key. Once it was destroyed, there was nothing Long Chen could do to save it. Long Chen was enraged. He held the supreme deity Emperor War Halberd in his hand and rushed towards the other side. The doppelganger devil's doppelgangers couldn't stop him at all. The doppelganger devil was too weak. Otherwise, his doppelgangers would have the fighting strength of ordinary gods. Long Chen had his eyes on a real primeval troll. They had too much faith in the doppelganger demon, so they split up to destroy the golden net. At this time, Long Chen rushed in front of him like a beam of golden light. This was the 5 elements demon. He had 5 eyes on his head, arranged in a ring. His back was facing Long Chen, and he was bombarding the golden net. Spin. The storm of astral energy and flames tore apart a few of the doppelganger demons. He attacked again. The 5 elements demon looked back in horror, but he could no longer stop Long Chen's monstrous determination and fighting spirit. Just like the exploding inferno demon, the god emperor battle halberd pierced through his chest and nailed him to the golden net. Roar. The 5 elements demon screamed again and again. When the other primeval troll realized this, they all gave up on the golden net. They decided to work together to kill Long Chen first. The earthly fiend demon closest to Long Chen arrived. He was going to save the 5 elements demon, but in fact, Long Chen had his eyes on him too. He controlled time with the chaotic sea of time reversal, causing the two to encounter each other faster than they had imagined. Slash. This was a power that almost cut the exploding inferno demon in half. The golden sun burned fiercely and exploded, forming a power that swept through the world and enveloped the earthly fiend demon. A huge blade aura was accelerated by 10 times by the chaotic sea of time reversal. It slashed the earthly fiend demon's shoulder and also cut down to its abdomen. At this time, the other primeval troll had arrived. Save me. The 5 elements demon and the earthly fiend demon said at the same time. Long Chen moved extremely fast and instantly transformed into the ancient blood spiritual dragon. Death Realm Dragon Gate. Boom. Using his body as a door, the Death Realm Dragon Gate opened wide. This time, 2 arms came out of the Death Realm Dragon Gate, grabbed the 5 elements demon and the earthly fiend demon, and dragged them toward the Death Realm. Let me tell you a very exciting piece of news. The mobile adaptation of Dragon Blood God of War is about to be released. This is a fighting mobile game with challenging levels. Everything follows the original setting. The music is made by the composer of World of Warcraft, and the art is made by the royal artist of Perfect World. Chapter 2544. When Long Chen's strength reached a certain level, he could summon 2 Death World Dragon Claws when he used the Death World Dragon Gate. The 2 Death World Dragon Claws held the heavily injured Penta-Elemental Demon and Earth Fiend Demon respectively. Among the 8 demons, the Celestial Dipper Demon was heavily injured, and 2 of them were under Long Chen's control. The remaining 5 primordial demons rushed out, but when they saw the Penta-Elemental Demon and Earth Fiend Demon hanging in front of the Death World Dragon Gate and could be captured by Long Chen at any time, they had no choice but to stop under Long Chen's threatening gaze. Apart from the heavily injured Celestial Dipper Demon, the other 5 demons surrounded Long Chen with bloodthirsty eyes. The Doppelganger Demon called back all his doppelgangers. The chaotic situation finally quieted down. But wasn't this the calm before the storm? At the very least, the 5 primordial great devils in front of him were incomparably enraged. As superior existences, they simply couldn't accept this kind of defeat, and even more couldn't accept that they were actually restricted by their opponent. They were originally cruel and evil devil spirits, and if they had the chance, they would definitely use the most brutal method to kill Long Chen. They swore in their hearts. "Let go of our 2 brothers, or you will suffer the most terrifying punishment of our primordial demon race. When our boss and the others come out of the Devil's Star, you will know what the most terrifying thing in the world is. We can see what's most important in your heart. Family, lover, brother. We can make you lose everything in the most painful way. Don't doubt our strength. You just happen to limit us. We might not let you die, but we'll make you suffer for eternity. It'll be like being imprisoned for millions of years, or even worse. Beast, you'd better think this through. If you let the 2 of them go, perhaps our primordial devil clan will grant you a quick death without any worries. What a wonderful ending that would be." As they spoke, the demons closed in on Lin Fan. They were threatening Long Chen. They seemed to be able to do what they said easily, but they couldn't scare Long Chen. Since Long Chen had the guts to face them here, there was no longer any fear in his heart. There was only perseverance. "Let me remind you, if you take another step closer, the one on the left will enter the death world first." He controlled the 5 elements devil and placed it at the edge of the death world. Damn it. The 5 giant demons were enraged. They had tried to frighten Long Chen, but they didn't expect that this fellow would still remain calm and collected. Even though they had been imprisoned for tens of millions of years, they were still afraid of the cruel tortures they spoke of. Boom. They could no longer endure this feeling of being threatened. They had already experienced tens of thousands of years of imprisonment, and now that they had escaped, they were at the peak of their emotions and were on the verge of exploding. However, they were blocked in front of their door. This kind of feeling was naturally incomparably sullen. With their violent tempers, none of them could endure it. So they moved. They thought that if they moved, they would scare Long Chen. However, they would never have imagined that a mere mortal could have such courage and boldness. When he saw the demons moving, he did not say a word and immediately made his move. In just a split second, the 5 elemental demons were thrown into the death world. Boom. The miserable cries of the 5 elemental demons gradually disappeared. After being imprisoned for tens of millions of years, they finally had the chance to be released. To think that they would end up like this. This was truly tragic. Hold it right there. The Earth Fiend demon was so scared that his entire body was trembling. It was almost his turn. He understood that the reason why Long Chen kept him alive was so that he could continue to scare them. Now that the 5 elemental demons were gone, if the others still didn't realize that they couldn't scare Long Chen, even the Earth Fiend demons would be thrown in. Long Chen was such a person. You still don't understand? He laughed coldly. The 5 giant demons hurriedly retreated. They could only watch helplessly as the 5 elemental demons were pulled into the death world. Each of them was infuriated and in pain as they screamed savagely. However, it was useless. Even if they put on their most ferocious and evil appearances, they couldn't scare Long Chen at all. Brat, what do you want? One of the giant demons roared. During this time, the people outside the Devil Star heard a lot of noise. Although everyone knew that the Devil Star's seal had been broken, no primeval troll had come to the Eternal Life God domain yet. Occasionally, the sounds of battle could be heard, proving that Long Chen was still fighting them. That was their faith. Long Chen was their only hope. Therefore, at this time, Long Chen had even more faith power, as well as the will of the populace, to support him. His strength gave him an inexhaustible supply of fighting strength and courage. Behind him, he had countless people backing him up. What do I want? Long Chen couldn't help but chuckle. What he wanted was simple. He wanted all of the primeval troll to die. Unfortunately, he couldn't bring himself to do that. Even now, he was still grasping onto a glimmer of hope, but he couldn't see where he should go. But now, he thought of something. Perhaps he still had one big regret, and that was that he hadn't been able to find Soi Yan for Mo Xiaolang. He wondered how Soi Yan was doing. Long Chen missed her a little. He felt that even if he was going to die, he should see her one more time. Dying together with the world was better than the current situation. Of course, he would definitely do his best to kill as many primeval troll as he could. He would kill as many primeval troll as he could. This kind of hostage could only be stabilized for a period of time. Once more primeval troll appeared, it wouldn't be of any use at all. Therefore, he suddenly said, "Now, I have a request. I know that you must know of Soi Yan, who was used to threaten Mo Xiaolang, right? I want this young lady. I want the life of this earth fiend in exchange for her life." Hearing Long Chen's request, the primeval troll were all stunned. At this moment, a few more primeval troll crawled out and joined them. Luckily, they weren't primeval troll at the perfection realm. However, even one more primeval troll was a huge pressure. Their shocked expressions were similar to what Long Chen had guessed. They really didn't expect Long Chen to care about Soyan's life. But then, they suddenly laughed. "Kid, it seems like you don't know what's going on at all." Under Long Chen's control, the Earth Fiend demon struggled a few times and said with a cold smile. "What do you mean?" Long Chen didn't quite understand. Wasn't Soyan's purpose to threaten Mo Xiaolang to break the demon star seal? Could it be that she had other uses? The Earth Fiend demon said gloomily, "You definitely don't know who Demon Hua is." It was a very unfamiliar name. The Earth Fiend demon continued, "The 5 strongest rulers of our primeval troll were once figures who dominated the fiend gods. They were famous experts in the ancient times and the leaders of our primordial demon race. From the 5th to the 1st, they were Wu demon, War demon, Hell demon Sakya, and the 2nd was Demon Hua." "Then what about the 1st?" Long Chen asked. The Earth Fiend demon said angrily, "Can't you get the point? Demon Hua is the 2nd great ruler of our primordial demon race. She's high and mighty, below 1 demon and above 10,000 demons. You want to use my life to pay for Demon Hua's life?" "What?" Long Chen's heart trembled. What did Soi Yan have to do with the 2nd-ranked ruler of the primordial demon race, Demon Hua? Long Chen knew that Hell demon Sakya was the blue-haired woman, Shui Lanyan. But why was Soi Yan a Demon Hua? What's going on? Long Chen pressed down on the other party and pulled him back into the death rain. Just then, a familiar voice reached Long Chen's ears. "You don't need to threaten him. Just watch and you'll know." This voice seemed to be Soyan's. Long Chen naturally couldn't forget her voice. From the tone, it was a young girl's voice, sweet and smooth, as crisp as a silver bell. But now that he heard this familiar voice, it felt like it was separated from him by heaven and earth. This voice appeared once and then disappeared. Just as Long Chen was at his most shocked, the entire Devil Star suddenly exploded. This was a real explosion. All the soil, mountains, and rivers on the Devil Star suddenly turned into dust and were devoured by a newly formed whirlpool, instantly disappearing without a trace. This Devil Star that had existed for millions of years completely disappeared from the Chaos Galaxy in a short period of time. The Devil Star exploded, and all the great demon masters and little demon masters died. Not a single one was left. Long Chen could only watch helplessly as everything disappeared. Rumble. Countless black beams flashed, and suddenly, many terrifying and majestic auras appeared. There were a total of dozens of primeval troll. Now, all their anger and hatred were focused on Long Chen. They had lost 4 brothers because of this puny creature. In the blink of an eye, everything became clear. About 20 primeval troll appeared in front of him. They looked different, and one of them was a soul control demon. They had all escaped from the seal of the Devil Star. Every primeval troll was now in their weakest state, but even in their weakest state, they still had the strength of a god fiend. They had been imprisoned for millions of years, never to see the light of day. These 20 primeval troll were at the outermost area. What made Long Chen slightly less nervous was that these 20 only had the combat strength of the primordial realm. There was not much difference between them. Perhaps the primordial realm was the lowest they could go. Any further and they would probably die. None of the 20 had the strength of the Grand Essence Demon Realm, even though most of them might have been in the Grand Essence Demon Realm. In the center of the Devil's Star, there were 10 primeval trolls shrouded by the invisible, transparent mucus. At this moment, they were slowly struggling to break free. Compared to the others, these 10 primeval troll were much stronger in size and pressure. They were even more terrifying than the exploding Balrog demon. Each of them was even more shocking than the exploding Balrog demon that had devoured the silent demon. Their cultivation realm of millions of years ago probably far exceeded the exploding Balrog demon. Now, they could at least exert the strength of the Grand Essence demon. As long as they broke free, Long Chen would be in danger. Chapter 25-45. Long Chen did not know how terrifying and powerful every primeval troll would be when they recovered their strength, but at the very least, he could clearly see that after being weakened for tens of millions of years, there were more than 20 of them that only had the combat strength of the primordial realm. 4 of them had been killed by Long Chen, so the life and death of the Earth Wraith demons were still under his control. Apart from these 20-odd beasts, there were 10 more that had been sealed and given special treatment. Even though the demon star had exploded, it was still binding them. They would need some time to break free. However, Primeval Troll had already gone to help them break the seal. It would probably not take long for all of them to break free. If they were to come out, they would at least have the combat power of a Grand Perfection cultivator. But they were not the strongest. The strongest expert brought the greatest shock to Long Chen. At the center of the Devil's Star, there were 5 crystal coffins. These weren't ordinary crystals, but fortune divine artifacts. They were the items used to seal the 5 devils. Perhaps these were the 5 paragons the Earth Fiend demon had spoken of. Of the 5 crystal coffins, the closer they were to the core, the larger they were. The one in the center was much larger than the other 4. Torrential demonic chi surged over like raging waves. Even the golden net trembled in front of the 5 crystal coffins. These are the 5 demon kings and demon emperors of the primordial demon race. They used to be comparable to godly kings and godly emperors. They are Wu demon, who has never appeared before, War demon, Shiga demon, and Demon Hua. The leader of the primordial demon race is an expert called Epic demon, who once fought against godly Emperor Jun. He is in the largest crystal coffin. The old dragon sucked in a breath of cold air and explained to Long Chen. There are 5 levels in the divine realm, separated by the innate 5 ties. Ties means extreme, hence there are the Tai Chi divine realm, the Tai Chu divine realm, the Tai Shi divine realm, the Tai Chu divine realm, and the Tai Chu divine realm and the Tai Yi divine realm. Among them, the Tai Chi divine realm has mastered the ordinary divine spirit rules and is called an ordinary divine spirit. The Tai Chu divine realm has mastered the Tai Chu divine rule and is called a divine monarch. The Tai Shi divine realm has mastered the Tai Shi divine rule and is called a divine king. The Tai Chu divine realm has mastered the Tai Chu divine rule and is called a divine emperor. Unexpectedly, this era heavenly devil was actually a character comparable to Di Jun. He just didn't know how much power he had left after thousands of years. In order to restore his power, the awakening of such a terrifying existence would definitely devour all the living beings on the dragon sacrificial continent. Long Chen really didn't know how heaven-defying he had to be able to block such a terrifying existence. This was the most heaven-defying divine demon of the ancient era, almost comparable to a real supreme divine dragon, a heaven-defying giant demon that was close to the ancestral dragon. If it was in the past, he would probably tremble at the thought of it. Wu demon, War demon, Emperor Sakya demon, Demon Hua, era heavenly devil, not to mention them, even the 10 primeval troll that were still trapped now. Long Chen fully exerted his imagination, but he still couldn't figure out how he could block them. It's already quite an exaggeration that I'm still standing here today. I actually went against such a divine demon. Come to think of it, it's really unbelievable. Long Chen wasn't afraid, but he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was really speechless. Demon Hua, Era Heavenly Devil, just these two names were enough to frighten Long Chen. It was as if an unparalleled god or demon from the legends had suddenly become his opponent. If it was anyone else, they would also feel as if they were dreaming. Long Chen felt that coming here was actually like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, like striking a rock with an egg. It was just that his personality was like this, and he still stubbornly refused to leave. If it were anyone else, they would have long believed that this was the fate of the dragon sacrificial continent. Now that fate had come to an end, this world should also disappear. The eternal godly emperor. The number one god of the ancient era, whose fame had been passed down for thousands of years. Unexpectedly, he was actually blocking his opponent. Long Chen's gaze followed the direction of the coffin. First was Wu Demon. There was nothing inside that crystal coffin, but Long Chen could sense a terrifying demonic aura that surpassed the combined aura of the 10 Perfection Realm primeval troll. Just like his name, Wu Demon was practically non-existent. Next was War Demon. Just this name alone had a terrifying impact. Long Chen absolutely believed that this was a primeval troll that was extremely similar to him in every aspect. That undying battle will was even more terrifying than Long Chen's. Even if the other party had been weakened for thousands of years, that will still hadn't disappeared. Within the crystal coffin, Long Chen saw a monstrous amount of demonic energy. He saw a black figure with a silhouette similar to his own. It was neither fat nor thin. Long Chen felt like he was looking at a reflection of himself. War Demon. War Demon. These two words fiercely pounded his heart. Next was Sakya Demon, the blue-haired woman. At this moment, her projection was sitting on her own coffin. Inside the crystal coffin, she was exactly the same as when he saw her on the imperial planet. Sexy and enchanting, exuding endless temptation. She had long aqua blue hair and eyes, and her skin was as white as snow. She looked pure, but also had the charm of a demon. This woman was the perfect combination of natural purity and sexiness. Behind her was Demon Hua, whom Earth Fiend Demon had mentioned. Boom! Long Chen's mind shook. Through the crystal coffin, he vaguely saw a girl with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a snake. She looked exactly like Soyeon, except that she was extremely cold. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen couldn't see her clearly again, but he was sure that it was Soyeon. He even forgot about Ji Yuanshan Demon as he stared fixedly at the second-last crystal coffin. Why was it Soyeon? I forgot to tell you. The three of us had our bodies destroyed. I have a special ability, and after searching for years, I found the most suitable new bodies for the three of us. I am indeed from the Spirit of Life clan. As for Demon Hua, her reborn body came from that little girl, because that stinky woman was originally half demon and half snake. As for our boss, he's also someone you're very familiar with. When you see him, you'll be very surprised. Hell Fiend Sakya sat on the crystal coffin with his long, slender, and white legs raised. He spoke in an enchanting voice. What about Soyeon? Long Chen felt a pain in his heart. He had never thought that this woman would bring such an ending to Soyeon. It seemed that she had a motive for bringing Soyeon into the Devil Star. It was just that she was too shrewd, and Long Chen couldn't see through it at all. To Shui Lanyan, this might be a small matter. But to Long Chen, he had failed to live up to his promise and oath. He had promised Sushua that he would take good care of her sister, but today, she had even lost her body. She naturally disappeared for eternity. This is good. At least she won't be swallowed by us like you. Shui Lanyan giggled. The 5 crystal coffins were still shaking, and it seemed like they could come out at any time. The blood and qi in Long Chen's body were tumbling. He could no longer see Soyeon clearly, but he couldn't imagine what Mo Xiaolang would do if he came out of the Black World Tree and saw her like this. You did it on purpose, just because she has a relationship with me and Xiaolang, right? Long Chen asked through gritted teeth. He hated this blue-haired woman. She was evil, and she always had been. It was just that Long Chen hadn't realized it. Shui Lanyan shook her head. You're thinking too much. She's indeed suitable. Demon Hua likes her. Now, Long Chen was still holding the Earth Fiend demon hostage, but he didn't know what he should do. Don't be anxious. They clearly haven't escaped yet. I think if the other primeval troll don't go to Dragon Sacrificial Continent and recover to their peak state, they won't be able to destroy this Heaven Burial Crystal Coffin. Their original plan was to send the other primeval troll out and let them recover before coming back to destroy the Heaven Burial Crystal Coffin. It's just that you've interfered in their plan now. Long Chen asked, in other words, as long as I stop all the other primeval troll except for the 5 of them, they'll never be able to come out, right? The old dragon said, that's true. But in reality, can you stop these 30 primeval troll? The 10 of them are currently escaping, and each of them is harder to deal with than the exploding inferno demon. At least there was still a tiny bit of hope. He took a deep breath and took one last look at Hell Demon Sakia, as well as Demon Hua behind her. Demon Hua didn't move at all, and Soi Eon also seemed to be in a deep sleep. Among the 5 devils, only Hell Demon Sakia could communicate with Long Chen and the other primeval troll. Perhaps Hell Demon Sakia had always been the biggest decision-maker and planner for their escape. Alright, I won't bother with you anymore. Let God Traverser out first and deal with him. Hearing Shui Lanyan's order, a total of 20 primeval trolls surrounded one of the perfected primordial devils. They worked together to destroy the seal on the primeval troll. Even Long Chen couldn't stop them at all. In just a short while, a primeval troll that surpassed the exploding inferno demon was born. This was an extremely slender primeval troll. Its wings covered the sky like a black line. Its head was like an eagle's, and it had a sharp beak and claws. Its entire body was covered in glossy black dragon scales. Who? Extreme speed. Be careful. This God Traverser's speed is very horrifying. Your time power may not be able to affect him. This was why Shui Lanyan asked him to deal with Long Chen and finish him off. With this woman here, Long Chen probably wouldn't be able to win in terms of intelligence. One more thing. The mobile game adaptation of Dragon Blood God of War was about to be released. It was a mobile game with fighting characters. Everything followed the setting of the original novel. The music was produced by the composer of World of Warcraft, and the art was created by the royal artist of Perfect World. Chapter 2546. The God Strider demon had the body of a cheetah, but it was covered in dragon scales and had a pair of huge wings. His eyes were like thin lines, and they glowed with a sinister blood-red light. None of the other primeval troll dared to get close to him. Long Chen naturally didn't know what level the God Strider demon had been at in the past, but he was at least stronger than the Inferno demon now. Long Chen had been through a lot of battles. Although he wasn't tired, his combat power was naturally not as good as when he fought the Inferno demon. The God Strider demon was most likely proficient in the speed nomological laws, and judging from the concave space around him, he might also be proficient in the spatial laws. As he stared at the God Strider demon, he felt an extreme sense of danger. Emperor Sakia had let him escape first so that he could restrain himself. In fact, Long Chen had a strong feeling that with the God Strider demon's speed, he would only need a few breaths of time to rush to the eternal God domain once the golden net was broken. This was true speed. Even the outer regions of the Chaos Star domain would take a long time to get to the eternal God domain. Whoosh! Amidst the roars of the demons, the Godwalker demon walked out of the crowd and arrived in front of the demons. He had a long and slender tail, like a long whip, swinging in the air. Upon closer inspection, the tail was actually a black poisonous snake. The snake also had a pair of blood-red eyes that stared at Long Chen. So this is a mortal? And a dragon warrior? The God Strider demon was born with a domineering aura. His shrill voice deterred the other primeval troll from approaching him. Long Chen didn't think that he would have to fight a core expert of the primeval troll at a time like this. He had only come to the Devil's Star to stop Mo Xiaolang and save him. He never thought that the Devil's Star would explode, or that he would be able to stop the demons after the Devil's Star's seal was broken. All of this was like a dream. But when the God Strider demon appeared, he seemed to have reached his limit. I can't believe we lost 4 of our brothers because of this ant-like creature. A snake-like tongue stuck out of the sharp beak of the spiritual walking devil, licked the surroundings, and let out a cold sneer. Whoosh. Long Chen only heard this voice, and then the godly Strider devil had already disappeared. That deadly sense of danger was approaching at a terrifying speed, and in the blink of an eye, Long Chen was in danger. Chaotic time reversal. For a moment, time was a mess. Long Chen had reduced his speed in most areas, but he had discovered a problem. He had underestimated his opponent. Before he could use the chaotic time reversal, his opponent was already in front of him. At this time, Long Chen could no longer stop him. In the space above, an unprecedented pressure of the rules was approaching. Long Chen was sure that if he continued to hold the earthly demon hostage, it was very likely that he would be killed by the godly Strider demon before he could throw it into the death world. So he made a prompt decision and threw the earthly demon in the direction of the godly Strider demon's attack. All of this happened in an instant. For the current Long Chen, he could temporarily rely on the Supreme Divine Emperor War Halberd to exert great combat power, so there was no need for him to transform into his dragon form. In his human form, he could more easily and flexibly control the Supreme Divine Emperor War Halberd. Of course, this also reduced the amount of attacks he needed to withstand. Instant change. Whoosh, whoosh. Insert, the Dragon Blood God of War adaptation is about to be released. The specific details have been announced by Crazy on WeChat. Please follow my WeChat official account, Feng Qingyang. Open WeChat, add friends, and select the official account to search. After adding me, you can see the details by sending the word game. There is a character picture of Long Chen in it. In addition, there are 2 benefits to the official account. First, any game developments in the future will be announced immediately. After the game is released, download links will be provided here. Most importantly, there will be in-game gifts. Second, as long as Crazy's WeChat follower reaches 100,000, there will be 10 updates on the same day. Long Chen controlled the chaotic temporal reverse and fled a certain distance. Only then did the godly Strider demon stop pursuing him. Looking back, he had already grabbed the earthly demon and thrown it in the direction of the primordial demons. Useless. The godly Strider demon cursed. When he looked at Long Chen again, a strange smile had appeared on his face. He clicked his tongue and said, "Mortal spirit, are you going to compete with me in speed?" Long Chen didn't reply. He gripped the Supreme Divine Emperor battle halberd tightly, and his strength surged. Billions of lives were supporting him in battle, and up to this point, he was at least growing more and more valiant as he fought. Every victory brought him a great deal of improvement. The old dragon said, "Once the godly Strider demon appears, the other 9 will gradually appear. Long Chen, you can accept your fate now." Previously, it was the Supreme Divine Emperor Halberd that gave Long Chen hope. Now, it was also the old dragon who was advising Long Chen that this was the end. At least from the current situation, even if the 5 most terrifying primordial demons hadn't appeared, the 30 primeval troll in front of Long Chen had no chance of victory. Now, the other primeval troll were helping the remaining escape. Only the godly Strider demon was busy killing Long Chen. "No." Long Chen replied coldly. When he saw Soi Eon, it was destined that he couldn't leave this place, nor could he give up. He couldn't accept his fate. He didn't have the right to do so. Whoosh. This time, the godly Strider demon was officially attacking. He had received orders from Sakya demon of hell, so he would do his best to finish off Long Chen as soon as possible. If he was even a little late, he would lose face. So fast. Right now, Long Chen's control of the chaotic time reversal was at its pinnacle. He was disrupting his opponent's speed, but even so, his opponent could still control it to the extreme. When Long Chen increased the flow of time, he slowed down. When Long Chen weakened the flow of time, he sped up. That was why he was able to maintain a stable speed on this part of the journey. It only took a moment for him to get close to Long Chen. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the giant beast was laughing coldly in front of him. Go to hell. The attack arrived before his voice could reach him. Rip. The surrounding space shattered, forming countless fragments around the godly Strider demon. Those fragments were swept up by his hands and gathered under his claws. Ding, ding, ding. Large swathes of space were gathered together by the godly Strider demon, forming two blades with terrifying power. These blades were formless, and with a casual sweep, they could cause the sky to fall and the earth to rend. Countless divine characters flashed on the blades, each character capable of destroying a part of the world. Cosmos Blade. The godly Strider demon whizzed over. Under his control, the Cosmos Blade in his claws attacked Long Chen thousands of times. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost the entire world behind Long Chen had collapsed. His supreme divine emperor battle halberd erupted with a tyrannical light, and the instant ancient metal underwent a huge transformation, forming a golden round shield that blocked the opponent's attacks. The golden wind blaze flame also swept towards his opponent. Rumble. For the last time, the Cosmos Blade shattered on Long Chen's supreme divine emperor battle halberd. However, Long Chen had been sent crashing into the golden steel net. His internal organs were shaken, and he could only use his flame of life. In this exchange, he was in a completely passive position and could only defend. He was at an absolute disadvantage. As expected, even the blazing devil wasn't enough to deal with the godly Strider demon. If it weren't for this death-grade supreme divine emperor battle halberd, you would be dead this time. A destinable divine weapon. Unfortunately, my treasure was stolen by them. They were sealed here, and almost all of them had lost their destinable divine weapons. When the godly Strider demon thought of his treasure, he became even more furious. The aura on his body gradually became bloodier. This time, he slowly approached Long Chen. At this time, with the help of the other primeval troll, a second primordial demon comparable to the godly Strider demon was about to be born. The godly Strider demon should have been at the level of the Demon Lord Grand Essence Demon Realm in the ancient times. A true Demon Lord could now pinch the godly Strider demon to death with just a stretch of his hand. One could see how weak the godly Strider demon was. The stronger the primordial demon, the more severe the treatment it received. At this moment, his eyes were vicious. He spread his huge wings and arms, staring at Long Chen. Although he didn't speak, his murderous intent had already engulfed the entire world. Even the people on the sacrificial dragon continent were trembling in fear of this demon. Buzz. Instant world-shattering storm. With the word instant in its name, one could see how fast this law was. In that instant, it was as though the entire world had disappeared. Long Chen fell into deep darkness. Then, in that instant, with a ding sound, the storm engulfed everything. The entire space was torn into countless fragments, creating an apocalyptic space storm. Boom, boom, boom. That tornado started to engulf everything. The godly Strider demon was manipulating this storm. It was as though his figure was everywhere. His sinister gaze and the ferocious viper tail behind him were everywhere. Shwa shwa. This storm grew larger and larger. Other than the place where the primeval troll was currently safe, it had already started to spread outwards. In fact, it even enveloped a portion of the Black World Tree. Fortunately, this space storm couldn't tear the Black World Tree apart. But Long Chen was in danger. In fact, what the godly Strider demon used was the Grand Essence God Law, which was actually the Demon Lord Law. This was a level higher than ordinary God Spirit Law. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to kill Long Chen, he wouldn't have used the Grand Essence God Law. Endless spatial fragments formed thousands of cosmos blades, forming a space storm that swept around Long Chen and gradually shrank. There seemed to be no way to escape. The only way is to kill our way out of this storm. The old dragon reminded him. Long Chen had to admit that this was the only way. Since he had already made up his mind, he couldn't hesitate anymore. He couldn't be greedy for life or afraid of death. He put all his determination on the Supreme God Emperor War Halberd in his hand. Gritting his teeth, he made his move. The Supreme God Emperor War Halberd roared like a dragon and rushed towards the shrinking instant world-shattering storm along with Long Chen. Boom. When the profound meaning of the word spin collided with the instant world-shattering storm, Long Chen felt the terror of this storm even more deeply. The law of this storm was to tear everything apart. When Long Chen blocked the power of the law, all the power of the law poured towards him. Explode. The Supreme God Emperor War Halberd couldn't break through the instant world-shattering storm in one go. Chapter 2547. He had never experienced the great tribulation of gods and demons, so he naturally did not know what was going on with Mo Xiaolang. He did not know if Mo Xiaolang had succeeded in transcending the tribulation and became a god or demon through his innate talent, or if something else had happened to him. However, he could not afford to be too distracted during the battle with the godly Traverser demon. This time, the godly Traverser demon did not hesitate to use the last bit of his strength to completely destroy Long Chen. They had spent millions of years to break the seal of the Devil's Star, waiting for this moment. They would soon be able to recover their original strength. They, who were extremely hungry and thirsty, would soon be able to devour living creatures. Long Chen could understand this feeling, and he could also understand how berserk their internal energy was at this moment. Under such circumstances, more and more primeval troll appeared. Even the old dragon could not help but advise Long Chen to give up. If he fled now, he might have a chance to escape from this world. Impossible. Long Chen charged through the spatial storm, the endless laws and the terrifying power of the godly Traverser demon's boundless divine technique. Under the double attack, countless blades of the universe attacked, and any one of them could cut open the eternal celestial domain. The more he endured, the more he was covered in wounds. All right, then I'll accompany you and put my life on the line. The old dragon did not say much. He contributed more creation divine power to the Supreme Divine Emperor's halberd, fusing it with Long Chen's divine spirit source power. Long Chen had the will of all living beings, and his strength was still skyrocketing. Slash. The profound meaning of the word slash was activated, and the Supreme Divine Emperor's halberd burst out with thousands of dazzling rays of light. The ancient golden instant's astral energy and the universe blades kept colliding, exploding, and the golden wind blaze flame also formed a flaming tornado, colliding with the spatial storm. At this moment, the Divine Emperor War Halberd erupted like a golden sun exploding. Long Chen slashed down with the Divine Emperor War Halberd, forming a destructive blade astral. This all-out attack finally tore apart the spatial storm, giving Long Chen a chance to escape. But just as he appeared, a frightening attack suddenly struck him. The godly Traverser demon moved with extraordinary speed and instantly appeared behind him. His demonic claws and snake-like tail moved at a speed that couldn't be seen. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Long Chen. Rip. Long Chen turned around and slashed, using his god spirit source power to shake off his opponent's tail. This was a very dangerous thing for him, but he was also injured by the god-traversing devil's claw. A light collision caused Long Chen's blood to boil, and his body to almost collapse. Fortunately, he had the flame of life, so he could still hold on. However, the remaining primeval troll were eyeing him covetously, and more perfect realm demons were awakening. The golden steel net was already on the verge of collapse. Even if he had thousands of clones, he might not be able to stop the destruction of the dragon's sacrificial continent at this time. Long Chen's heart was filled with deep guilt. After all, so many people had placed their hopes and dreams on him, but he didn't have the ability to fulfill them. He was extremely unhappy. He didn't want to resign himself to fate. If he did, he wouldn't have had to fight until now. Rumble. The god-walking demon seemed to be teasing Long Chen, sweeping around him at a terrifying speed, instantly turning into thousands of afterimages. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake, but Long Chen was sure that he wouldn't be able to resist its next attack. I have to admit that you're very interesting, but I've played enough. Whoosh. A fatal sense of crisis struck in an instant, and the god-walking demon disappeared from his side. The future, in this short instant, countless scenes flashed through Long Chen's eyes. He had already come this far in his life and he had no regrets. His only wish now was for Lingxi to be able to escape and pass on his bloodline. He wanted her to live a good life, and if there was hope in the future, she would be able to take revenge for him. When Long Qinglan died, he had the same thought, so Long Chen was born. Long Chen naturally didn't want to put any pressure on his child, but he was unwilling. Long Qinglan was equally indignant. Mo Xiaolang had experienced the great tribulation of gods and demons, but he hadn't truly become a god yet. How could he die so easily? Based on his usual habits, even if he died, he would drag someone down with him. Therefore, he wouldn't put down the weapon in his hand until the moment of his death. Swoosh. However, at this moment, a fiery red flame actually blocked him in the middle. Rumble. The god-walking demon broke through this familiar flame, but Long Chen had already rushed to another place, temporarily avoiding the god-walking demon. Xiaolang. That's right, what appeared in front of Long Chen now was a pitch-black wolf demon. His body wasn't very big, and there wasn't much difference from before, but the signs of demons had disappeared. His eyes had returned to a deep black, and all the bloodlines on his body had disappeared as well. He had turned into a pure black wolf in the night. This was his original appearance. But in terms of life, he was completely different from before. Seeing him now, Long Chen was extremely excited. He knew that although he had experienced so many hardships, Mo Xiaolang had succeeded. He had passed the great tribulation of gods and demons, and was the first to become a god in tens of millions of years. He was even faster than Long Chen. Right now, the feeling he gave Long Chen was no different from that of primeval troll. He was the kind of god that ruled over all living beings, and controlled the power of rules. However, he wasn't as evil as primeval troll, but was extremely pure. It was a peaceful power of darkness, dark and serene, pure and natural. He had returned to his original appearance. Seeing him like this, Long Chen couldn't help but feel excited. His good brother was finally back. Perhaps the negative effects of the martial demon seed had on him back then had completely disappeared from today. That was the deepest guilt in Long Chen's heart. Big brother. Mo Xiaolang couldn't help but tear up at this moment. He clearly remembered how Long Chen was injured when he faced the explosive Inferno demon for the first time. Long Chen had blocked the explosive Inferno demon's attack for Mo Xiaolang. He had used a long time to pass the tribulation. He didn't expect that under such extreme circumstances, Long Chen could still hold on until now. Although his heart was full of excitement and gratitude, and he had endless hatred for primeval troll, the most important thing now was to stop the primordial demon race. Long Chen didn't dare to tell Mo Xiaolang about Soiyan. It would be a huge blow to him if he told him now. Moreover, the godly Strider demon was already attacking. Becoming a demon by talent, and such a pure demon soul at that. It's really shocking. Since the dragon sacrificial world, there are still people who can become demons by talent. I have to say, you are indeed a demon wolf that has escaped the rules of heaven and earth. That's why you can do this. But you met us too early. Maybe if you cultivate for 1,000,000 years, you can reach the level of a demon king. The godly Strider demon appeared in front of them with a swoosh. The other primordial demons were still working hard to help the 9 escape. Mo Xiaolang, a newly born demon soul, wasn't worthy of their attention. In fact, Long Chen had the ancestral dragon's blood essence, so he was more talented. But he didn't know if he could become a god because he might lack something called the origin dragon soul. Only then could he be considered a true divine dragon. At this moment, they hadn't fought side by side for many years. The two looked at each other and saw the fire in each other's eyes. Even if they were facing a hopeless situation, even if they were facing an opponent that was almost impossible to defeat, as long as they had each other, they had the confidence to win. That was the flawless world of fire. Long Chen remembered that Mo Xiaolang seemed to have used the power of rules to save him. He was very familiar with that kind of rule. It was the flawless world of fire that Buck Teeth had used on him countless times. He guessed that Mo Xiaolang had inherited the power of rules from the exploding inferno demon. Just as he thought of this, the godly Strider demon made him its primary target and attacked. Long Chen gripped the Supreme Divine Emperor War Halberd and rushed forward like an explosive thunderbolt. The Divine Emperor War Halberd was like a fierce dragon coming out of its lair. It spun violently in his hand, forming a terrible storm of astral energy and flames that rushed toward the godly Strider demon. Too weak. The godly Strider demon laughed loudly. Under the flapping of its wings, countless space fragments turned into blades and covered Long Chen, sealing all his escape routes. At this time, Long Chen found that Mo Xiaolang's speed was also very fast. Long Chen had an idea. When fighting, he used the chaotic time reverse to control the surroundings. While restraining the godly Strider demon, it gave Mo Xiaolang several times the speed. Under such circumstances, Mo Xiaolang's speed instantly equaled that of the godly Strider demon. He and Long Chen had an endless tacit understanding. There was no need to communicate at all. When Long Chen risked his life to fight the godly Strider demon head-on, he suddenly swept behind the godly Strider demon and spat out 2 blood-red fire seeds. Those were the flames of the exploding inferno demon. Long Chen was very familiar with this move. It was the power of the exploding inferno demon's rules. At this time, the 2 fire seeds descended behind the godly Strider demon. He actually mastered the rules of the exploding inferno demon. Long Chen was shocked. What he knew was that no matter who it was, if they wanted to display the power of rules, they had to comprehend it on their own. The old dragon also knew this from the Supreme Divine Emperor War Halberd. They had never heard of someone who could swallow the comprehension of the rules. The godly Strider demon was equally shocked. Impossible. He turned around and flapped his giant wings once, triggering a torrent of space fragments to collide with the exploding inferno fire seed. At the same time, he covered his body with his giant wings to protect himself. The exploding inferno fire seed collided with the torrent of space fragments and exploded. Rumble. This explosion alarmed the other primordial demons. Only then did they notice Mo Xiaolang's existence. Rip. Under this explosion, crisscrossing wounds appeared on the godly Strider demon's wings. The 2 of them finally managed to hurt him. Long Chen's Supreme Divine Emperor War Halberd also left a wound on the godly Strider demon's back. Chapter 2548. Mo Xiaolang seemed to have other plans. After using the bursting flame seed to attack and injure Godwalker demon, he winked at Long Chen, indicating for Long Chen to continue to restrain his opponent. Understood. When the Godwalker demon was injured for the first time, Long Chen's eyes turned cold, and his god spirit origin energy erupted. The Supreme Divine Emperor War Halberd, with the majesty of an emperor, inherited the might of a divine emperor and a divine dragon, collided with the Godwalker demon head-on. Long Chen displayed his madness in battle. He was like a god of war, fighting the Godwalker demon as close as he could. Sweep. This was a rule that he had become more and more familiar with during the battle with the Supreme Divine Emperor War Halberd. He erupted with his strongest strength and creation divine power. Total annihilation. At this moment, he felt like he was facing millions upon millions of enemies. The halberd of the God Emperor Paragon swept out, and in an instant, boundless golden light filled the air. The astral energy of the instant ancient gold transformed into a beam of light that tore through the heavens and earth. The God Traverser Devil stood right in front of Long Chen, enduring the attack. He also used the chaotic sea of time reversal to disrupt Godwalker Demon at all times. Otherwise, Godwalker Demon could be twice as terrifying. It was precisely because of Long Chen's restriction that he began to feel irritated. He still hadn't completed the task, and Sakya Emperor of Hell Demon might be angry. Although the battle hadn't lasted long. Just as he was about to crush Long Chen head-on, he didn't expect Mo Xiaolang to run behind him again. This time, he spat out 3 fire seeds at the critical moment. What Godwalker Demon didn't realize was that these 3 fire seeds were actually black, and they weren't as hot as the bursting flame demon's blood-red flames. Instead, they were very cold. He was now facing Long Chen's chaotic attacks, so he didn't notice this detail. But Long Chen noticed it. He understood Mo Xiaolang's plan. These were fire seeds formed by the 9 Serenities Demon Ancestral Flame. Although they didn't seem any different at the moment, when they exploded, they would be particularly terrifying. Break. In order to prevent Godwalker Demon from dealing with Mo Xiaolang with all his strength, Long Chen rushed directly in front of Godwalker Demon and swept out with the Supreme God Emperor War Halberd, forcing Godwalker Demon to face Long Chen head-on. Rumble. He condensed the space in front of him, forming a round shield that blocked in front of Long Chen, blocking Long Chen's Supreme God Emperor War Halberd from hitting the round spatial shield. Long Chen exhausted almost all of his strength in this move. The spatial shield exploded and the walking devil was sent flying towards Mo Xiaolang. Although he was in a sorry state, he was confident. "You want to use the same method on me twice?" The godly Strider Demon couldn't help but laugh. In front of him, the 3 fire seeds couldn't be resisted. They were very close to his position. Godspeed Demon disdainfully flapped his wings again. The space torrent once again collided with the fire seed. This time, the fire seed exploded closer to Godspeed Demon. However, Godspeed Demon had already used his wings to protect himself. Flawless Fire Realm. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang resorted to other means. This was the flawless fire realm that protected Long Chen before. But this time, the flame used was also the Black 9 Serenities Demon Ancestral Flame. But this time, the target was not Long Chen, but Godspeed Demon. The flawless fire realm surrounded him. Of course, it also surrounded the fire seed. Long Chen understood that under a fixed space, the power of the explosive flame fire seed's explosion was locked in a very small area by the flawless fire realm. The power released in this way would be even more terrifying. Long Chen was extremely excited. Neither of them was as strong as Godspeed Demon, but in the process of cooperating, Long Chen found a way to kill Godspeed Demon. When Mo Xiaolang retreated, he rushed towards Godspeed Demon. At this time, the fire seed formed by the 9 Serenities Demon Ancestral Flame exploded. Godspeed Demon had just discovered that this fire seed was slightly different, but it was already too late. The reason why Mo Xiaolang didn't use this fire seed the first time was to confuse the other party. Boom, boom. This terrible explosion happened directly within the flawless world of fire. At that moment, the entire flawless fire realm was filled with black flames, and Godspeed Demon was completely submerged. In the next moment, the flawless fire realm shattered, forming another explosion. This shock was even more destructive. It almost caused the golden steel net to break, not to mention the entire Chaos Star region. Even many star fragments completely disappeared in this shock. Because Long Chen was too close, he was also affected. Sure enough, the fire seed of the 9 Serenities Demon Ancestral Flame was extraordinary. The fire seed that Mo Xiaolang used before was far inferior to the explosive Inferno Demon, but the 9 Serenities Demon Ancestral Flame was almost stronger than the one that explosive Inferno Demon used. Moreover, he had cleverly placed the fire seed in the flawless fire realm. Hiss. In the depths of the explosion, there was the scream of Godspeed Demon. This was the angriest scream that Long Chen had heard recently. Godspeed Demon knew that he had been tricked. This time, although he didn't die, he was seriously injured. This kind of disgusting injury would be quite troublesome to recover from. When Long Chen rushed into the range of the explosion, he saw that Mo Xiaolang had blown up his wings and part of his torso. Godspeed Demon didn't expect that Mo Xiaolang would use this method to trick him. Secondly, he didn't expect that Long Chen would have the courage to rush into this terrible explosion. Now was the weakest time for Godspeed Demon. After being imprisoned for thousands of years, Godspeed Demon was also extremely weak. In terms of time, his power was not much more than the other primeval troll. He was almost exhausted. He just relied on the nature of his power to appear a little stronger. "You're courting death." Seeing Long Chen, he roared angrily. "Who's going to die?" There was always only one chance. Long Chen instantly transformed into a dragon. Using the body of the ancient blood spirit dragon, he performed the Death Realm Dragon Gate. Just before the seriously injured Godspeed Demon, the Death Realm Dragon Claw pierced through the dragon scales of Godspeed Demon. "You!" Godspeed Demon was shocked. He forgot that Long Chen had this method. Once he was thrown into the Death Realm, there was no difference between him and death. They didn't spend thousands of years just to enter the Death Realm. At that moment, Godspeed Demon almost went crazy. He struggled with no regard for his life. As an existence that used to be at the Demon Lord level, although he was seriously injured and exhausted, it was still a bit difficult for Long Chen to drag him into the Death Realm Dragon Gate. Damn it. He felt that he had lost the most difficult opportunity this time. His opponent was too afraid of the Death Realm, so he was even willing to let his lower body be torn apart by Long Chen to escape from Long Chen's control. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. "Xiaolang!" Long Chen shouted. He believed that Mo Xiaolang would understand what he meant. Sure enough, as soon as his voice came out, Godspeed Demon screamed again. Long Chen saw black flames burning on Godspeed Demon's body. It was a flame born from his bones, the demonic flame of bone adhering. But the demonic flame of bone adhering was very cold, and it instantly froze Godspeed Demon into an ice sculpture. Because it was the 9th nether demonic ancestral flame. Rumble. At that moment, Long Chen threw Godspeed Demon into the Death Realm. Otherwise, he would have been able to shatter the ice of the 9th nether demonic ancestral flame and escape. When the Death Realm Dragon Gate closed, Long Chen still couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that he and Mo Xiaolang, who were obviously not as strong as Godspeed Demon, could really rely on their tacit cooperation and familiarity with each other to kill Godspeed Demon. Entering the Death Realm and never coming back was almost the same as dying. Therefore, when Godspeed Demon disappeared, even the two of them were stunned. If only we could throw all the other primeval troll into the Death Realm, apart from the 5 primeval demons in the coffin. The other party had 9 existences comparable to Godspeed Demon. Long Chen knew that this was an opportunity. If he and the wolf cub could gang up on the 20 primordial realm primordial demons, they might be able to finish them off before the 9 perfection realm primordial demons broke free from their seals. Then, whoever broke free from their seals could deal with them the same way they dealt with the spirit traversing demon. However, this idea was too idealistic. Moreover, it was destined to be impossible. Because there were 2 perfected primeval troll who broke out of the seal with the help of the other primeval troll. Both of them were as terrifying as Godspeed Demon. Even the other perfected primeval demons were about to come out. Long Chen didn't want them to come out one by one to be killed by him. Dealing with Godspeed Demon was already a stroke of luck. Even they themselves couldn't believe their luck. To be honest, Godspeed Demon's sudden defeat had left dozens of primeval troll in a daze. Even Shui Lanyan, who was sitting on the 3rd heaven burial crystal coffin, looked a little shocked. Just now, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang's cooperation was perfect. It was simply a miracle. Godspeed Demon's true strength was at the Grand Essence Demon Realm's ultimate realm. This was the core strength of the ancient demon race. It wasn't something that Silent Demon could compare to. Losing such a member was a huge blow to Sakya Hell Demon's heart. The other primeval troll were even more furious. They called each other brothers and sisters. But on the day of their escape, one of their brothers died in the hands of Long Chen. Each was more bizarre than the other. Now, Godspeed Demon's sudden defeat happened in an instant. In an instant, all the ancient demon race that had escaped roared in unison. They were ready to tear Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang apart under the leadership of the two perfected primeval demons. They were confident that they could do it. But before that, everyone believed that Godspeed Demon could easily kill Long Chen. Now, all the primeval trolls' eyes were bloodshot with anger. They looked at Shui Lanyan, waiting for her orders. The primeval troll couldn't afford to lose any more. Long Chen, these two flies, had to be eliminated. Even Godspeed Demon was gone. From now on, any carelessness would be foolish. Shui Lanyan's face was cold. She stared at Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang and suddenly said, "Everyone, just defend well. Let the other 7 escape. It won't be too late to act then. Don't worry, they won't escape." Chapter 25-49. Completion Realm Primordial Demons were the strongest fighting force Shui Lanyan could send out. Her clansmen were in their weakest state, especially the 5 of them who were once demon kings and even demon emperors in the heaven burial crystal coffin. But now, they were at their weakest. The 5 of them were sealed by their former opponents. The sudden loss of the Godwalker demon was unexpected. Now that they only had 9 completion realm primordial demons left, Shui Lanyan didn't want to lose any more. As for the 20 primordial demons, they weren't a match for Long Chen. Even if they attacked together, they might suffer losses. After all, Long Chen had the Death Realm Dragon Gate. Primordial demons were few in number. It wasn't worth losing even one to a mortal like Long Chen. Therefore, Shui Lanyan chose not to take the initiative to attack. Of course, this was only temporary. Once all the other completion realm primordial demons broke free from their seals and attacked together, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang would die for sure. As long as any one of them rushed to the Eternity God domain or the Draconic continent, the 5 of them would be able to escape from the heaven burial crystal coffin safely. They were too impatient before, which allowed Long Chen to seize the opportunity and lose so many of their clansmen. No matter how much hatred and unwillingness the primeval troll had in their hearts, they could only endure it. Everyone was helping the remaining 7 completion realm primordial demons break free. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't run away at this time. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Therefore, he only had 2 choices left. The first was to attack immediately. In that case, he would have to face 2 primordial demons who were as powerful as the divine walking devil and 20 primordial demons who were equally powerful. It was almost impossible for Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang to defeat one primordial demon who was as powerful as the divine walking devil. In fact, luck played a big part in defeating the divine walking devil. The divine walking devil had underestimated them, but they wouldn't have such an opportunity in the future. Therefore, this choice could not possibly kill all the primeval troll here. The only possibility was that they might be able to kill a few, but he and Mo Xiaolang would definitely die. The second choice was to delay and wait. But if the enemies all broke free and attacked together, he and Mo Xiaolang would die without a doubt. Both choices were death. This was a choice that no one could make. The old dragon said, "Being able to kill the divine walking devil is already a great fortune. Next, just accept your fate." Shui Lanyan isn't a fool. She has already lost the divine walking devil. Now, she won't let any of the primeval troll be killed by you. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang looked at each other. They could see the determination in each other's eyes. Of course, as the old dragon said, they also felt helpless. Even if Mo Xiaolang became a demon soul at this time, it didn't seem to be able to change anything. From the moment the demon star's seal was broken, they didn't have any hope. From the beginning to the end, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Long Chen was very curious about the situation after Mo Xiaolang became a demon soul. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time to understand it. For now, they chose not to attack. But as time passed, other Perfection Realm primordial demons would soon be born. Big brother, did you see Yan? At this moment, Mo Xiaolang, who was beside Long Chen, said in a trembling voice. His gaze swept past Shui Lanyan's back and landed on the second coffin. Although the coffin was filled with black fog, he seemed to feel that it was familiar. This result made his body tremble, and his eyes became incomparably blazing. Long Chen naturally didn't want to hide this from him. This monstrous hatred should be known by Mo Xiaolang. Therefore, he told him everything he heard before. Is that so? Mo Xiaolang couldn't control himself. He wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and said, I feel that she still exists. Big brother, she must still be alive. If she really died, I will definitely feel it. I want to save her. Long Chen frowned and said, the primeval troll took over the body. It should be different from what we saw on the dragon sacrificial continent. Yan Er's body has already become a primeval troll. But as you said, as long as she exists, there is hope for her to come back to life. Of course, all of this was under the premise that they could win this battle. But as time passed, victory was getting further and further away from them. The third Perfection Realm primeval troll appeared. Then came the fourth. If it wasn't for Shui Lanyan's caution, the 4 Perfection Realm primordial demons would have taken Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang's lives in an instant. Mo Xiaolang's heart was filled with desire. Like Long Chen, he had the conviction to win. Even if reality was cruel and there was no hope of victory, he didn't feel discouraged or give up. Just like Long Chen at this moment. Both of them were madmen. Even the supreme deity Emperor Halberd had given up at this time. Anyone could understand that in the face of a primordial demon god, they were just a bunch of ants. There was no way they could stop it. This wasn't a contest on the same level. This was fate. The more time passed, the more despair they should feel. Shui Lanyan chuckled softly and said, I suddenly remembered that the two of you are people with great luck. The fact that you defeated the city lord of the wronged is proof of this. I actually underestimated you, which led to the death of several of my brothers. But now I understand that you are opponents worthy of respect. The more she valued Long Chen, the less chance Long Chen and the others had. Those who underestimated them were all sent to the death rain by Long Chen. Shui Lanyan continued, the two of you are too dangerous, so I've made up my mind. But it's undeniable that the two of you have created a miracle by stopping the primeval troll to this extent. I will leave a few seeds for the dragon sacrificial dragon continent to multiply and let them remember the names of the two heroes. After all, the dragon sacrificial dragon world was the terrifying #1 world in the past. After saying that, she covered her sexy lips with her fair fingers and giggled. Even if he was furious, there was nothing he could do. Only by killing all the primeval troll who have escaped can we succeed in saving all of this. This was much more difficult than killing the city lord of the wronged. Big brother, if we don't act now, there will be no hope in the future. Let's fight to the death. Mo Xiaolang was burning with anger. For him, this was the deepest hatred in the world. The life and death of the person he loved were unknown. He couldn't bear this hatred and pain for even a moment. Long Chen really wanted to make a move, but he had missed the opportunity at the beginning. Now, there were 4 great Perfection Realm primordial giant demons. Even if one of them came out, they would be able to suppress Long Chen if they joined forces. How was he supposed to fight a battle where he had no hope of winning? But as long as he didn't stop them, the beautiful world behind him would be finished. Long Chen tightly grasped the supreme divine Emperor Halberd in his hand, his arms trembling. He was restraining himself. Impulsiveness was the devil. Now that the responsibility was so great, he should think of a better way. No matter which of the 2 choices he made, he would be courting death. Chen. This cry caused Long Chen's heart to tremble. He abruptly turned his head and saw Lingxi standing not too far away from him. Her white dress fluttered in the wind as she danced in the starry sky. In this chaotic place, the rims of her eyes were slightly red, like a pear blossom weeping in the rain. She was actually this beautiful. She looked at him eagerly, her eyes hiding deep feelings. That was the deepest love. It was also because of this that she didn't listen to Long Chen's words and came here. Long Chen instantly became nervous and said angrily, "What's wrong with you?" Speaking up to hear, he saw Yang Yu appear beside Lingxi. Behind them, Dragon Emperor, Grand Demon Lord, and Neptune Holy Shaman also came. They stood behind Long Chen with some apprehension, not daring to look at Long Chen, but their hearts were still very determined. They understood that even if they stayed in the eternal sacred domain of the dragon sacrificial continent, it would be useless in front of the primordial demon race. It was better to come here. Long Chen couldn't help but be angry. His place was already chaotic enough. He would rather die first than watch them die in front of him, especially Lingxi. Long Chen could see with a glance that her belly was slightly bulging, and there was a life beating inside. "It's a girl." Lingxi's eyes were filled with tears. She pursed her lips and said to Long Chen, as if saying these words had exhausted all her strength. Life was so magical. Long Chen saw the fetus in her belly that was still forming. Lingxi was right, it was indeed a girl. In a blink of an eye, Long Chen seemed to be able to imagine how cute she would be after she was born, how beautiful and charming she would be when she grew up. He imagined everything, however, everything had to be destroyed. Perhaps this child's life was limited to today. Long Chen woke up with a start. Before Shui Lan Yen could do anything, he quickly took action and brought all of them into the Holy Kingdom. In this way, at least they wouldn't die before he died. Long Chen didn't expect that they would come, so he could only do this. At this moment, he was speechless. "Chen, you don't need to feel burdened. This is all of our choices. At least we are happy to do this. We are all proud of you for being able to do this." Yang Yu smiled, as if she was very relaxed. She was a person with many stories, so her heart was even more stable than Long Chen's. "Chen, I have fulfilled my promise to you." Lingxi's eyes were a little red, but she said with a smile. In just half a year, she had inherited the spiritual venerable's inheritance. It seemed that she was almost at the same level as a spiritual venerable, and she might even have a lot of room for improvement in the future. She was the combination of plain maiden and spiritual venerable. If she used the 3 lives love thread, it seemed that she could increase Long Chen's strength to a certain extent, but he didn't know to what extent. Moreover, Lingxi's current physical condition was not suitable for fighting. Chapter 2550. The reason why she could reach such a level in such a short time was that she was very suitable for the spiritual venerable's inheritance. There was a great connection between the spiritual venerable and the plain girl. Lingxi felt many mysteries in the process of receiving the spiritual venerable's inheritance. For example, she found that the bloodline of the spiritual venerable and the plain girl could become a more perfect bloodline after they fused. It seemed that they were originally one, but then they were divided into 2. After they fused back into one, they became a more powerful and perfect ancient bloodline. Therefore, it only took Lingxi half a year to improve her strength. It was many times faster than ordinary people who received the spiritual venerable's inheritance. Of course, this was also because she had been working hard day and night during this period of time. She remembered what Long Chen had told her at all times, so she didn't dare to relax at all. If Yang Yu hadn't asked her to rest sometimes, she wouldn't even have dared to stop. Rest was also for the sake of the fetus. Therefore, Lingxi's condition was very good. Her life force was abundant, and so was the fetus in her belly. Of course, she already suspected that the fetus might be hurt if she participated in the battle. So, no matter what, even though she had almost completed the task that Long Chen gave her, Long Chen didn't want her to participate in the battle. Right now, the difference between them wasn't just a single lingxi. If that was the case, perhaps Long Chen would let his woman take the risk as well. After all, the consequences this time around were simply too heavy. All of them were taken into the Holy Kingdom by Long Chen. Shui Lanyan glanced at them and said with a smile, "Oh, it's this beauty. I've seen her before. But it seems that she got a great inheritance. She doesn't have that ability. You gave her that, right?" While they were talking, another immemorial demon of the perfect realm was born. Long Chen ignored her, but the pressure in his heart had increased. He said to Shui Lanyan, "Is there really no room for negotiation? Do you really have to destroy this world?" Shui Lanyan smiled and said, "This is your world, not ours. We've been waiting for this day for 10 million years, and we haven't even recovered a single moment. We're all in terrible danger, and we could lose everything at any moment. There's no room for negotiation. If you hadn't killed so many of our brothers, we might have been able to spare you. But now, even if I don't want you to die, they won't." Right now, every single one of the primordial giant devils was eyeing Long Chen like a tiger watching its prey. They wanted nothing more than to attack him right now. They were completely confident that they could win. It was just that Shui Lanyan was being extremely cautious. There was no room for discussion. At this time, the Supreme God Emperor Halberd transformed into an old golden dragon and roamed around Long Chen's holy kingdom. He suddenly said, "There are a few people here who seem to have something good on them. It has a very powerful sealing power. And you, Long Chen, also seem to have it." Long Chen's heart shook, and he asked, "Are you talking about the 5 great dragon balls?" "That's right, each of the 5 great dragon cities of the dragon god domain has one of the 5 great dragon balls, and I have the slaughter dragon ball." 5 dragon cities. Tens of millions of years ago, they were in a remote corner of the eternal god domain, inferior to any of the other god cities. Now that there are no more god spirits in the eternal life god domain, the god cities must have fallen into decline. It's a miracle that the dragon warriors are stronger than before. According to what he meant, 10 million years ago, the 5 dragon cities were inferior to the ancient cities of the 72 divine descendants. They were very hidden forces. At that time, the divine cities had gods overseeing them, so it was normal for them to be stronger than the 5 dragon cities. But now, things were different. In accordance with his anger, the 4 dragon emperors took out 4 kinds of dragon balls. Long Chen said, "The slaughter dragon ball has fused with my body. Now, I am the slaughter dragon ball." The old dragon circled around the 4 dragon pearls, controlling the 4 dragon pearls and spinning them around his body. The dragon emperors knew that this was a creation divine equipment and a complete dragon soul, so they were extremely respectful and did not dare to be careless. "How is it? Is there any hope?" Long Chen had almost pinned all his hopes on the 5 great dragon balls. Now, there were only 3 primeval troll at the perfection realm left. The 26 primeval troll were eyeing Long Chen like a tiger watching its prey. Once Shui Lanyan gave the order, they would instantly rush up and tear Long Chen apart, then rush to the dragon sacrificial continent, which was their paradise. Their stomachs were rumbling with hunger, and they couldn't hold it in for even a moment. Now, they were breathing heavily, and the aura they produced was enough to make the eternal god domain tremble. Just as Long Chen was holding on to his greatest hope, the old dragon shook his head helplessly and said, "That's right. These 5 great dragon balls indeed contain infinite power and are hidden very deeply. The sealing power is only one of the outermost layers. Perhaps they can be used to arrange a kind of formation, and even achieve the effect of temporarily suppressing the primeval troll. But unfortunately, this old man is not proficient in formations and can't use the 5 great dragon balls." Seeing him shake his head, Long Chen felt dizzy. The last trace of hope was gone. Long Chen naturally believed that if the mysterious 5 great dragon balls were really used, they might really be able to turn the tide. After all, the demon star seal back then also needed to be broken by the 5 great dragon balls. This was something born from the origin of the dragon god. Who knew how many secrets it had? Just as Long Chen was feeling dejected, Lingxi suddenly asked tentatively, "Senior, do you mean to use the 5 great dragon balls as the extreme points to form a formation diagram and release the outermost layer of sealing power of the 5 great dragon balls to suppress, disrupt, and so on?" Here, Lingxi was definitely a formation master. She, who had obtained the Immortal Lord Realm technique and the legacy of the Honorable Spirit, had basically obtained all the Ling tribe's formation diagrams. Moreover, they had all come from the 2 extremely powerful immortals of the Ling tribe. Moreover, she had liked to study these things since she was young. Hearing Lingxi's words, the old dragon knew this girl. One look and he could tell that she was Long Chen's lover. He said amiably, "Indeed. It seems like you are proficient in these things. Do you have any ideas?" Long Chen's eyes lit up. If Lingxi had a way, how great would that be? Before this, he was still feeling depressed that all these people had come here. But who would have thought that it was precisely their arrival that brought him a certain amount of hope? At this moment, Long Chen deeply understood that there were many things that could not be resolved with tyrannical strength. He always went straight to the point and only believed in his own way of fighting. It might not be the right way. Time was tight now. Shui Lanyan would give the order to attack at any moment. Therefore, he had to be quick. The blue-haired girl knew that 6 full-circle realm primeval troll could definitely kill Long Chen in a second. However, she was a little apprehensive. In fact, she thought that Long Chen would attack with all his might from the start. She did not expect him to wait for more and more experts to escape. Because of this, she suspected that Long Chen had some tricks up his sleeves. Therefore, she was still observing. Because of this, Long Chen had a chance. Lingxi said, "In the Spirit Reverend's legacy and the Immortal Lord Realm technique, there is a spirit design called the 5 Extremes 10 Worlds Demon Sealing Design. It is a method that uses 5 extreme points as the foundation and layers to create 10 chaotic worlds. It can cover a very large area. Within the 10 chaotic worlds, the enemies will be trapped within and will be disturbed. They will be scattered among the 10 worlds and will find it difficult to escape and return to the greater world. Unless they have the power to destroy the entire 5 Extremes 10 Worlds Demon Sealing Design instantly. Of course, the stronger the 5 extreme points, the more stable the created chaotic worlds." Long Chen's eyes lit up. He said, "If this 5 Extremes 10 Worlds Demon Sealing Design is successful, it will bring all the primeval troll into the 10 chaotic worlds and scatter them. They will be unable to find their way out or even their companions." Lingxi nodded and said, "That's true. But as the creator of the design, we can know where they are. This design was originally designed by the creator to scatter the enemies and then trap them in the 10 worlds to kill them one by one. I think we can try using the 5 great dragon balls as the extreme points. Although I can't activate the power of the 5 great dragon balls, Senior should be able to." She was speaking very seriously. Initially, she was very flustered. However, when it came to the design, she immediately came to her senses. She analyzed the situation quickly and rationally. This was because she understood that from Long Chen's eyes, she could see his desire for hope. Lingxi wanted to help him. No matter the price. After hearing this, Old Dragon couldn't help but sigh. Not bad at all. I can activate the power of the 5 great dragon balls and also assist in forming this design. However, I still need a familiar creator to be the center of control. To trap the gods and demons, the center must have the power of a god and demon, or at least Long Chen or this demon wolf. However, the only one who is familiar with the design is you, little girl, and you don't have enough power. What a pity, you're so close. If you were as strong as Long Chen, then this chance would be very big. He was so close, but there was no hope at all. This made Old Dragon feel so much pain that he wanted to die. It would be fine if there was no hope, but now there was a big hope for the final reversal. He was only one step away. Old Dragon couldn't imagine how happy it would be if he could really complete it. However, while he was feeling the most depressed, Long Chen and the others were ecstatic. What's going on? Old Dragon was stunned. Senior, just wait and see. After Long Chen said that, the three lives threads quickly connected. The two hadn't fused like this for a long time. It felt like water melting. Compared to last time, Long Chen had made great progress. He had achieved God source power. Lingxi had also digested the Spirit Elder's inheritance and improved by leaps and bounds. In terms of power, she was already close to the God realm. She was half a step away from the God realm. Chapter 25:51. It was a wondrous feeling. From his body to his primordial spirit, he felt warm and comfortable. His spirit fused and sublimated. The power that came from Lingxi fused with his own divine spirit source power. Even though this power wasn't that great for Long Chen, it brought him a kind of sublimation. It made his power even more complete and improved even faster. Lingxi naturally benefited from it. In front of the old dragon, Lingxi felt the same as Long Chen. She had the purest divine spirit source force. They hadn't seen each other for half a year, but Lingxi also had the world tree, rule heart, and God palace. They weren't useful for now, but when Long Chen poured his divine spirit source force into them, they activated and transformed into Long Chen. This fusion brought great help to the two of them. At the very least, Long Chen felt full of energy and his combat ability increased. Now, he had a certain degree of confidence in dealing with the godly Strider demon. For Lingxi, this was a qualitative leap. She was a bit confused. It took some time to control this power. Fortunately, she and Long Chen were connected. With Long Chen's care, she was fine. Little Shi, you can't force yourself. If you have any difficulties, tell me. If you hide something from me, I won't let you help me no matter what happens in the future. Long Chen had to scare her, lest she couldn't hold on anymore. Don't worry. Lingxi smiled. She had matured a lot. She knew that Long Chen was just scaring her, but she still felt very warm inside. This is a miracle. This is the transfer of divine spirit source force. No, it's sharing. The old dragon trembled, his eyes wide. Long Chen said, Senior, we don't have much time. Do it quickly. Can you set it up in the divine kingdom and then I'll transfer it out? The old dragon gritted his teeth and said, Sure, do it. Wang, the 4 dragon balls around him moved to 4 positions. Long Chen condensed part of his power in the divine kingdom and placed it in the 5th position. When the formation is formed and brought outside, he will go to the 5th position. Lingxi and the old dragon began to cooperate with each other. With Lingxi as the leader and the Supreme Divine Emperor's halberd as support, they began to set up the formation. The other party could attack at any time, so every moment was precious. Once it's formed, the 5 poles will keep moving. That's the only way to mess up the formation and cause chaos in the 10 worlds. It's just right. When the primeval troll is split up, you and Xiao Lang might have to enter and deal with them. It shouldn't be a problem. Lingxi explained the various details to Long Chen as she set up the formation. The old dragon is communicating with the 4 dragon balls and Long Chen's body, gradually drawing out the outermost power of the 5 dragon balls. At present, the progress is very smooth. The entire divine kingdom began to transform within the demon ceiling formation. Everyone was extremely nervous. Their hands were clenched, and their faces were pale as they waited. This wasn't just about their own fate, but the fate of the entire dragon sacrificial realm. Everyone's future. The sound of their hearts pounding could be heard. Everyone held their breaths and gathered together, silently praying. This was their last hope. There were also people who sent word back to the eternal life godly domain. As a result, everyone rose to their feet and began to pray for their last bit of hope. Their prayers filled Long Chen with immense willpower, and made him even more powerful than before. As a result, Lingxi had an endless supply of power. Long Chen was constantly checking on her body, worried that she might be straining herself. However, she was actually in a very good state. Perhaps it was because of the godly spirit essence power, but when she used it, both she and her unborn child's life force were improving. As a result, the child in her arms was undergoing rapid changes under the nourishment of the godly spirit essence power. Such a small thing can actually devour the godly spirit essence power. Long Chen was a little stunned. As the saying goes, a daughter is a father's lover in his previous life. Long Chen especially doted on this little fellow. Although it wasn't born yet, he already had endless expectations. However, at this time, another perfect primeval troll broke free. All the primeval troll worked together to help the last two primeval troll break free. Once they were free, Shui Blue Mist would order an attack. Right now, everyone was racing against time. Long Chen was also very nervous. Once the demon sealing formation of 5 extremes 10 worlds was formed, once these primeval troll were separated, he would start killing without holding back. His eyes were bloodshot, and his hatred had long since reached its peak. Not to mention Soyan, he and these primeval troll were already irreconcilable enemies. If there was a chance, he wouldn't let a single one of these great demons go. In fact, this had nothing to do with good or evil. It was a battle to the death that had to appear in fate. The primeval troll had been imprisoned for millions of years. They were born to be superior beings. Devouring trillions of lives wasn't a big deal to them, but to Long Chen, it was a crime punishable by death. Another primeval troll broke free from the seal. Now, all the primeval troll were in a frenzy. They waved their sharp claws and flapped their huge wings. Their blood-red eyes stared at Long Chen and Emo Xiaolang. Now that the Devil Star had been completely annihilated in this starry sky, they were floating in the core of the Devil Star. Although each of them was exhausted to the extreme, when dozens of primeval troll gathered together, that kind of terror was unimaginable. Do it, do it. The great demons began to urge Shui Lanyan. They were all cruel and evil beings. Their patience was almost at its limit. The great demons began to roar and roar. Their voices shook the heavens and the earth, putting a lot of pressure on Lingxi. She was always the one to take on such a huge task at such a critical moment, but Lingxi was becoming more and more powerful. Even in this kind of situation, she still turned a deaf ear to them and continued steadily. There was only one left. Shui Lanyan was very puzzled. She looked up and down at Long Chen and Emo Xiaolang. She couldn't see how they could escape from the close to 30 primeval troll. However, they didn't make a move or escape. Instead, they calmly stood guard outside the golden steel net. Are you two stalling for time? Shui Lanyan asked softly with a smile. Long Chen was extremely nervous. However, he could still hold on. After a moment of silence, he said, "That's right. Let them try. Our decision is very clear. No matter what the situation is, if we are going to die, we will at least drag a few down with us. Don't think that you can kill me just because you've lost a few." Shui Lanyan said doubtfully, "Are you saying that my 30 brothers and sisters can't kill you?" Everyone knew that it was difficult for Long Chen to kill a primeval troll now. However, he had to stall for time. Therefore, he wasn't afraid at all. He said, "Let them try." In this way, although Shui Lanyan didn't seem frightened, she was still a little hesitant. She had already lost a few. She couldn't explain to Ji Yuan Tianma. If she lost another one, even one, she wouldn't be willing. Unfortunately, she couldn't do it herself. Now, she had to rely on these 30 primeval troll to recover first. Then, she would come back to save the 5 of them. She didn't say anything else. Instead, she looked at the last primeval troll. With the help of the other primeval troll, he tore open the seal and came out. He spread his wings and used his incomparably huge head to let out a monstrous roar. Rumble. All the primeval troll, except for the 5 rulers, had now broken free from the seal. From Shui Lanyan's point of view, this was the most they could do. She couldn't bring out more. This was the most prudent method. When the last primeval troll broke free, she didn't hesitate and directly announced, "Everyone, let's do it together." The primeval troll had been waiting for this moment for too long. Under their huge chests, endless anger was hidden. At this moment, they released it. The 30 primeval troll roared together, creating terrifying waves. Their strength wasn't something that Long Chen could withstand. At this moment, the most terrifying thing happened. The golden net of steel was actually shattered by their voices. They were completely free. Long Chen had underestimated their strength. To be honest, if they attacked, he and Mo Xiaolang would definitely be reduced to ashes. They wouldn't have the chance to drag one of them down with them. However, he had created too many miracles, so Shui Lanyan was a little afraid. Otherwise, she would have given the order to attack long ago. The 30 primeval troll didn't stop at all. They were shocked. For a moment, the whole world was shaking. The primeval troll didn't fear Long Chen at all. They had 10,000 ways to instantly tear Long Chen apart. Retreat. Long Chen controlled the chaotic temporal sea and retreated with Mo Xiaolang. Once the primeval troll got close to his chaotic temporal sea, their speed would slow down. Without the speed of the godly devil, it was very difficult for the primeval troll to have the speed to crush Long Chen within the chaotic temporal sea. But this method could only last for a short while. After all, if they were too far away from the devil's star, the primeval troll would definitely rush towards the eternal god domain first. As long as one escaped, he would be able to recover his terrifying strength at his peak. Then, even the demon's sealing formation of 5 extremes 10 worlds would be useless. Hurry, hurry. Long Chen screamed in his heart, but he couldn't affect Lingxi. That was why he persisted, and didn't report his current situation to Lingxi. In reality, the 30 primeval troll were still chasing Long Chen. They hadn't abandoned Long Chen and were heading towards the eternal god domain. As long as Long Chen died, the eternal god domain would be theirs sooner or later. What they wanted more was to kill Long Chen. He actually escaped. Shui Lanyan was very surprised. She hadn't expected Long Chen to escape. In that case, she naturally ordered the primeval troll to go to the eternal god domain first. Even if one recovered, Long Chen would be at his wits' end. Chapter 2552. Although she had yet to kill Long Chen, Shui Lanyan couldn't help but laugh. She understood that now that the primeval troll had dispersed and rushed towards the dragon sacrificial continent, this was the moment when Long Chen was at his most flustered. He could only stop one primeval troll at most. It wouldn't take long before the primeval troll who had devoured billions of living beings would return. When that time came, killing Long Chen would be a piece of cake. To them, Long Chen had always been just a little fly. It was just that this little fly had done a few unexpected things. She didn't see the nervous expression on Long Chen's face. The primeval troll's speed was extraordinary and they were about to disperse. Even if Long Chen was several times stronger, he wouldn't be able to stop them. At the critical moment, it was finally time to try. Lingxi and the old dragon withstood the huge pressure and completed the 5 extremes 10 realms demon sealing formation in the god nation. The moment it was completed, they almost fainted. Lingxi still needed to control this formation, so she held on. The 5 extremes 10 realms demon sealing formation had already taken shape. As one of the extremes, Long Chen could already feel that there was a mysterious power in his body that was being released at this moment. This power had already surpassed Long Chen's foresight and was completely incomprehensible to him. He knew that this was the power of the massacre Dragon Balls. At this moment, the 5 great Dragon Balls displayed their mysterious effects. Activate. With Lingxi's delicate shout, this huge formation was activated. Just when Long Chen was at his most nervous, he switched the 5 extremes 10 realms demon sealing formation to the outside world. Everything depended on this moment. Now, everyone was holding their breaths, nervously watching this moment that would decide life and death. Lingxi was controlling the entire formation. Under her control, the 5 extremes 10 realms demon sealing formation rapidly unfolded. What she wanted to do was to envelop all the scattered primeval troll within this formation. The formation diagram formed 10 chaotic worlds. Time seemed to become eternal at this moment. Buzz. The chaotic power of the 5 colors swept out, spreading like ink into water. Lingxi had used all her strength. When the 5 extremes 10 realms sealing demon formation came to the outside world, the output of the 5 dragon balls was even greater. Most of Lingxi's power was used to control it, so the pressure on her was actually not that great. Long Chen could feel that in order to block the primeval troll, the 5 dragon balls themselves were also changing. Rumble. In that instant, he and Mo Xiaolang held each other's hands. Just as their hands met, a massive reversal force brought them to a brand new world. This was a fiery red world, and the entire world was filled with red mist. It was boundless, just like the Karma King realm, but it was much more stable than the Karma King realm. Long Chen himself had entered as one of the extremes of the 5 extremes 10 realms demon sealing formation. As long as he was in the formation diagram, he would be swallowed up. If the two of them did not meet up before entering, they would basically be pushed into different worlds by Ling Shi, the controller. Little Shi, did you succeed? When he arrived at the 5 extremes 10 realms demon sealing formation, Long Chen couldn't help but ask. Immediately, Lingxi's joyful voice came. I succeeded. All the primeval troll have entered the 5 extremes 10 realms demon sealing formation. There are about 3 primeval troll in each world, and I've scattered them to different places. Even if they're in the same world, the chances of them meeting each other are very low. After all, this is a chaotic formation. It has no direction and will swallow sound. Moreover, the 5 dragon balls have a certain suppressive effect on them, which will cause their combat power to drop. Hearing Lingxi's words, Long Chen really didn't know how to express the excitement in his heart. He was still very cautious. He asked, then, how long can this formation last? Can you hold on? Lingxi replied, don't worry, I don't need to exert any power. Next, I just need to keep disturbing it and remind you of the primeval troll's position and number. As for stability, the power of the 5 dragon balls is very stable now, so there shouldn't be any problems. Even if the primeval troll can tear apart a world and escape, they'll enter another world. Unless they can destroy all 10 worlds in an instant, then there'll be a chance of escaping. That's when we'll completely fail. Long Chen was ecstatic. Although all this was difficult and dangerous, it was much smoother than he had imagined. Happiness and luck had come so suddenly that he even found it a little hard to believe that all this was actually real. How much hatred did he have for the primeval troll? From the beginning, he knew how powerful the primeval troll was. Although he had successfully killed a few, he had never imagined that he would be able to dictate the life and death of these 30 or so primeval troll. This was so exciting that it made his blood boil. This made him instantly enter an incomparably bloody state. At this time, the Supreme Divine Emperor War Halberd had already appeared in his hand. Big brother, should we kill them all? Mo Xiaolang asked in a deep voice. Long Chen's hand that was holding the Supreme Divine Emperor War Halberd made a cracking sound. He gritted his teeth and said word by word, otherwise, if one of them escapes to the eternal God domain, it'll be the end of us. Under Lingxi's instructions, the two began to take revenge. Their hearts were burning with a raging flame. They had been waiting for this moment for too long. Killing, without the slightest bit of mercy. Shui Lanyan sat on the heaven burial crystal coffin, looking at the great array that surrounded almost the entire starfield of chaos. It seemed that the only things that weren't enveloped were the 5 coffins. Shui Lanyan had been smiling a moment ago, but in the next instant, her expression was one of utter shock. This is the chaos array formed by the sealing power of the 5 dragon balls. This is bad. In that instant, her expression changed dramatically. Her aqua blue eyes began to turn blood red, and her body began to tremble. She had thought that she had been extremely cautious, waiting for all the primordial demons to break free from their seals before attacking together. But now it seemed that it was her decision that had given Long Chen the opportunity to use the 5 dragon balls. Thinking of the mortals that Long Chen had taken into his divine kingdom, of her teasing when Lingxi had arrived, and of the trap that all the primeval troll were facing, Shui Lanyan felt like she was about to go crazy. She had always been the one toying with Long Chen. It was one thing for Long Chen to kill the Godwalker demon right under her nose, but now that he had created such a huge array, this little fly had unwittingly gained the ability to destroy the entire primordial demon race. If all the primordial demons were killed by Long Chen in the 10 worlds of chaos, Shui Lanyan couldn't imagine the consequences. She was the only one among the 5 who was still conscious, so she had to bear all the responsibility. If she had lost to the gods, she wouldn't have been able to say anything. But right now, her opponent was just Long Chen, a mortal that no one looked up to. Shui Lanyan stood up from the coffin, trembling all over as she headed for the 10 worlds. Of course, her main body was still in the heaven burial crystal coffin. Vengeance could only be resolved through slaughter. Long Chen finally had the chance to explode the volcanic rage that had been building up in his heart. He didn't know if Soyian was dead or alive, and the demons on the Devil's Star were all dead. Every single primeval troll was now the enemy he hated the most in his life, and they all deserved to die. Under Lingxi's instructions, he and Mo Xiaolang kept changing directions, approaching their first opponent. Long Chen's blood was boiling. The primeval troll had the suppression of the 5 dragon balls, and Long Chen's battle prowess was even more ferocious through the combination of the 3 lifetimes threads and Lingxi. With one rising and one falling, he had already become the god of death in the 5 extremes 10 worlds demon sealing formation. Coupled with Mo Xiaolang's heaven-defying supernatural power, they would definitely become the nightmare of the primeval troll. Buzz. The 2 of them instantly appeared in front of a huge primeval troll. Earthly fiend demon. Long Chen couldn't help but roar. This was the earthly fiend demon that had been imprisoned by Long Chen and almost killed by Long Chen. It had been saved by the godly traverser demon and had recovered a little, but it was undoubtedly very weak. The earthly fiend demon was shocked and hurriedly fled. You really aren't afraid of death, kid? What's the point of trapping me here? My brothers and sisters have already gone to the Eternal God domain and the Dragonrite continent. Once they return, you'll definitely die a horrible death. You'll see everything you've been protecting become food for us. The earthly fiend demon screamed as it fled. Whoosh. Long Chen used the chaotic time reversal to trap the other party in a swamp. At this time, Mo Xiaolang transformed into a sun-devouring monstrous wolf and descended from the sky. He spat out a fiery red flame seed, which he poured into the earthly fiend demon's stomach and exploded. Rumble. The earthly fiend demon's head exploded, and its upper body directly turned into flesh and blood. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to save your world. Accept your fate. If you can spare my life, I can beg them not to kill you. The earthly fiend demon hurriedly changed his words. Long Chen didn't have time to waste with him. He directly opened the Death World Dragon Gate. This was the most suitable way to kill the other party. The Death World Dragon Gate opened, and the Death World Dragon Claw grabbed the earthly fiend demon and instantly pulled it in. I forgot to tell you. All the primeval troll are in this formation diagram, and just like you, they're all alone. Long Chen was practically roaring as he told this truth to the earthly fiend demon. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to care about how the earthly fiend demon would collapse. After all, once the Death World Dragon Gate passed, he would be a dead man. Long Chen. At this moment, Shui Lanyan's illusory figure appeared in front of him. This woman was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down, and her eyes were bloodshot. She said coldly, if you continue on like this, you definitely won't have a good ending. We're all gods and devils from tens of thousands of years ago. If you force us into a corner, we can make you and your entire world not just die, but be consigned to eternal damnation. This is your fate, and resisting will only make things worse for you. Long Chen laughed. You don't seem to understand the situation. Wait until you learn not to speak to me in such a haughty tone, then talk to me. Xiao Lang, burn her. Shui Lanyan said angrily, don't force us into a corner. Long Chen stared at her, not retreating at all. You should be the one not to force me. Since young, I've never submitted to my fate. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang's 9 underworld's demon ancestral flames swept out, and Shui Lanyan's illusory figure was turned into ashes in the midst of these flames. Chapter 2553. The demon's sealing formation of the 5 extremities 10 realms had created an unprecedented miracle. This miracle no longer belonged to Long Chen alone, but to all of humanity. They had contributed the will of all living beings to Long Chen and Lingxi, providing them with an endless supply of power. Long Chen fought more and more valiant, and Lingxi was full of energy. The two of them were in an unprecedentedly good state. Long Chen had gathered the power of billions of living beings, and with unstoppable force, he sent one primeval troll after another into the death rain. Once they entered the death rain, they would never be able to return. At this moment, nothing could affect Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang's determination. They were taking revenge, but they were also saving. The primeval troll's rebirth had put too much pressure on them, and they had almost been separated by life and death several times. The brothers had suffered so much, and Long Chen's heart had been tormented countless times. But today, at this very moment, he had finally grasped that glimmer of hope. In an impossible situation, he had completed an exceptional reversal and obtained the final success. However, they were still more cautious than anyone else. This was because they knew that if they let even a single primordial demon slip past the eternal celestial realm, it would be a disaster for all of them. Chen, rest for a while. Lingxi couldn't help but ask after seeing that he had already fought several battles. It's fine. Don't you think that I will become stronger and stronger as I fight against the primeval troll? Long Chen was naturally very gentle towards Lingxi. Long Chen had already realized this before. His growth was quite rapid. Although he had reached the 8 trigrams tribulation realm, which was not far from where he was today, his cultivation and realm were constantly growing after experiencing battle after battle against the primeval troll, who was well versed in rules. He would soon reach a higher level. Although he had fought many battles, Long Chen's condition was still unprecedented. In fact, the same was true for Mo Xiaolang. His last opponent was the Purple Flame Demon, a primordial demon race similar to the Explosive Flame Demon. Millions of years ago, he also had the power of the Great Simplicity Demon realm. But this time, while he was struggling, he was cleaved in half by Long Chen's Supreme God Emperor Battle Halberd, and devoured by Mo Xiaolang. The Purple Flame Demon had the purple underworld burning heaven fire, which was also a god-grade flame. It was stronger than the golden wind blaze flame on Long Chen's Supreme God Emperor Battle Halberd, but it could not withstand Mo Xiaolang's devouring. Mo Xiaolang was the ruler of flames. After devouring the Purple Flame Demon, Mo Xiaolang's progress was even faster than Long Chen's. He was now in the initial realm of the primordial chaos demon realm, but he was already moving towards the Great Circle realm. After becoming a god fiend, your greatest advantage is not only to devour flames and turn them into a part of your strength, but also to partially digest your opponent's understanding of the laws of flames. God fiend laws have always been based on one's own understanding, but you are an exception. Because of this, your future is limitless. If you survive this, you will definitely become a top god fiend in the future, famous throughout the world. This is all because you have already partially transcended the heavenly rules of this world. This was Old Dragon's evaluation of Mo Xiaolang. When he said this, Old Dragon was extremely shocked. In his heart, Mo Xiaolang's monstrousness had already far surpassed Long Chen's. Mo Xiaolang's birth was a miracle in itself. It was a freak combination of many factors. He was not destined to be a powerful life form, but he followed Long Chen. There had never been a sun-devouring fiend wolf that could grow to his size. At this time, he had already broken the laws. Not only could he devour flames to increase his devil spirit source energy, but he could also devour the laws of flames that others comprehended. Of course, this was only a portion, but it was a miracle that had never happened before. On the God-fiend path, Mo Xiaolang was destined to walk very quickly. You are now the same as Long Chen. He has the purest God spirit source energy, while you have the purest devil spirit source energy. Purity means that you can become stronger, and you can have more possibilities. Long Chen has not become a true God, so he cannot cultivate the boundless divine technique. But you can. If you can obtain a high-level boundless divine technique, your devil spirit source energy will definitely transform. Of course, the boundless divine technique not only needs to be powerful, but it also needs to be suitable for you. For example, you are suitable for fire or devouring. As for Long Chen, what he studies is very complicated. I don't understand it either. Boundless divine technique? Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang looked at each other. In reality, the primordial demon race had been very powerful millions of years ago. Therefore, the boundless divine technique they cultivated was very high level. It could be death grade, primordial grade, or even 4th grade creation grade. Since Emperor Saki, a hell fiend, had a 5th grade ordinary grade destination grade artifact, he could naturally have a 5th grade ordinary grade boundless divine technique. Similarly, the other 4 great demons might have it too, especially that era sky fiend. That was the absolute beginning demon realm, a terrifying demon god comparable to a god emperor. What he was cultivating should have transcended the order level. The boundless divine technique can be changed, but it cannot be used too often. Otherwise, it will affect the structure of one's power and cause one's death due to chaos. Therefore, it is very important to choose the first boundless divine technique. Try not to surpass your level, but it cannot be too weak. For example, the dream grade is the weakest boundless divine technique. It is best that you do not choose it. The Supreme Divine Emperor's halberd was already a death grade destination grade artifact. When it came to choosing the boundless divine technique, Long Chen naturally would not choose one that was too weak. The problem is, we don't have anything yet. Long Chen smiled. Moreover, he would probably have to become a true god before he could cultivate it. However, Mo Xiaolang could cultivate the boundless divine technique to become stronger. Right now, any primeval troll's power far exceeded theirs. It was just that they were almost exhausted, which was why they were defeated by Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. If any of them had the same level of power as Long Chen, they would probably have already recovered to the ultimate absolute beginning demon mirror. We've already killed 6. Continue. Under Lingxi's instructions, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang kept changing directions, moving forward in this chaotic world. They broke through this world and arrived in another one. Until now, we have not encountered a perfect primeval troll, Long Chen murmured. There were only 9 giant troll demons left. Previously, he and Mo Xiaolang had used tricks to fight the divine walking demon, but now they could only fight it head-on. However, Long Chen was very confident that as long as there were not 2 perfect primeval troll gathered together, he would be able to deal with them. Or, they should not let the primeval troll gather together and devour each other. That way, a giant troll that was much stronger than the Inferno demon would be born, and it was very likely that it could directly tear apart the demon's ceiling formation. Compared to the divine walking demon, we are much stronger. Moreover, they are being suppressed by the 5 great dragon balls. Also, Big Bro, you seem to have established some kind of connection with Sister Lingxi, and your power has fused and become even stronger. Now, we should have no problem defeating a perfect troll head-on. Move quickly. Long Chen's eyes were still full of exuberant bloodlust. Under Lingxi's instructions, the 2 hot-blooded men rushed towards their next opponent. It was not worth wasting even a little time to counterattack. This one is stronger than the previous ones. Lingxi reminded. Long Chen understood. This was a perfect troll. Sure enough, from far away, he saw an infinitely huge primeval troll roaring and colliding in the green mist. It was extremely brutal. This was a rather fat primeval troll. Its body was dark green, and its abdomen was huge like a huge crocodile with dragon scales and dragon claws. Its mouth was so huge that it seemed like it could swallow the world when it opened. Even though it had been imprisoned for millions of years and had become extremely weak, it still possessed terrifying power. This is a shadow-devouring demon. Even the shadow devil can swallow the yin qi of heaven and earth, ghosts, and other dark places. It is the ancestor of darkness and is extremely cold. The boundless divine technique that it cultivates is the great underworld 8-part pagoda art, which gives birth to the great underworld 8-part shadow devil power. Millions of years ago, it had the strength of a peak demon lord and dominated the myriad worlds. It is only now that you two little fellows have the qualifications to fight it. If it was millions of years ago, you two wouldn't even be worthy of carrying its shoes. The old dragon sighed. Long Chen gripped the supreme deity Emperor War halberd, his eyes sharp. To be able to fight and even kill such an expert is naturally like a dream to us, but for the sake of the common people, for the sake of our friends and family, we have no other choice. Since I'm going to kill him, no matter what kind of god or demon he is, as long as I can kill him, I won't show the slightest mercy. Rumble. He and Mo Xiaolang rushed to the shadow-devouring demon in an instant. This was a crucial battle. If they could defeat the shadow-devouring demon, it would prove that they could defeat a primordial demon in the perfection realm. As long as they carried on, the dawn would surely bless them. So it was you who imprisoned me. You actually don't care about your compatriots on the dragon sacrificial continent? Very well, I'll tangle with you for a while. The shadow-devouring demon opened its huge mouth and a loud roar reverberated, but it was swallowed up by the 5 extremities 10 realms demon sealing formation and couldn't reach the other primeval troll. Under Lingxi's overall control, it was difficult for the other primeval troll to meet. It's not a tangle, it's a fight to the death. On Long Chen's supreme deity Emperor War halberd, fortune divine force and source force converged. He controlled time with one hand and the fortune divine weapon with the other, turning into a golden ray of light. Although it was small, it posed a great threat to the shadow-devouring demon. Before Long Chen's attack arrived, Mo Xiaolang had already made his move. He used the 9 nether demon ancestral fire to activate the bone-adhering demonic flame. Instantly, the shadow-devouring demon was in excruciating pain. The bone-adhering demonic flame couldn't subside, so it could only endure. The 9 nether demon ancestral fire froze its flesh and bones. Even though it was a demon of frost, it was not as cold as the 9 nether demon ancestral fire. Spin. A tornado of astral chi and flames swept out. Long Chen's supreme deity Emperor War halberd burst out, producing a fierce light. While the shadow-devouring demon was still in pain, the supreme deity Emperor War halberd pierced deeply into its flesh, burst open, and then fled. Chapter 2554. Of course, it wasn't easy to cripple such a great demon from ancient times with such injuries. Although it was already an arrow at the end of its flight after being imprisoned for millions of years, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. In an instant, the devouring shade demon was furious. Following his rampage, the entire 5 extremes 10 realms demon sealing formation also shook, especially the world where the devouring shade demon was. Luckily, there were 5 dragon balls suppressing it, and the shaking soon calmed down. Rumble. The devouring shade demon let out an earth-shattering roar. He was also proud and arrogant, and didn't put Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang in his eyes at all. Even though he was injured, he still said disdainfully, "Mere ants, do you really think you can save all the mortals? The meaning of your birth is to become our food, but you just don't understand it yet. Going against us gods and demons is going against heaven and earth. I guess my brothers and sisters must have already arrived at the dragon sacrificial continent and are feasting." The devouring shade demon laughed loudly. The pride in his bones wouldn't waver because of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang's strength. In his opinion, this was an inherent nobility. At the same time, he launched an attack. Yin River. As the devouring shade demon's wings swept, a huge dark green river formed out of thin air. Divine characters filled it, and each divine character the size of a fingernail was a part of this river. This was a Yin River formed by billions of divine characters. It was the power of laws. Under the power of laws, the entire world seemed to be under the control of the devouring shade demon. The sweeping Yin River erupted with a terrifying cold Yin aura, bringing Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang to another world, a world of extreme Yin. Laws had boundless divine might, which wasn't something the current Long Chen could understand. As the Yin River swept, he and Mo Xiaolang were constantly being eroded by the cold Yin energy. The endless Yin River water kept rushing towards them from all directions, and it was difficult to resist. As expected, any primeval troll, even after being sealed for millions of years and having their power weakened to the extreme, can't be underestimated. This was also the reason why the swallowing Yin demon was so proud. In his opinion, his companions were recovering quickly, and he could easily suppress Long Chen and the others. It was just that Shui Lan Yen was making a mountain out of a molehill. As the Yin River swept over, both Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang lost the initiative. The swallowing shadow demon laughed again. Now, do you understand? Mere mortals do not have the qualifications to go against gods and devils. As punishment, you will receive the cruelest fate in the world. It will even affect your reincarnation after death. 8 Sex Pagoda Palm. This was a combat technique recorded in the Infinite Divine Technique, Great Underworld 8 Sex Pagoda Art. In fact, every Infinite Divine Technique would produce a corresponding combat technique. Some were not weaker than nomological power attacks, and they complemented each other. It was just that the primeval troll did not have enough power to use such an Infinite Divine Technique. Above Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, in the Yin River, the cold Yin energy condensed into a huge palm. It was like the hand of the heavens, and it came crashing down on them. Although it was not close, it was an irresistible pressure. My palm. It can shatter your mortal body and shatter your bones. The swallowing shadow demon could not help but laugh. In the Yin River storm, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang exchanged glances. They had finally figured out how much power a perfected primeval troll had. The so-called perfected primeval troll's power was actually not at the primordial realm. It was just that their nature was very high, allowing them to unleash power at the perfected primeval realm. However, they were still very terrifying. But that was as far as they could go. Attack. At that moment, the two immediately erupted. A mere Yin River and the 8 Sex Pagoda Palm might not be able to suppress them. The reason they did not counterattack was because it was a final test. Next, it was time for them to seize the opportunity to attack. Boom! Long Chen instantly transformed into a Taiji life-form dragon. 15 dragon heads appeared and coiled together. 14 lives array. Under Long Chen's control, the 14 lives spiritual array was rooted in the Yin River, breaking down and transforming the energy of the Yin River. Even if it was nomological energy, it would still collapse in front of Long Chen's ancestral dragon's sacred art. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the devouring shadow demon did not expect the nomological power of the Yin River to be completely devoured by Long Chen. Then, almost at the same time, the power of the 14 lives array was released from all directions, bombarding the devouring shadow demon. Sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, trees, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. The devouring shadow demon's most shocking moment was when the 14 attacks broke through its defenses and bombarded its body. The sun exploded, the moon eroded, the stars fell, the wind howled, the flames burned, and so on. These attacks alone were not much, but in reality, they were formed by the power of the Yin River. Added with Long Chen's power, they strengthened the devouring shadow demon's flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Of course, this was just the beginning. Mo Xiaolang had already transformed into the sun-devouring dire wolf and rushed in front of the devouring shadow demon. First, he used the flawless fire realm to trap the devouring shadow demon, and then he released several fire seeds into it. Suddenly, the most violent explosion occurred, seriously injuring the devouring shadow demon. And at this time, Long Chen held the Supreme Divine Emperor War Halberd and descended from the sky. Just as the flawless fire realm was being torn apart, the Supreme Divine Emperor War Halberd slashed down, transforming into a resplendent blade aura. With the power to destroy the world and release the power of death, it directly cut off the devouring shadow demon's head. The two joined forces and did not give the devouring shadow demon any chance. When Mo Xiaolang used the bone-adhering demonic flame and the flawless fire realm to deal with the devouring shadow demon's head, Long Chen had already used the Death Realm Dragon Gate to swallow the devouring shadow demon's body into the Death Realm. The Death Realm Dragon Claw slashed towards the devouring shadow demon's head that was under Mo Xiaolang's control. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The cooperation between the two was flawless. It was like a legend. There weren't many people in the world who could have such a swift and efficient battle-tacit understanding. This was actually honed through countless battles. To the devouring shadow demon, all of this was like a dream. In just a moment, he was left with only his head under the opponent's extreme cooperation. He was different from the god-traversing demon at that time. Now, he was weaker than the two of them together in a head-on battle. No. Don't kill me. The devouring shadow demon was about to go crazy. When the Death Realm Dragon Claw pressed down on his head and swallowed him in the direction of the Death Realm Dragon Gate, he screamed in fear. Seeing that Long Chen did not hesitate at all, he hurriedly said, "You too, let me go. No matter what conditions you have, I will agree to them." A mere head could not cause much trouble. Long Chen stopped at the end and said, "You have nothing. What can you give us?" In a moment of desperation, the devouring shadow demon said, "I can give you my boundless divine technique. What I cultivate is the Tai Ming Tian 8-part pagoda art. This is the third-grade primeval level boundless divine technique. Its power is infinite. Hand it over." Long Chen said directly. "Fine, but you have to let me go. After all, it's useless even if you kill me. Now that my companions have all gone to the dragon's sacrificial continent, no one can stop the resurrection of the primordial demon race. If you let me go, I can still put in a few words for you." The devouring shadow demon said miserably. His eyes flashed with a sly light. He thought, "So what if I give it to you? When my brothers return, you will still have to obediently return it to me." Of course, Long Chen would not be deceived by his little tricks. He pretended to discuss it with Mo Xiaolang and said, "Hand it over and we will not kill you." Although he did not know if the boundless divine technique would be useful, it would be beneficial to have it. "It's a deal." The devouring shadow demon spat out a stone tablet from his mouth. The black stone tablet was very small to him, but it was huge to Long Chen. After the old dragon confirmed that it was indeed the devouring shadow demon's boundless divine technique, Long Chen put it into his divine kingdom. Then, without saying a word, he threw the devouring shadow demon in the direction of the Death Realm Dragon Gate. The devouring shadow demon immediately became frantic. He roared angrily, "Long Chen, you did not keep your promise. You are a villain. Don't. As long as you don't kill me, I can agree to any condition." In his impression, Long Chen was more like a gentleman who would give up everything for a promise. That was why he dared to talk terms with him, thinking that Long Chen would keep his promise and let him go. After all, killing him would not bring him any benefits. "I've already said that you won't get anything out of killing me." Even when he reached the gate of the Death Realm Dragon Gate, he was still roaring and struggling. In the end, Long Chen still stopped. This made the devouring shadow demon break out in a cold sweat, but it was also very fortunate. It seemed like Long Chen had been convinced. However, at this time, what appeared in front of him was the cold sun-devouring demon wolf. This sun-devouring demon wolf made the devouring shadow demon afraid because it was colder than him. Mo Xiaolang sneered and said, "Let me tell you one last thing. Your brothers and sisters did not feast on the dragon sacrificial continent. Now, they are like you, trapped in this world by us, waiting for us to slaughter them. The strongest among you should be at your level, right? That means that your 30 primeval troll are finished." Long Chen added, "In addition to the few I killed earlier, then, other than the 5 in the sky burial crystal coffin, everyone else must die. They must die." Hearing all this, the devouring shadow demon could only say that it was incomparably painful. He stopped begging and looked at Mo Xiaolang in a daze. He felt that these two were lying, but after thinking about it carefully, there was no reason for them to lie to him. Moreover, when the formation appeared, the devouring shadow demon's brothers had also disappeared. They weren't stronger than him, so there was no reason for them to escape while he didn't. In other words, the rebirth that we have planned for millions of years has been ruined by 2 ants. All our brothers and sisters will die in their hands. To the devouring shadow demon, this was the greatest pain in the world. Chapter 2555. After sending the devouring shadow demon into the death world, this meant that if Long Chen and Shuang continued at this pace, they would definitely be able to complete this impossible mission. They would create a world-shaking miracle, and everyone in the world would cheer for them. Of course, they had to avoid any accidents. The accident was that the primeval troll would definitely not be killed like that. They would definitely resist and find other ways. The 5 terrifying great demons in the heaven burial crystal coffins would definitely not allow Long Chen to kill everyone like that. Just as Long Chen was dealing with the devouring shadow demon, Shui Lanyan's voice passed through the chaotic world and reached Long Chen. "Since things have already reached this point, there's no room for discussion. I want to see how many more you can kill. This time, we admit defeat. However, Long Chen, what should happen will happen, and it will be 10 times more tragic than you can imagine. You will suffer a pain comparable to us, who have been imprisoned for millions of years. In the end, enjoy your life." After saying that, the voice disappeared. Mo Xiaolang said, "She can talk to us, and she can talk to the other primeval troll too. Now, the other primeval troll should know about the 5 extremes 10 realms demon sealing formation. What will they do? Meet up. Try to find a way to meet up, or they might devour each other. However, the 5 heaven burial crystal coffins might bring us trouble." Both of them knew that they had just stepped into the demon god realm, but they could suppress a group of former demon lords and demon kings to such an extent. This was a miracle and unbelievable. If it had been millions of years ago, the weakest primeval troll here could have easily torn Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang into pieces. Besides luck, there was also perseverance, courage, and a victory of fighting spirit. Shui Lanyan's words were indeed very frightening. It was quite frightening for someone of her status to say such words. However, Long Chen knew that he couldn't be frightened. This was the time when he needed to be brave and ruthless. Continue attacking and speed up. Little Shi, do your best to disturb them. Don't let them gather within this 5 extremities 10 realms demon sealing formation and guide us to the next primeval troll." Long Chen said decisively. Shui Lanyan's warning didn't make him stop. Instead, it made him even more ferocious. All right. Everyone supported his decision. There was nothing to discuss with this group of primeval troll. Swoosh. The 2 of them moved quickly, like comets advancing in this chaotic world. This was a world with a huge sealing power that could change at any time. They advanced triumphantly, killing along the way. Those primeval troll that they didn't take seriously were sent into the death world by Long Chen one by one. Those that had the slightest contact with the power of flames were directly swallowed by Mo Xiaolang. It seemed that Mo Xiaolang was truly heaven-defying. After all, the primordial demon race devoured mortals, while he devoured primeval troll. 1, 2. Those primeval troll that died in their hands already knew the current situation. They were all extremely indignant. They raged and roared. Millions of years of waiting and hatred had been forcefully cut off by Long Chen just as they were about to be reborn. The primeval troll were also extremely indignant. Almost every one of them fought with their lives on the line. In particular, there were 8 that were almost as powerful as the devouring shadow demon and the godly strider demon. Each of their desperate counterattacks brought great trouble to Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. The bitterness of these battles couldn't be described with words. Fortunately, Long Chen had the wish of all living beings to support him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to endure such intense battles. Kill. Only slaughter could give him a sense of security at this time. Only by killing them all can the dragon sacrificial realm continue to exist. So many people won't be reduced to food. Although I don't know if we're heroes or not, I must say this. Yen also hopes that I do this. Mo Xiaolang now seemed to have no relationship with demons. His spirit and will were very ethereal, quiet, and pure dark power. To him, this was his ideal demon. After killing these primeval troll, our target will be the 5 heaven burial crystal coffins. Long Chen said in a low voice. He would also avenge Soyan. This was his promise, and it was also the way to get rid of trouble forever. His ambition would shock the other demons, because he not only wanted to send these primeval troll, who were far superior to them, to the death realm, but he also wanted to send the 5 heaven burial crystal coffins to the death realm. Blood trickled down from the Supreme Divine Emperor's halberd. This was a small area surrounded by the 5 extremes 10 realms demon ceiling formation. This was originally the core of the demon star, but now the demon star was gone, along with the entire territory of chaos. Among them, a total of 5 crystal coffins floated there, sparkling with crystal light. It was very beautiful, but ordinary people wouldn't be able to guess that the 5 terrifying demons from millions of years ago were actually sealed in them. Wu demon, War demon, Emperor Sakya demon, Demon Wa demon, and the most terrifying Era demon. Now, voices were coming from the 3 crystal coffins on the periphery. The outermost crystal coffin belonged to Wu demon. The inside of the coffin was empty, and no matter how one tried to sense it, they couldn't find anything in it. However, voices were coming from it. The second last was War demon, surrounded by a majestic black fog of battle chi. This war demon was wrapped in a blood-red war flag, like a ghost from the netherworld. Even though his monstrous battle intent was sealed in the heaven burial crystal coffin, it still seemed to tear the world apart. The third was Emperor Sakya demon, Shui Lanyan. In the 5th crystal coffin, the invisible Wu demon laughed strangely. What a joke. Our group is actually blocked by 2 little fellows who hover between the realm of mortals and demons. Moreover, we're almost exterminated. If news of this gets out, how many people will laugh their teeth off? Shui Lanyan wasn't anxious. She smiled and said, indeed. In fact, it's not because of our carelessness. It's because that little fellow called Long Chen was born with a good fate. He belongs to the generation with soaring luck and is very difficult to kill. That's why we're in such trouble today. It just so happens that he's hindering us. Wu demon's voice was very smooth, like a wretched villain. However, every word he said was filled with a hair-raising aura. He said, "Third sister, now that we're being bullied to this extent, we're almost done for. Tell us what we should do. Although our core is still the 5 of us, if we all die, boss will definitely be angry when he wakes up. I don't dare to make boss angry." After listening to this, the 4th war demon finally spoke. He was an existence filled with a strong impact in any direction. He was a demon in battle. At this moment, his stiff and cold voice came from the black fog. Why don't we just break the heaven burial crystal coffin? Although we'll lose some strength, we just need to go to the dragon sacrificial continent to make up for it. His voice was extremely cold and cruel. Wu demon said with a smile, "This is the only way. Originally, we wanted to let the little ones recover and help us break this damn thing so that we don't have to waste our strength. But now, the little ones are also trapped. If this continues, they'll all be annihilated. Of course, the only thing we need to be sure of is, fourth sister, after you break this damn thing, your strength shouldn't drop to the point where you can't defeat those two little fellows, right? If that's the case, then it'll be a real joke. The war demon said solemnly, Little Five, watch your mouth. I've fought hundreds of millions of battles in my life. I don't need strength. Just my physical strength alone is enough to kill two people. If I recover even 1,000th of my peak strength, I won't need to fight to tear them apart. Wu demon was speechless. It wasn't that they were too weak. It was just that their strength had been weakened by millions of years and the heaven burial crystal coffin. Now, they didn't even have 1,000th of their strength left. Second sister is awake. At this time, Shui Lanyan's expression turned cold. Wu demon and the war demon quickly shut their mouths. At this time, in the second crystal coffin, a woman with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a colorful snake opened her eyes. It was a pair of incomparably terrifying eyes. There seemed to be billions of living beings screaming in pain, wanting to crawl out. They struggled and shouted, but it was useless. No matter how hard they tried, they would be swallowed and fall into the endless sea of blood. This girl clearly looked like Soyeon, but she was different from Soyeon. Second sister, did you succeed? Wu demon asked in a low voice. It's no big deal. After all, it's a little troublesome to escape the perception of many existences. Wu demon's voice was still the same as Soyeon's, sweet and soft. This made it difficult for the other demons to adapt. In their impression, Wu demon's voice was more unpleasant and terrifying than anything else. Wu demon's eyes swept around and was startled. What's going on? Are you joking with me? At Shui Lanyan's signal, Wu demon explained the situation to Wu demon. This dragon sacrificial dragon world that's on the verge of destruction can actually give birth to someone with such destiny? Our ancient demon race must use this dragon sacrificial dragon world to return to our peak. This child is our greatest enemy, we cannot underestimate him. Fourth brother, fifth brother, you two work together. If you can't even complete this mission, you know the consequences. Wu demon and the war demon were silent for a while. War demon said, Don't worry, I'll break the heaven burial crystal coffin right now. But now that my strength is exhausted, I'm afraid it'll take another 4 to 6 hours. Wu demon smiled, I'm about the same. Sisters, don't worry. Without me, even if fourth sister loses all her strength, she can shatter the eternal god domain with one punch. If that punch hits those two little fellows, there's no chance of survival. Moreover, fourth sister's strongest point isn't her physique, but her war demon heroic soul. War demon snorted, aren't you known as the #1 assassin? With you, they won't even know who killed them. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.